They captured Shane in the 9000 block of Morris Drive. Shane fled a mental health check at Grady Hospital early Monday and stole 2 vehicles and a gun during his time on the run. The trail led from downtown Atlanta to Henry County and then to Rockdale County, and finally, on this third day of searching, it ends in Newton County with him back in custody. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
It is 37 degrees in Midtown Atlanta. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards says today will be the warmest day of the work week, although the temperature will not make it much above 50 degrees with a mix of clouds and sun. Rain chance goes up as we head into the weekend. Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is coming up. Well, think of it as planning for a rainy day. 2 metro Atlanta counties team up for an extra layer of assurance in case of an emergency.
If a major storm or other disaster knocks out power lines to a county's emergency management agency, then critical citizen alerts could be delayed. Under a new agreement between Douglas and Paulding counties, each will serve as a backup for the other if systems go down. Douglas County Emergency Management Director James Queen.
It's a mutually beneficial agreement where we're able to continue to get messaging out to citizens in a disaster or during an emergency, no matter the situation.
Queen says this will serve as a fail-safe option for citizens in both counties. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Well, Russia is leaving the door open this morning to continue negotiations to try and find an end to the war in Ukraine. Comes after U.S. envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner meet for about 5 hours with Russian President Putin, although Russian officials do admit a deal is not close.
So far, a compromise has not been found, said an advisor to Russia's president. Before he even met the Americans, Putin launched a verbal attack on Europe, accusing its leaders of blocking the U.S. from brokering a deal.
Correspondent Holly Williams says no planned meeting has been set between the two parties. Witkoff and Kushner are set to meet with President Trump about possible next steps. Several teens are among those arrested following a violent house party in Paulding County.
7 people in all are facing charges after a girl is physically and sexually assaulted at a get-together with underage drinking. According to authorities, the girl was at the home also drinking when 2 teenage girls ages 13 and 17 physically assaulted her. Then the 2 males ages 17 and 21 sexually assaulted her. The 4 are each facing numerous charges, including assault and gang activity, with the 13-year-old being charged as an adult. Also facing charges, 3 adults ranging in age from 23 to 59 for allowing the party to happen. Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
Well, more money is headed to Brookhaven Police in a plan to help solve crimes with high-tech devices like drones and license plate readers. City Council dedicates more funding for a permanent real-time operations center. Chief Brandon Gurley says it would be inside the current public safety headquarters.
So that we can take different forms of technology that we currently use, place them in an operations center, centrally locate the analysts and intelligence officers.
It says those teams are currently split up in different office spaces. A resolution passed by the City Council dedicates up to $350,000 for the cause. And a big change could be on the way as soon as today for vehicles' fuel efficiency in the U.S.
President Trump's expected today to lay out new fuel economy standards to replace very ambitious standards laid out by the Biden administration. Mr. Trump had already suspended fines for not meeting current standards.
Auto reporter Jeff Gilbert says it is not known what those new standards might be. The president says they're meant to help make vehicles more affordable. It's 9:03. Mark Aram Show begins in less than 2 minutes. But first, live team coverage of traffic and weather. We start in the WSB 24-hour traffic center in Smile. Mark McKay.
Still finding crowds jut out of the northern suburbs, especially between Alpharetta and Roswell, where 400 is filled in. Haynesbridge Road down to exit 7 Holcomb Bridge Road. Your 85 slowdowns at Highway 316 start to ease up in Norcross as you approach Indian Trail Road. Rolling out of Villa Rica, traffic troopers tell us a right lane crash, I-20 eastbound past Highway 61. That's exit 24, and still pretty rugged through East Atlanta. I-20 westbound leaving Flat Shoals Gresham to a very busy downtown connector still, Ashley Frasca.
About 20 minutes on 75-85 northbound to head up from 166 Langford Parkway to 17th Street. Things do improve past I-20 for that ride, though. 85 south, you're still pretty crowded in from Brookhaven, beginning just before Claremont Road. Triple team traffic, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies today, warming up to a high of 51. Clear and cool tonight, lows in the low 30s. Tomorrow, clouds roll back in with a few isolated rain showers, high 49. Heavy rain on Friday, staying cold with highs in the mid-40s.
36 degrees right now in Monroe, 34 in South Fulton, 35 degrees in Midtown Atlanta at 9:05. More news at 9:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Judd Hickenbotham, 95.5 WSB.
Welcome to this chilly Wednesday edition of the Mark Arum Show. We're going to heat you up with a lot of big breaking news locally, nationally, internationally. Deborah's going to cool things down coming up in a little over an hour. She's got tickets to give away to see Trans-Siberian Orchestra. No better way to get in the holiday spirit than seeing the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Big political news. We had a special election in Tennessee. We had some mayor's races here in Georgia. Political analyst Stephen Lawson is going to join us live at 10:35 to break it all down for us. And as we prep for Clark's Christmas Kids this month, one of the big partners of Clark's Christmas Kids and WSB Radio is St. Vincent de Paul. And we mentioned, I think it was yesterday or Monday, Deborah, that they received a $5 million grant from Jeff Bezos and his wife, Mrs. Sanchez.
Well, Mrs. Bezos, but yes, Lauren Sanchez.
Yeah. Did she take his name? Sanchez is a way cooler name than Bezos.
Maybe she hyphenated. Yeah, but there's some zeros behind Bezos.
That is true. That is true. Anyway, we're going to talk to Bea Perdue. She is the Chief Development Officer at St. Vincent de Paul, Georgia, to get her reaction to that massive $5 million grant for her organization and the fine stuff that they're going to do and helping us do through Clark's Christmas Kids. Don't have to wait to experience Clark's Christmas Kids. You can donate online right now. ClarksChristmasKids.com. Want to update a top local story. Breaking news. You heard live on Atlanta's Morning News with Chris Chandler that fugitive from Rockdale County has been caught 3 days after he escaped Grady Hospital. Joining us live, covering this story, intrepid reporter Graham Carroll. Gramsicle, good morning, my friend.
Good morning. How are you?
I think Gramsicle's I've got a million nicknames for Graham, one of my buddies that I do show prep with in the morning. But I think on a freezing morning like this, I think Gramsicle, like popsicle, is a fitting one.
The one that stuck in college was Grimace.
Grimace?
Yeah.
You're not purple.
No.
You're purple with envy at these folks that captured the Rockdale County fugitive. I know this is a still developing story. There's going to be a 12 o'clock press conference in Rockdale County. But what is the new information we know this morning that led to the capture of this fugitive?
Well, so this is a guy who, as you mentioned, had been on the run since Monday morning. He fled from Grady Hospital, initially in a hospital gown with no shoes, and over the course of 2 days had managed to steal 2 cars, obtain a gun, and undergo a wardrobe change to kind of disguise himself. So he kind of was eluding officers for all this time. And he had fled to Henry County. He had been reportedly gone to Rockdale County. And then this morning came word that there was reports of him being sighted in a neighborhood just south of Covington in Newton County, which is about 35 miles east of Atlanta. Mm-hmm. So, there were reports that he had been spotted knocking on doors. And so police set up a perimeter. They brought in canine dogs to kind of conduct a search. And they managed to spot him, and they took him into custody this morning. So they finally, after more than 48 hours on the run, they have the guy back in custody.
Took him into custody with or without incident? Do we know?
As I understand it, there was no further incident this morning. The dogs were used to kind of sniff out his whereabouts. They did not have to deploy the dogs to capture him, so the dogs were just a tool that they used.
Gotcha.
And they captured him this morning. Obviously, he's going to be facing a host of additional charges now, and they are going to have that press conference later today to tell us a little bit more about the capture and a little bit more about their tools that they used along the way. And one thing I should mention, one of the things that we reported yesterday was that there was a report of a $5,000 reward being offered.
Okay.
So it's an open question right now. There were citizens involved in this sighting this morning. Are they eligible for that award? And we're going to have to learn more about that. Right now, that's not clear either.
All right, so we're awaiting this noon press conference. Jonathan O'Brien will be there for WSB Radio. Maybe, maybe not.
We're going to see how we can deploy our resources.
I can send Vinny if need be. He's good at press conferences. What fascinates me about this, Deborah, is you and I were talking. We did the story yesterday with Graham, a fantastic update, and the skill that this fugitive had. We were kind of impressed, right? He escapes Grady Hospital, can steal a car, and steal a car with a weapon in it.
Didn't he crash it after a mile?
Well, he's not a good driver, but he has the car stealing abilities. Gets a new wardrobe, right? He had the hospital gown on that shows your tush. Was able to get new clothes. Stole another car, and so I'm like, wow, this guy's highly trained. But to get captured, he's knocking door to door. That just kills all of the my theory that he was a highly trained something when he's just going door to door now in Newton County and getting caught on Ring doorbell cams.
I have to say that was kind of the weirdest wrinkle to me, was that after all this effective, ability to stay away from elude authorities to be knocking on doors seems like an odd end to the episode. And to your point about his driving abilities, it is worth noting that his original arrest, among the many charges he faced, was reckless driving.
So all right, that actually answers the question I had for you. Like, what was he originally arrested for by the folks in Rockdale County?
Well, so he was arrested on drugs and weapons charges, and there is actually camera footage of the initial capture, and there was, a chase where he was running over trees, and I mean, it was a pretty wild chase. Then that occurred right before Thanksgiving, so he had been only in custody.
Holiday stress.
Yeah, well, it's hard to say what it was that led to the. But he apparently had several charges pending already, and obviously that list is only going to grow now because he's going to be facing all kinds of charges over what's transpired over the last couple of days, including that wreck that happened here in just a mile from Grady. That involved another vehicle, and we haven't been able to get real clarity on just how the other driver was impacted. But there was another vehicle that was involved in that initial crash when he fled from Grady.
Timothy Shane, by the way, is the name of the suspect. Authorities were called to the 9,000 block of Morris Drive after getting reports that Shane had been knocking on doors in the area. Units quickly moved in and apprehended him. Again, yesterday when you were on the air providing this invaluable update, the thought was he was armed and possibly dangerous because that first automobile that he stole had a firearm in it. But no word yet if he still had the gun on him when he was apprehended. None of those details available just yet.
I'm sure that's the kind of thing that we're going to learn at this press conference later today. The assumption all along had been that because that vehicle did have a gun in it and the gun was not found in that crashed vehicle, he had the gun. So on the entire time that the search was ongoing, they were giving people notice that they were assuming he's armed and dangerous. Yeah. And nothing to this point has discounted that. So we'll find out more at that press conference.
Yeah. Eric Robert Rudolph, he is not. He did not have the survival skills of Eric Robert Rudolph.
And Eric Robert Rudolph had quite a bit of help. He was up there in the mountains in North Carolina, and he had a lot of folks kind of, I think, leaving food out for him and things like that. So he kind of had a
But he was, he evaded capture for a long time.
He did. He did.
Timothy Shane.
That was back in my helicopter days. I spent a lot of time in Murphy, North Carolina. Covering that.
I mean, you could hide out for real for a long time in those mountains of North Carolina.
And now you could pop over to the casino and re-up your
By
stash.
the way, I'm glad you mentioned the casino. Longoria, I don't know if you've heard from Sanjay. So our buddy Little Sanjay. Official accountant of the Mark Arum Show, Brass Tacks Accounting. He's also a quasi-professional poker player. He cashed in the first event that he played yesterday or 2 days ago, and then he was in the Monster Stack tournament yesterday. He is currently 7th in chips. 7th place.
Wow, that's cool.
First place is like $250,000. Yeah, so we might not be using Sanjay's accounting services.
Is it a prerequisite to be part of the show to have some sort of remarkable poker abilities or something?
It helps. It helps. Deborah, no, I'm not even going to say that. Yeah,
we'll have to deal them up sometime.
Well, you would be a good poker player though because you see through people.
I would play like in friends with school. It's just not my thing. Like
Understood.
I'm not going to sit around and play poker.
But you're amazing at reading people. Like when someone's BSing you. Right, you have a great BS detector.
I think that I could have a pretty good stone face if I need to.
A good poker face, yeah. I can't tell if you're mad at me or everything is good. Longoria's got a horrible poker face.
Oh, I do, yeah.
I can tell the second I see him, like, oh, he hates me today. This is not going to be a good day. Anyway, Graham. All right, so we'll be covering that press conference.
We'll be following it. We'll update things on after the press conference later today, and we'll learn hopefully then whether he had that gun, whether there are new charges, what those charges are. And whether or not somebody is eligible for that reward that was being offered by Crime Stoppers.
$5K. Yeah. All right, Graham Carroll, good stuff as always, my friend. Grahamsicle, as I'm calling him today. All right, so I want to update the Pete Hegseth story. Right as we were coming on the air yesterday, they started that cabinet meeting, and it went on for like 4 hours. And Deborah, we had a meeting with Ken for an hour, and then I had to drive home, and it was still going on when I came home to Sobo, who's like, why are you late, dude? Anyway, a lot of headlines coming out of that Hegseth, from Pete Hegseth in that cabinet meeting yesterday. Defense Secretary Hegseth trying to distance himself, by the way, from that second strike on an alleged drug boat. Lawmakers from both parties are calling that strike a war crime. Here's ABC News Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth insists the decision to launch a second strike against a suspected drug boat in September was not his call, but Admiral Mitch Bradley, the mission commander. The Washington Post story said that Bradley launched the second strike on survivors clinging to a boat because of Hegseth's initial order to kill everyone. But the day after the strike, Hegseth said he had watched the mission in real time. But now, Hegseth says he left the room before the second strike and didn't learn of it for hours later.
Yeah, that was interesting as I was watching it live yesterday because Hegseth was asked, the secretary was asked, hey, on Fox News, you said you watched this strike live back on September 2nd. So did you see the second tap, the infamous second tap that killed the two survivors that were hanging onto the boat? And he said, no, I'm busy. I saw the initial strike. There was a lot of smoke and flames, and I'm the Secretary of Defense. I got a lot of work to do. So I left and didn't see it. All fingers being pointed by Secretary Hegseth and President Trump to that Admiral Frank Bradley. Now, they also, said they supported his decision, full-throated, but it was interesting to see and hear what Pete Hegseth had to say yesterday at that cabinet meeting. But certainly still a lot of questions, fog of war, what exactly happened, who gave the orders, who, what, when, where, why, still unanswered. But it looks like there is going to be some sort of a senatorial investigation in what exactly went down on September 2nd. Speaking of Pete Hegseth, you remember early on in his tenure as Secretary of Defense, we had that Signal app controversy. Remember what the journalist was accidentally added in the Signal app? Apparently, we're getting some new information on the end of that investigation. So I do want to update that. But first, at 9:17 on the Mark Arum Show, on this chilly Monday, let's check the ride around town and say hello and good morning to Mike Shields.
Hey, good morning, Mark. Yes, good news on the downtown connector. Had trouble spot just clear 75-85 northbound at University Avenue. All lanes are back open and things quickly improving, but you'll still see the delays as you approach I-20 through the Grady Curve. Also just had a crash move off to the right on the west side perimeter, 285 northbound, the inner loop before Cascade Road, exit 7. And here we go again. A roadwork setting up into Cobb County. I-20 eastbound as you approach Panola Road, exit 71. Delays quickly forming as you leave I-285. You can avoid that by using Covington Highway as an alternate. The support is brought to you by the Danny Did Foundation. The Danny Did Foundation expands epilepsy care in memory of Danny Stanton, who lost a sudden, unexpected death in epilepsy. If you know someone who has seizures, visit dannydid.org for resources. I'm Mike Shields, 95.5 WSB.
When we came up with the idea for Clark's Christmas Kids 35 years ago, I told myself we were going to help every foster child across the state. But we need your help. To find out how you can make a child's Christmas wishes come true, visit WSBradio.com.
What if every home had a touch of magic, where every device was connected by an invisible force? It's not wizardry, it's the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Hey, it's Mark Arum here. Wi-Fi so brilliant, it knows when to boost speeds to the devices that need it most, making the Emerald City Sparklify for your wicked watch party, or instantaneously pause any device without the tap of a wand, or grant your devices the power to protect against the threats at home and online, keeping you safe from mischief. And right now, you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet price steady for 5 years guaranteed. Plus, you get Wi-Fi equipment included, no contracts or commitments. Sure, it all feels like magic, but it's really intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for Good. I saw it this weekend. Amazing. Only in theaters. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Get all the details online at Xfinity.com. Xfinity.com.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
My neighbors slow down to admire my home's holiday lights thanks to Wise Guys. I got a quote on the first call and they installed the same week. Wise Guys handles everything: install, service, takedown, and storage. Mention my name, Chris Chandler, and save $100 if booked by December 14th. WiseGuysLights.com.
We are here with CFP Matthew Decker of the Vincent Financial Group and host of Retire ATL. And Matt, you've said that income is the outcome that matters the most in retirement. But what income streams require the most attention?
Yeah, so if you've got a pension or if you're living off of Social Security, you kind of know those income streams show up in your mailbox. That's mailbox money. It's almost like you're still working, and it doesn't really require that much attention. But most people that come into the office today, they are having to use their 401ks, their IRAs, SEP Simples, 403Bs that are invested in the market to generate income. And anytime you're going to use a market-linked asset where you have to go in and decide when you're going to buy and sell to generate your income, it takes a ton more effort, energy, and attention to get that piece of the puzzle right. But it doesn't actually have to be that way.
So, Matt, the number one fear of adults in retirement is outliving their money. How do we get started building income today?
Well, you can get started today. You'd call us for a no-cost, no-obligation retirement roadmap. We want to build a GPS for you that's going to help navigate retirement, and it's going to have a focus on building and preserving income. 770-280-1488. We've got a representative standing by to talk to you right now. 770-280-1488. Our home office is in downtown Woodstock, but we are available across the metro Atlanta area to meet with you at a time and place that fits your schedule. Again, 770-280-1488 or online at retireatlradio.com.
The team at Vincent Financial Group want to help preserve your assets while building retirement income that lasts as long as you do. Call today for your complimentary retirement roadmap, 770-280-1488. And you can always get more at retireatlradio.com and join us for Retire ATL Sundays at 6 p.m. right here on WSB.
Investment advisory products and services made available through Impact Partnership Wealth, LLC, IPW, a registered investment advisor. Neither the firm nor its agents or representatives may give tax or legal advice. Individuals should consult with a qualified professional for guidance before making any purchasing decisions.
Findlay Roofing, the Roof guys, are proud to support Clark's Christmas Kids again this year. Findlay will donate at least $15,000 to Clark's Christmas Kids. Time to replace your roof? Please think of Findlay first. FindlayRoofing.com.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful.
Maybe you'd like some wine with your nose. Cheese.
Happy 65th birthday, Daryl Hannah. That was her in Roxanne playing opposite Steve Martin. I'm a big Daryl Hannah fan. Splash?
I was going to say Splash is what I think of first.
Yes.
Madison.
Yeah, I love that movie. Anyway, she was great in Kill Bill. 65. Wow, we're getting old. Daryl Hannah's 65 years old. Welcome back to the Mark Arum Show. Deborah has tickets to give away. We're going to do it going in around 10:17. Deborah's got tickets to see the amazingly festive Trans-Siberian Orchestra concert. Very excited. December 14th. Is the date for that. Really gets you in the Christmas mood. So 10:17-ish, we're going to give away those tickets, courtesy of Deborah Green. She is the ticket master, but doesn't charge as much fees as Ticketmaster.
Yeah, my fees are way less.
Yeah, she's not on the bad side of Taylor Swift with those Ticketmaster fees.
Or Pearl Jam. Metallica,
exactly. Yeah. All right, 9:24 on the Mark Arum Show. I mentioned before Pete Hegseth, so that going back to that whole Signal app, apparently they're going to release the reports of the investigation into that snafu, what exactly happened when that Washington Post reporter was inadvertently added to that Signal chat that was highlighting the U.S. military attack. Zachary Cohn this morning from CNN breaking it down.
Lawmakers are now having the opportunity to review this classified Inspector General report, and we could see a declassified version released publicly as soon as tomorrow. Now, obviously, tomorrow is also the same day we expect to see the commander who was involved in that strike on September 2nd that killed 11 people in the Caribbean, the one that Hegseth is facing an immense amount of pressure over and questions about in the wake of the revelations about that military campaign. So really finding himself at the center of these dueling controversies at a time when I'm sure his boss, President Donald Trump, would prefer to be talking about just about anything else. But still, I want to take people back to how this Inspector General investigation started. As you mentioned, back in March, we learned through revelations by the Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg that Hegseth and other senior top top Trump officials were discussing highly sensitive military operational plans via Signal. Now, that's obviously not a government communication channel. That is not the way it is supposed to be transmitted, information this sensitive. And Hegseth in particular was really facing pressure and criticism in the wake of those revelations for his contributions to that group chat. He, of course, was almost documenting in real time, step by step, this bombing campaign against the Houthis in Yemen, one that critics have said really could have put American troops at risk if that information had been disclosed publicly before the operation was done. So Hegseth, we do expect this IG report to really detail and go into what the Inspector General found about not only Hegseth's use of the Signal app, but also the level of classification of this information that he posted, as well as whether or not he did put American soldiers potentially at risk by communicating it this way. So we'll have to see ultimately what happens, but this is something that's hung over Hegseth for the last several months and almost will certainly continue to be a headache for him going forward.
All right, we'll see what happens when lawmakers get that classified information and what we as Americans will eventually see that is declassified. But it's just a shocking reminder of how fast news moves these days. I had totally forgotten about that Signal app. It seems like that was years ago. At the beginning of Secretary Hegseth's tenure, there's a question like, oh, is he going to survive this? Well, yeah, obviously he survived it. The president had his back. Will he survive this double tap thing? Probably. President still has his back. But it's a stark reminder of just how quickly the news cycle just churns and churns. It was off my radar. I'd totally forgotten about that Signal app controversy with the defense secretary and that Washington Post journalist that was inadvertently added. Anyway, there's the latest on that. All right, news, weather, and traffic in 3 minutes. When we come back, big talks yesterday in Europe between the United States delegation and the Kremlin. Vladimir Putin's left-hand man meeting with Kushner and Witkoff. What, if anything, came from those talks? We're going to check in with Tom Sufi Betterfield. Hopefully I pronounced that right. He's with ABC in Paris. He'll break down that developing story on the Russia-Ukraine peace talks. Social media is up and active at Mark Aram and at WSB Radio.
Yon virgin mother and child, holy infant, so tender and...
It's the end of the year. Time to look back and reflect. Look at all we did. But look at all the things we meant to do, but never actually did. After all those tipsy New Year's promises, you didn't join the gym. You didn't get around to reading War and Peace. And apparently, you didn't do anything about this garage door that's still not working right. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A quick repair will get your garage door back in shape, no matter how much you eat. No crazy diets, just a smooth, quiet door going up and down like it should. And after all of your friends have bailed on their gym memberships, you'll have a garage door that works like a charm for several New Years to come. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and I'll throw in my copy of War and Peace. I mean, who am I kidding?
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Each day at Ronald McDonald House Atlanta, we see caregivers walk through our doors with tear-stained faces, siblings with sleepy eyes from a long travel day, and the nervous yet brave smile of a child facing circumstances they can't yet understand. While these families are fighting for their children, we're here to help keep them strong. This is not just where they stay, it is where they're held. It is where they carry each other. Support families. Donate today at ronaldmcdonaldhouseatl.org.
'Tis the season. Have you gotten your flu shot? At All Care, our experienced flu specialists are dedicated to providing comprehensive and personalized care, from vaccines to testing to treatment. And you can walk right in to any of All Care's 15 Atlanta locations and access our unique combination of primary and immediate care under a single roof. For flu season and beyond, say goodbye to waiting for the doctor and say hello to All Care, a proud member of the Piedmont Clinically Integrated Network.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic,
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It's 9:30. I'm Judd Hickenbotham. News this half hour brought to you by Dr. Roof. Our top story, the two-day search is over this morning for a Rockdale County inmate who went missing earlier this week, starting in Atlanta. WSB's Graham Carroll says Timothy Shane remained one step ahead of investigators until deputies were alerted to a site south of Covington.
After setting up a perimeter, they captured Shane in the 9000 block of Morris Drive. Shane fled a mental health check at Grady Hospital early Monday and stole two vehicles and a gun during his time on the run. The trail led from downtown Atlanta to Henry County and then to Rockdale County.
It finally ends in Newton County. Shane had been said to be armed and dangerous during his time on the run. It is currently 37 degrees in Midtown Atlanta. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards says we'll see a mix of clouds and sun today, the high getting into the low 50s. That makes it the warmest day of the work week. We'll see the rain chance go up later on this week. Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is coming up. Well, high-tech crime fighting is getting a boost in Brookhaven.
The Brookhaven City Council decides to fund a permanent real-time operations center for the city's police department.
This has been a game changer. We've always been data-driven as a police agency.
Chief Brandon Gurley says things like drones and license plate readers are making a real dent in crime.
Shoplifting specifically has gone up to over 70% of clearance on cases that the national average is 30%.
He says now they'll be able to build out a new space to centralize all the technology and bring their analysts and intelligence officers together. Jennifer Perry, 95.5 WSB.
It remains one of the great aviation mysteries of all time, and it happened almost 12 years ago. Now the search for Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 is set to resume.
Malaysia's Transport Minister Anthony Loki announced the U.S.-based deep-sea robotics firm Ocean Infinity will pick up the hunt on December 30th. The Boeing 777 with 239 people aboard disappeared on March 8, 2014, while flying from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing.
Michael Wallace reports Malaysia will pay Ocean Infinity $70 million, but only if it finds the wreckage in the southern Indian Ocean. What does this say about the housing market? It seems about 20% of home buyers in Atlanta are ghosting sellers.
More home purchase agreements were canceled in Atlanta in September, equal to 19% of homes that went under contract that month. According to Redfin data, that's up from 16.5% a year earlier. It's tied with San Antonio for the second highest cancellation rate in the nation, behind leader Tampa. Housing costs are high and economic jitters are in the air, leading some buyers to leave sellers in a lurch. More than 70% of the deals that fall through do so during the inspection. I'm Bloomberg's Courtney Donahoe for 95.5 WSB.
Maybe it's just fine being a kid these days. A new survey finds the average American child is raking in about $52 per month in allowance. Adjusted for inflation, that's about $36 more than what their parents actually received when they were kids. The average parent believes keeping your room clean deserves $10. Getting an A on a report card is worth at least $13. The Tooth Fairy is not immune either, now doling out about $9 per tooth. It is 9:33 as we check your money. Mixed bag on Wall Street. The Dow is about flat right now. S&P and NASDAQ are both down slightly. Now live team coverage of traffic and weather. Starting the WSB 24-hour traffic center and Mike Shields.
And Judd, getting very slow on the west side perimeter. The DOT reporting right lane road work on 285 northbound. The interloop getting past I-20 and seeing heavy delays form southbound. So maybe issues there as well. 285 southbound as you approach I-20, the West Freeway. Delays start back around South Cobb Drive. Northbound delays start back around MLK Jr. Drive. So slow in both directions on I-285 between I-20 and Hollowell Parkway. If you're avoiding the west side perimeter or making your way through downtown Atlanta, we had a crash move off to the right, 7585 northbound at University Avenue. Southbound volume continues leaving 17th Street, getting past Georgia Tech. I'm Mike Shields, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. A mix of sun and clouds today, high 51, lows tonight in the low 30s. Tomorrow becoming mostly cloudy with an isolated rain shower possible, high 49. Heavy rain on Friday with cold temperatures, highs in the mid-40s.
It is currently 36 degrees in Holly Springs, 36 in Lawrenceville, 37 degrees in Midtown Atlanta at 9:34. More news at 10, breaking news when it happens. I'm Judd Hickenbotham, 95.5 WSB.
All the notifications you need.
This story developing in Marietta.
All the local and breaking news alerts you need.
We're following breaking news in Atlanta.
All in one place.
The 95.5 WSB app.
Download it today.
We've only just begun striking narco boats.
and
Secretary
putting
Hegseth
narco-terrorists-
yesterday said we've only just begun striking narco boats. Another big international story, the Russia-Ukraine talks. We'll get the latest from Europe in 2 minutes on the Mark Arum Show.
Considering a new roof? FGA Roofing offers a free roof assessment. Mention Tim Andrews and your free quote will be discounted $750. And that's good for 1 year. Ask about their 0% financing plans. Visit FGARoofing.com for a quote today.
Hi, I'm Dylan, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a customer service specialist, I love helping couples find their dream engagement ring. And guess what? I just got engaged, so it was fun to create one myself. First, my fiance tried on a bunch of ring styles and she was drawn to a classic diamond pave setting. Then we looked at different diamond shapes from pear to oval to cushion. She fell in love with a princess cut. At Shane Company, you can create a one-of-a-kind ring and get it in days, not weeks. Because a friend wants you to have a magical holiday proposal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Mark Arum here. My friends at Rocco's European Garage once again stepping up for the 35th annual Clark's Christmas Kids, helping make sure every child in Georgia's foster care system wakes up with presents this Christmas. Thank you to the team at Rocco's European Garage.
It's the holiday season at D. Geller & Son Jewelers, and we're bringing you 3 weeks of wonder. Special merchandise, special events, and very special savings all December long. This week, it's Christmas in color, with 15% off all precious gemstones, rich green emeralds, deep red rubies, and brilliant sapphires in all shapes and colors. Choose from an amazing selection of earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and rings, all at 15% off now through Sunday. Come shop with us in Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
Whether it's a slip that ends in a slip disc, a trick knee that's holding you back, or shoulder pain hurting your game, you can count on Northside Hospital Orthopedics. With leading care in Georgia at convenient locations all across the state, we're here to get you back on your feet, no matter what comes your way. Because Georgia moves us, and we keep Georgia moving. Find a provider near you at northside.com/ortho. That's northside.com/ORTHO.
Had a very shiny nose.
Prince William's wife, Catherine, the Duchess of Cambridge, is expecting a baby. A palace statement said the pregnancy was in its early stages and that the Duchess had been admitted to hospital with acute morning sickness.
13 years ago today, Buckingham Palace announced there'd soon be a new member of the royal family. Prince George was born. He is now second in line for the throne. That means after his dad? So he is...
Yeah, it's William, then George.
He's the heir, not the spare.
Right.
Yes. By the way, Ashley Frasca is wrapping up watching The Crown.
She told me, yes.
Yeah, she was hit hard when Princess Di died. Even though she knew Princess Di died.
It was still shocking.
It was still shocking. Oh, by the way, before we get to the Russia-Ukraine war, I just finished Patriot, the second season.
Oh, yeah. How was it?
Deborah, you got to watch this show. This
Okay.
is a Deborah show. I love it. It's one of the best shows I've seen in a long time.
Give me the synopsis again.
It's about an intelligent officer posing as just a regular company guy.
Like a spy?
He's a spy, but
Okay.
he's trying to play a regular Joe at this company in Milwaukee.
So it's
And
kind of like The Americans?
it's funny. It's great. Everyone, I recommend it fully. Patriot. It's old. It's from 2018.
What streaming platform?
It is on Amazon.
Okay.
It is on Amazon. All right. Yeah. I mean, it's a Deborah show. You're gonna thank me.
Well, if it's in Milwaukee, for sure.
Exactly. I was like, this is such a Deborah show. Music, Milwaukee, espionage. All right, let's continue our team coverage of the Russia-Ukraine talks. Joining us from ABC News, international correspondent in Paris, Tom Sufi Betteridge. Tom, good morning. Yesterday on the show, we were still awaiting the meeting between the U.S. delegation and the folks from Kremlin trying to get a peace deal done between Russia and Ukraine. Did that meeting eventually take place? And if so, do we know what happened in said meeting?
Yeah, Mark, we know that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner met with Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, and his key advisors for 5 hours, according to the Kremlin. They say that they discussed with the U.S. Delegation several versions of this U.S. peace plan, which the U.S. has been basically negotiating with the Ukrainians and to some extent with the Europeans as well in previous days and weeks. Now, the Russians are saying they didn't get into specifics in terms of the wording, but they looked at the kind of essence of what was in the American proposals. And they said that they agreed to some things, but they were critical of other elements in there, which basically they said were unacceptable. And so just to summarize, I mean, effectively what we're getting from the Kremlin is we want to keep talking about this peace process, but at the moment we're seeing absolutely no indication that Russia is willing to end its war in the near term. and also move away from its maximalist demands. For example, Russia is demanding that Ukraine cede even more of its territory than Russian forces currently occupy.
Now, Tom, I guess it was a couple of Fridays ago we got that leaked memo that showed the 28-point plan that was originally, we assume, proposed by the Kremlin, and obviously that was shot down. But have we got any details of what the revised U.S. plan entails?
Look, we have a sense. I mean, we know that it's no longer 28 points. It went down to about 20 points, according to Ukrainian officials over the last week or so. They've confirmed that. Exactly what's in the wording of the latest version of the plan, we do not know. But we know from Ukrainian President Zelensky that the toughest issues are territory, and Ukraine is only willing to make concessions on territory if it gets major security guarantees from its European partners, which Europe is willing to do. But the Europeans have been saying in recent days that they'll also be negotiating with the U.S. administration what role the U.S. could play. Now, look, European countries are saying we'll put troops into Ukraine, we'll put planes on standby in neighboring countries, and we'll put ships in the sea, the Black Sea, to guarantee Ukraine's security and ensure Russia doesn't reinvade again. But the Europeans and the Ukrainians also want some kind of backstop guarantee from the Trump administration that if Russia were to attack in a significant way, that the U.S. would play some kind of role. But those negotiations are still to be hammered out.
Tom Soupy Burridge from ABC joining us on the Mark Arum Show. Reading into the coverage from ABC on these talks, apparently Vladimir Putin yesterday accused Europe of trying to block the entire peace process and warned that Russia is ready to fight a war if Europe seeks one. That's pretty stark.
Yeah, look, yes, it is. I think, what I think is true is that the Kremlin sees daylight between Europe and the United States since Donald Trump got reelected and came back into power. I think that is what the Kremlin wants to exploit. It wants to exploit a difference of opinion between those two, traditional allies for decades. And look, threats from the Kremlin are nothing new. These declarations by Vladimir Putin were particularly bellicose. I mean, not only did he say, if Europe decides to go to war with us. I mean, look, Europe doesn't have any plan to go to war with Russia. It has a plan to defend itself against Russia and help Ukraine defend itself from Russia. But if Europe goes to war with us, Putin said, we're ready for it right now. He also said, he was asked about recent Ukrainian attacks on oil tankers, which are not registered as Russian, but they are moving sanctioned Russian oil around the world. And Ukraine used these explosive boats, autonomous boats, to ram into these couple of oil tankers in recent days. Putin put out a very stark warning on that as well. He said, basically, if that continues, he'll consider taking reciprocal measures against Ukraine's allies. That seemed to be a warning to European countries that Russia might even consider attacking commercial vessels pertaining to Europe if those kind of attacks continue. So there is a risk that in the world of these peace negotiations, there is still a risk that the war with Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, could escalate further.
Final question for you, Tom. So yesterday you mentioned it was a 5-hour meeting with the delegation of the United States, a real estate attorney and a real estate investor, representing the United States, going off on the Kremlin. Do we know if those talks will continue today or in the near future?
Yeah, we know that the Ukrainian delegation are going to Brussels, so they are meeting with their European partners. There is a big meeting of European foreign ministers, and the deputy Secretary of State for the U.S. is going to be there, but Marco Rubio himself is not going to be present. There is talk about potential meetings in the near future, but those haven't been confirmed. I think for the Russians, they are also playing the card of saying to the U.S., look, why don't we do business? Why don't we have big economic partnerships going forward? That's a card that they've played consistently. Putin has been using his key advisor, who was educated at Stanford and Harvard, Kirill Dmitriev. He's been, cultivating this very close relationship with Steve Witkoff, and he was in the room at the talks yesterday. But I think that's the key question now. Where will the Trump administration move on this next? Will they look to put more pressure on Ukraine to exert more try and get some more concessions out of the Ukrainians and the Europeans? Or will they double down on their pressure on Russia? They just put new sanctions on the two biggest Russian oil companies. Will there be more kind of pressure like that from the United States to try and actually get Vladimir Putin to come to the table and make significant concessions to actually make a deal possible?
Tom Soupy Burridge, ABC News, great insight. Appreciate your time, Tom.
Thanks, Mark.
getting more dubious. There's just too many red lines. There's red lines for Ukraine. There's red lines for Russia. There's red lines for Europe. There are red lines for the United States. I don't know how Kushner and Witkoff can manage. It's an impossible. I want to say it's an impossible task. It's just an impossible task right now. So I don't know how this war ever ends without massive concessions or a huge military victory from either side. Anyway, we will update the Russia-Ukraine peace talks throughout the day here on 95.5 WSB. Coming back to Atlanta, when I saw the headline, Deborah, I was like, oh, that's crazy. But then I'm like, oh, no, that makes sense. Traffic fatalities here in Metro Atlanta outpace homicides. Like the headline's like, oh, my, but doesn't make sense. Like there's traffic, there's so many folks on the roads in Metro Atlanta compared to how many homicides there. What's the disparagement between the numbers?
Well, so I don't think any of us are surprised to hear this. Most of us have to commute here, and that's probably where we see the worst things on the road. So, but traffic fatalities in 5 big counties here. So Clayton, Cobb, DeKalb, Fulton, and Gwinnett, they totaled 425 fatalities last year, and homicides. Wow. Now, homicides is not a small number when you think of homicides, but that came in at 410. So I guess crime-wise, that's good, but I mean, you can control
Those
how
are
you
horrible
drive.
Numbers, though.
We can control how we drive. We can slow down. We cannot try to clip people. Homicides, that's kind of a different thing. We can control how we drive.
Last year in the 5 big counties,
yes,
425 people died in traffic accidents.
Yes.
And 410 were killed in homicide.
And homicides.
Those are huge. The homicide number is a lot bigger than I thought it was.
And that's down from it has been other years.
Good grief. I know. I never want to leave the house now. Jeez Louise.
You don't anyway.
I do. I have to come to work twice a day. Speaking of traveling, Brian Kemp, the governor of the great state of Georgia, is now traveling to, or set to travel to, or is currently in.
He's set to travel to Panama.
What's going on with Governor Kemp in Panama?
Well, they're going to talk about the Panama Canal and how instrumental it is into the ports that we have here in Georgia, right? The Savannah Port and the Brunswick Port, they're really big with shipments that come in. They bring in over $200 million, and a lot of that stuff comes straight out of the Panama Canal. Yeah.
All right, so this just validates my hypothesis that Governor Kemp, his next move, he's going to be Secretary of State one day. Like, he's doing all this world travel to Asia, to Panama. Like, he is really strengthening his international bona fides. Bona fides. I don't know how you pronounce it. But he's now going to... I can't time this. I'm such a horrible disc jockey. There we go. Safe travels. I believe the First Lady's going with him as well.
Yes, Marty Kemp will be along for the ride.
All right. I feel better about my theory that Governor Kemp is eventually going to be Secretary of State. Not of Georgia, but of these United States. 9:48 on the Mark Arum Show. Oh, Mike, I don't know if you heard those traffic fatality numbers last year in the 5 major counties. 425 deaths on the roads, man. That's horrible.
That is, and hopefully we can all work together to improve that. Right now, things starting to improve on the west side perimeter, Mark. If you're traveling 285 southbound the outer loop, approaching I-20 at the West Freeway, had a crash clear, but on the other side of the roadway, we have right lane roadwork set up. 285 northbound as you approach Donald Lee Hollow Parkway. Delays leaving I-20. Traffic Trooper John just called in and told us of a stalled out tractor trailer in the second left lane, 85 southbound at Pleasant Hill Road. And I see the delays starting to grow as you leave Highway 316, so watch out for lanes being blocked as you leave Duluth trying to get into Norcross. This report is brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies, and services. They get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples, that was easy. I'm Mike Shields, 95.5 WSB.
Eric Erickson.
Informative and topical when you want
And
it.
he's involved in keeping Chinese communist students at American University.
And a break when you need it.
I forgot to leave food out for the cat. Can you go check on the cat?
Eric Erickson.
By belittling other people, you show your tribal loyalty.
Today, starting at noon. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Our website has always been ngwindows.com, and now our company name is the same. It's Ted and Jonathan, and North Georgia Replacement Windows is now NG Windows.
Shorter name, same great stress-free experience. Our Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows are not big and bulky, and now neither is our name.
We love it so much we upgraded our jingle.
Infinity by Marvin from NG Windows, yeah!
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed right here on 95.5 WSB. Well, Chris, as you know, time just keeps on ticking. We're putting another year under our belt, so it seems like a really good time to take stock of our financial lives and put together that plan that's built to last.
There are occasions throughout the year where I feel like it's critical for people to engage their financial lives and get the information that they deserve from a financial advisory team. And this is one of those times, to be quite frank. So we ask that you call us if you have a minimum of $500,000 in your full portfolio. But we're going to do away with that minimum so that those folks can have an equal opportunity to understand what's in their portfolio as well. Now, you have to have some money, right? I can't help you to build your wealth at work, right? But I sure can help, I believe, with your 401k, IRA management. There's probably 2 or 3 things that'll surprise you that you may want to take action on. So the next 10 people that call in will work up either a portfolio x-ray, or if you feel like you need a full retirement plan, go to unleashyourmoney.com, click on portfolio x-ray, or click on full retirement plan. We think you'll be impressed enough, and we want you to become a client. There's no question about it. We believe that we are a very competent fiduciary advisory team, and we want to offer that to our listeners. Let Hoffman Financial Group actually show you how we perform, and I believe we perform at the pinnacle of this industry.
Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
Hey friends, it's Mark Aaron back from my pals at Reliable Heating and Air. Check it out. This season, Reliable Heating and Air is giving up to $2,000 cash back when you upgrade to a high-efficiency water heater and whole home water purification system. $2,000. You want to do one or the other? It's $1,000 cash back. Amazing. For my friends at Reliable, book your free consultation by going to reliableair.com. Stay warm, stay hydrated, stay paid with Reliable.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care, and here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Get that horse out of here. This is a radio station, dagnabbit. Welcome back to the Mark Arum Show. All Christmas music. Still have not heard what I think is the greatest Christmas song of all time. Longoria's going deeper and deeper. This is mainstream. This isn't like, oh, Lenny Kravitz Christmas album.
Mariah Carey?
No, it's not Mariah Carey. It's an old school classic. This is a good one, though. Turn it up, Longo. With you. All right, back to the important business of the day. Let me ask, because I know the answer, but I was shocked at this answer. Longoria, When do you think that our bodies pass a tipping point where we just can't bounce back like we used to? At what age?
Oh, wow. For me personally, it's probably like my 40s.
Yeah, I would say probably 45.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
where I was like, oh,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Vinny,
Yeah.
you're only 25, so you have a younger perspective.
Mm-hmm.
What point, age-wise, do you think our bodies reach a tipping point where we can't bounce back like we used to?
I think y'all said it, like 40.
Yeah.
Kevin Hart said 40.
Kevin Hart said, well, I mean, who's going to argue with Kevin Hart?
Who's going to argue with Kevin Hart?
Yeah. So I felt it at 45, like the aches and the pains.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We are way off.
Really?
Way off.
Like in the in the wrong way?
Yes, in the wrong way. Deborah, according to researchers, our body's tipping point is at what age?
75. Now, maybe it's the way that we're taking care of ourselves, or maybe it's former injuries, because I can tell you, like, I have a gymnastics injury, and as I got older, that hurts more. But 75, we don't heal as quickly from injuries. We might not feel like if you're sick, you have to take medicine, it doesn't kick in as quickly. So 70.
Oh, really? That's a thing?
Yeah, so we don't know. So we got a couple decades before we get there. But 75.
I'm already there.
That's
not
absolutely.
good. That's not good at all.
My tipping point was 7 years ago. Yeah. I felt it in my bones like, oh, this is not, I'm not the same person I used to. 70, that's nuts.
Yeah. I thought that's when you die.
That's
that's the tipping point for me at 75.
I'm gonna be in traction at 75. Interesting. All right, so fist bump to you, Lon.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah.
We're gonna go ahead and call
8 years ago this happened.
Fake news at that. I do want to update this story. There is a cease and desist order being levied by one party, and it regards
Freak Off Parties by Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
I just need an excuse to play the Austin Eller Freak Off sound. Sean Diddy, Puff Daddy, whatever you want to call him, he is issuing or requesting a cease and desist order against whom, Deborah?
Yeah, this is, of course, against 50 Cent, right? They've had this long rivalry. Maybe Vinny can explain that a little bit better. But Netflix dropped this documentary on Sean Combs. It's called The Reckoning, and it's produced by 50 Cent. And Shelly watched it. He called me, and he told me it was amazing. But it's like 4 parts, so I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, let me write that down. What is it called? It's called The Reckoning?
It's Sean Combs, The Reckoning. It's on Netflix. It just came out. I guess it came out like Tuesday at midnight or Monday at midnight, so that's why I haven't watched it yet.
So 50 produced a documentary against his arch nemesis.
Yes. And it apparently, then that's not even the big point. Like, I guess they know that they hate each other, right? But the thing is, like, he's using footage that he's not allowed to use, like stuff in court that Diddy hasn't signed off on. And 50's team is like, no, we've got all the okays and clearances to use it. So that's why he's trying to get Netflix to stop airing
All right,
it.
so the cease and desist is for Netflix to pull this from the platform.
Yes.
So we better watch it tonight. The Reckoning. That's a good title. That's a good title. I'm not even going to go into the conspiracy theories that I've heard about that. But Sean P. Diddy Combs, famous for
Freak Off Parties by Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
is issuing or requesting a cease and desist order. I don't think no one's ever cease and desisted me or requested a cease and
That's
desist.
good.
Yeah, that is
I had
good.
one as a blanket morning show once.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah.
All right, tell me off the air. Hey, we got news, weather, and traffic in 3 minutes. When we come back, did you know mortgage rates are dropping? I keep getting email from my my mortgage fella saying, hey, do you want to refinance yet, Chubbs? Why are the interest rates dropping on our mortgages, and what does it mean to you and me going forward? We're going to check in with Michael Sasso from Bloomberg News after news, weather, and traffic. And then Deborah's going to give you a chance to win tickets to see Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Your chance to win those tickets coming up at 10:17 right here on The Mark Arum Show.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Scott Slade from iRoofer FGA Roofing. Are you considering a new roof but unsure about timing? FGA offers a free drone roof assessment. Get a quote and mention me and you'll get $1,000 off your quote. And the quote will be good for 12 months. Search FGA Roofing to book an appointment today.
Come shop this weekend at the Lakewood 400 Antiques and Gift Show. You'll enjoy Christmas shopping like no other place in Atlanta. 500 booths brimming with amazing gifts and breathtaking Christmas decor. Don't miss it this weekend. 2 miles south of Cumming on Highway 9.
'Tis the season. Have you gotten your flu shot?
At All Care, our experienced flu specialists are dedicated to providing comprehensive and personalized care, from vaccines to testing to treatment. And you can walk right in to any of All Care's 15 Atlanta locations and access our unique combination of primary and immediate care under a single roof for flu season and beyond. Say goodbye to waiting for the doctor and say hello to All Care, a proud member of the Piedmont Clinically Integrated Network.
Happy Giving Tuesday, everybody. It's Mark Aram back with you as you give to all your favorite charities today. How about giving something to yourself? Talking to all the guys out there that have a receding hairline or bald spots or thinning hair, give yourself something special on this Giving Tuesday after you donate, of course, to the amazing charities. And check out my friends at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair offers the proven, guaranteed solution that regrows your hair where it's currently gone. Best yet, it's a quick, simple one-day treatment, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow for life. If you want to get your hair back, now's the time, and Advanced Hair is the place. Takes just one visit, but first, you need a free consultation. Schedule now, 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com. And if you move forward, you get $250 off plus 250 free grafts. One-day treatment, life-changing results, your own natural hair guaranteed to grow. Advancedhair.com. Give yourself something on this Giving Tuesday.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hi there, good morning. It is 10 o'clock. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news is sponsored by TE Certified Electrical Plumbing, Heating and Air. Our top story, captured. A days-long search for a missing inmate comes to an end in Newton County this morning.
When Timothy Shane fled a mental health check at Grady Hospital early Monday morning, the Rockdale Sheriff's Office noted his history of escape attempts. And for several days, he did stay one step ahead of deputies, stealing at least 2 vehicles and making his way from Atlanta to Henry County and then to an address in Rockdale County. The manhunt, though, ended after a reported sighting in a Newton County neighborhood where K-9 units helped pinpoint his location. Shane, who had been knocking on doors in the area, was captured in the 9,000 block of Morris Drive and now faces a lengthy list of new charges. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
All right, so your weather for today, a mix of sun and clouds, a little bit warmer today. Highs around 51, says WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. She'll have Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. But record cold is hitting parts of the country. Meteorologist Ginger Z is tracking.
The nor'easter twisting through New England. Heavy snow and ice slathering the roads. Dangerous conditions leading to hundreds of accidents from Missouri to Massachusetts.
Absolutely horrible, like terrible.
A little scary, a little slick out there. On I-35 outside Charleston, West Virginia, the cab of a semi-truck dangerously dangling from an icy highway bridge. The driver stuck inside for more than 5 hours. First responders finally pulling him to safety.
And she says record lows are expected in some places by Thursday. Lincoln, Nebraska, dropping to 1 below zero. In Brookhaven, the city council is dedicating more funding for a permanent real-time operations center to help fight crime. Police Chief Brandon Gurley says that it will be located within the existing public safety headquarters, and he says tools like this do help.
When we have a crime in progress, instead of sending police officers to the scene to take the report, in most instances with our drone first responder program, and camera network throughout the city, in most cases, we're able to get eyes on the offender as they are fleeing the scene.
Now, the resolution passed by the City Council dedicates up to $350,000 for construction of this real-time operations center. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is now trying to distance himself from the second strike on an alleged drug boat, and lawmakers from both parties calling the strike a war crime. Martha Raddatz has more from Washington.
The White House won't confirm or deny there were any survivors in that September operation, and the Pentagon also says no order to kill everyone was given. As recently as October, Hegseth claimed part of the objective was to kill those, he says, who were smuggling drugs into the country.
And so far, the U.S. has killed at least 83 people in multiple boat strikes across the Caribbean. Now lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are demanding oversight. Well, this could impact all of us. An announcement on new relaxed fuel economy standards expected later today from the Trump administration. Top executives from Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis have been invited to the White House for the event, where a rollback of Biden-era standards will reportedly be proposed by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. The former president required passenger cars and light trucks to have a fuel efficiency of around 50 miles per gallon by the year 2031. There were fewer stillbirths here in Georgia last year than the year before. That's according to new data published today from the CDC's National Center for Health Statistics. Overall, stillbirths dropped 2% across the nation, but there were still nearly 20,000 fetal deaths in 2024. That rate is the lowest it's been in decades, but the CDC says it's not a record low. More than 60% of stillbirth cases each year remain unexplained. Let's take a look at the market, see how your investments are working for you. The Dow right now is in positive territory, up 125 at 47,600. NASDAQ is down slightly, so is the S&P. It's time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Smile and Mark McKay joining us from the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
Morning, Sabrina. We just watched Cobb Police pull away from a pacing operation they had going between Whitewater and the South Loop on I-75 southbound. They were pacing all travel lanes southbound just below the North Marietta Parkway exit 265. They've shut their lights off. Traffic running again, although it's quite slow as you leave the Highway 5 region trying to get into the heart of Marietta. 85 is still on the brakes from Highway 316 down to Norcross, and construction slowing things outbound on I-20. Left lane knocked out with that road work on I-20 eastbound at Panola Road exit 71. Smile and Mark McKay, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. A mix of sun and clouds today, high 51, lows tonight in the low 30s. Tomorrow becoming mostly cloudy with an isolated rain shower possible, high 49. Heavy rain on Friday with cold temperatures, highs in the mid-40s.
It is 38 degrees right now in Holly Springs. Clarkston has 39. Sugar Hill has 40 degrees right now. We'll have more news at 10:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Welcome back to the show and a good Wednesday morning to you. Mark Aram here, you there. It's 10:05, 5 minutes after 10 o'clock. This is the Mark Aram Show, live Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon on 95.5 WSB. The Core Four with us today. Deborah, executive producer of the program, Longoria, the stoic Eskimo on the other side of the takeout window. Down South Vinny screens your calls. Coming up in 12 minutes, going to give you a chance to win tickets to see the Trans-Siberian Orchestra on December 14th. 30 minutes from right now, political analyst Stephen Lawson is going to join us live. A couple of mayoral races here in Metro Atlanta and results in from that special election in Tennessee. Nash Vegas. Stephen Lawson is going to break down all the results for us coming up in 30 minutes. Right now, though, I mentioned this before the news break, interest rates are dropping, and that could affect all of us right now as homeowners or potential homeowners. Covering the story from Bloomberg News and joining us live on the Mark Aram Show, it's Michael Sasso. Michael, good morning. Happy belated Thanksgiving, my friend.
Great to be here.
Very interesting reporting this morning on Bloomberg.com about interest rates sliding to 6.32%, which still, for a lot of the younger listeners who don't remember, double-digit mortgage rates, still seems pretty high, but it's trending in the right direction, correct?
I would say so, yeah. You can take every little nugget of good news that you can. I would say that it's been at that 6.3% level for about the last month or two now, but it is down from it. It kind of reached a peak of around 7% a year ago, and then it touched it again in the spring. So it's definitely an improvement over 7%.
So now it's a near 1 year low. What is causing the mortgage rates to drop here in the U.S.?
Well, I think some of it could be a demand. There's been a little bit of a less demand. It could be pushing down rates a little bit. Also, interest rates are a factor. When the Federal Reserve cuts rates, it does have somewhat of an impact, and it pushes down mortgage rates. But it's not a one-to-one. That's why, even though there has been some significant moves in the Federal Reserve cutting rates lately, it's not showing up in a one-to-one basis. You've not seen as big of a drop in mortgage rates, but there is an effect there. So it is a couple things.
Why not a one-to-one? If the Fed drops the interest rates a 0.25% or 0.5%, why don't we automatically see that with our mortgages?
Yeah, I'm not a huge expert on bonds and Treasury, but I understand that mortgage rates really move according to the 10-year Treasury bonds and yields on Treasury bonds and kind of what investors are expecting and where they think they can make a return on their money. So it's less affected by interest rates that the Fed sets and more about investor expectations and Treasury bonds.
Michael Sasso from Bloomberg News joining us live on the Mark Aram Show. We've been stalled on these job reports because of the government shutdown. But historically, the more jobs lost and the higher the unemployment rate goes, that tends to push the Fed in a direction of lowering rates. Is that what experts are expecting before we close out calendar year 2025?
Oh, what is the latest? I think I don't cover the Fed. I know I kind of watch it from afar. I don't know what the latest is. I know there's been a lot of push and pull on that. I don't know what the latest is, but there is a lot of concern about the labor market, as you said. It's been just a report out this morning that small businesses are cutting back on hiring. That would lead you to think the Fed might trim rates again. But at the other hand, there's this lingering fear of tariffs out there, that tariffs will boost inflation, and that would work against it. That would suggest maybe they'll keep interest rates a little higher. So there's this tug and push and pull going on, and I'm not exactly sure which way the Fed's going to go.
Understood. Those tariffs, obviously, waiting on the Supreme Court decision on that, on the legality of them. Michael Sasso, Bloomberg News. Michael, thanks so much for your time.
Sure thing.
There you go. I mentioned, so Deborah, we're not getting those monthly job reports yet because of the 45-day government shutdown. But we are getting reports from ADP. They're the paycheck folks, and they released some new numbers this morning. Matt Egan, what can you tell us?
This was an ugly report, right? This is really our first look at the November job market, and it is not looking good at all. So ADP says that the U.S. private sector lost 32,000 jobs in November. Now, not only is that much worse than the forecast, which was for a gain of 40,000, this is the biggest monthly job loss in the ADP report in 2.5 years. You got to go back to March of 2023. Now, when you look at the trend here, the good news, I guess, is that October was revised higher, but only slightly. What we do see is that, according to ADP, private payrolls, they fell in June, they fell in August, they fell in September, and now in November. So that means the private sector has actually shed jobs in 4 out of the last 6 months. Obviously, that's never a good sign. Now, when we look at the sectors, it's not all bad news, right? Some sectors, including healthcare, which has been a major source of demand for workers, continue to add workers, right? Another 33,000 last month. Leisure and hospitality also gaining some jobs as well. However, other parts of the service sector, including finance and information, lost jobs, significant amount of jobs, and then goods producing lost jobs as well. 9,000 jobs shed in construction. They've been hit by tariffs and immigration.
This is the exact opposite direction when you're talking about the whole goal of the trade war.
Yes, and this is continues a trend that we've seen, right? Manufacturing has lost jobs, according to the official government reports, month after month after month, which, to your point, is the exact opposite of those tariffs. One last point here. Look, normally investors put less weight on this ADP report because it kind of has a mixed track record at predicting those more important official government reports. But we're not getting,
that's all they got.
because of the government shutdown, right? We're not getting the complete October jobs report at all. We're not getting the November report until after the Fed meets next week. So this is really all Fed officials have to go by. And we know Fed officials have been divided, but I got to say, if you were on the fence about cutting interest rates, this report was weak enough where it's probably going to make more Fed officials be in favor of cutting interest rates because it's just not painting a very nice picture at all.
All right, so sad news that ADP reporting a $30,000 job loss, which is horrible, right? Especially going into holidays, losing your job is just awful. But if there is a silver lining to that ADP report, as Matt Egan mentioned, that's all the Feds have to go on right now. And that might prompt them to give us a bigger interest rate cut, which I know I've been waiting to refinance this house. Let's get it down below 6% so I can refinance and have enough money to buy Vinny breakfast on the daily. Yesterday was Giving Tuesday. I hope you all gave to your favorite charities. The big headline, though, Rory O'Neill joining us on the Mark Arum Show on this Giving Tuesday. Michael and Susan Dell announced that they've committed $6.25 billion to fund Trump accounts for some 25 American children. Very generous donation from the Dell family.
Yeah, don't worry. They're not going to be eating ramen for the rest of the year. They'll be just fine. I think they still leave about 180 billion left over. But incredibly generous donation to help fund these accounts, essentially adding about $250 to each of the accounts for kids under 10 years old. This is money that will be managed, and when they turn 18, will be available for them to use to pay for college tuition, to start a business, or even for down payment for a home.
So this money and the commitment is going to expand access to that seed money for eligible children too old to qualify for the $1,000 grants that are set to come from the Department of Treasury. To be honest, Rory, I have no children, so I have not been following this story about these $1,000 grants. Can you provide me additional details on when this is all going to go down?
Absolutely. So these are called Trump accounts. Clever. And they were actually included in the big, beautiful bill. So they are just coming online, and they're not really going to be available for applications until the 4th of July next year. But the website has been set up, so I'm going to tell you all the same stuff that's on the website under FAQs, but trumpaccounts.gov, not .com, but trumpaccounts with an S.gov has all the information about these investment accounts, essentially for babies born in the second Trump administration. So from January of this year through December of 2028, they can open up an account and have $1,000 bit of seed money donated into it. Now, what's being contributed by the Dell family, that's going to add another $250. And the idea is that to qualifying families, they have these accounts, and let's say you're having a baby and you have an employer. Well, that employer can say, "Oh, well, good luck with little Timmy. We're going to donate $500 into this fund as well." So they'll be open to have other contributions from philanthropists or other charities to help grow this money that's available 18 years down the road.
Interesting. Rory O'Neill joining us on the Mark Arum Show. So if you have a child after the second Trump administration, TBD whether these accounts will continue. Right now, it's just kids born between 2025 and 2028.
Well, right. Now, the accounts will continue, but it's whether or not that $1,000 in seed money is there. Hey, maybe it'll go up. Who knows? But, yeah, at least that's what was covered by the big, beautiful bill was this $1,000 to kick things off. And this is an emphasis, or an attempt, rather, to try to increase the birth rate in the U.S., which is down like many Western countries.
Yeah, and hopefully when these kids reach 18 and can access that money, they won't be saddled with student debt or everything we're seeing right now. One final question for you, Rory. The richest man in the world is Elon Musk. Might this generosity by the Dells prompt Elon Musk to match that and throw some more seed money into these Trump accounts?
Well, we love these kinds of competitions. We'd love to see him match it and then exceed it and let him be the bigger donor, right? I mean, that potentially could happen. But we heard at the press conference yesterday at the White House that they're encouraging more philanthropy, either by individuals or by corporations, to get more involved in this as well. Again, to start these kids off on a better path, because the fund also lets parents contribute up to $2,500 a year to it. So you really can have this mushroom into something that is a significant bit of change by the time this child turns 18.
I wonder if we can do this retroactively to babies born in 1973. That'd be fantastic.
Any in particular?
I don't know. I'm just freeballing. Rory, great stuff as always. Have a fantastic day, my friend.
Thanks, Mark.
I love the program, right? The earlier you can invest. I don't know, but I don't think my parents started one of those 529 child accounts for me when I was a kid. But to be able to build wealth as a baby, and even if you don't contribute any more to it, if you're getting $1,250 and just compound interest, and there's gonna be some unilateral oversight. I don't think it's going to be left up to the parents and be like, oh, I want to invest my kids' money in this. I think it's going to be a blanket like Trump baby fund or whatever. My only concern is the safeguard on that. And I don't mean to sound negative, but I'm envisioning a scenario, and it'd probably be a rare scenario, where there's a family that has a baby this year and they get the $1,250 in the Trump account, and it doesn't come to fruition until the kid's 18, where he can't access it. I know there are people out there that are going to try to get to that money. Almost like a title pawn kind of thing, where you bring in your title, where parents could sell. You know what I'm saying? I know, isn't that gross to think?
You mean, yeah.
But like, hey, my kid's got $2,700 in this account. I'll sign it over to you if you give me $1,200. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what safeguards are in there. That's just the pessimistic air I'm coming out right now. Like it's a great program, and that money could grow, and hopefully when the kid turns 18, they'll have money for trade school or college or whatever. I just want it to be protected from ne'er-do-wells, and those ne'er-do-wells might be the kids' parents. I'm just saying. All right, enough of that dark stuff. Let's give to the audience, Deborah.
All right, I got a pair of tickets to go see Trans-Siberian Orchestra, The Ghost of Christmas Eve, the best of TSO and more. That is at Gas South Arena on December 14th.
Fantastic. Vinny, let's do, I can't do 6-7 because we only have one pair of tickets. Let's do the 14th caller to 404-872-0750. 14th caller to 404-872-0750 wins a pair of tickets to see Trans-Siberian Orchestra on December 14th, courtesy of Deborah and the Mark Arum Show. 10:19 on the broadcast now, going to Atlanta's only 24-hour traffic center. Hello and good morning to Smiling Mark McKay.
Good morning, Mark. We are watching delays that are starting to ease up now between Kennesaw and Marietta for a while. Marietta police, Cobb police had been pacing I-75 southbound near Whitewater down to a crawl until they got to the South Loop, and then things magically opened up. They moved on, but there is still some slow traffic as you leave Barrett Parkway, working south toward Highway 5. 400, tap of the brakes out of Alpharetta, especially around Mansell Road, heading toward Holcomb-Bridge Road. Holcomb-Bridge Road is a mess eastbound between Roswell and Peachtree Corners due to construction set up just past the Chattahoochee River at Spalding Drive. This report sponsored by the Georgia Lottery. Hey, Georgia Mega Millions has just got an upgrade. Now with bigger jackpots, better odds to win, and built-in multiplier on every ticket. Drawings every Tuesday and Friday. Smiling Mark McKay, 95.5 WSB.
He's the guy at the desk next to you.
It's not as bad as it could be.
He's your co-pilot for the ride home.
Hey, the ladies are at home. Let's smoke cigars.
Eric Von Hessler.
Some sort of cultural affirmation. Yes, I am this kind of man.
Today at 3.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Some friends one time sent my wife and me Omaha steaks for Christmas, and they sent it to our old house. We had moved out of it and not yet sold it. Went to the house. I could smell the steak before I saw it. Didn't know who sent it to me. Called Omaha Steaks. Not only did they send me a brand new package to my house, they told me who had sent it to me so I could send a thank you note. It was incredible customer service. And I've been sending gifts from Omaha Steaks because how great their customer service is ever since. You can get the Sizzle All the Way sale right now, 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com, and you get an extra $35 off with promo code ERIC, E-R-I-C-K, at checkout. You can get incredible options. My wife began her love affair of caramel apple tartlets with that package. Omaha Steaks sent to us. You can, too. Get the fillets, get the New York strips, omahasteaks.com, 50% off right now, the Sizzle All the Way sale, $35 off extra with promo code ERIC at checkout, minimum order required, omahasteaks.com.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed. Chris, every week on the show, we offer folks something we call the Portfolio X-Ray. I was hoping you could walk us through that process and tell us why the information it uncovers is so powerful.
Yeah, so the reason we love doing the Portfolio X-Ray for you is we do that behind the scenes. Everybody's extremely busy. Nobody wants to waste time in traffic. If you call in, we will ask you for some information via the phone. Once you've given us that information, we go to work and we put all the hours in developing the report. And I commit this to you. The Portfolio X-Ray is eye-opening. At least 90+% of the time, we can find 2 or 3 golden nuggets in there that you were not aware of that we can either change in your current portfolio mix for you. It's called a 401k optimizer. Or if we manage the assets for you, we certainly can recommend how to diversify away from some of the troubling points that are exposed during the Portfolio X-Ray. Once we've got that, then we'll have you in for your initial consultation. We will present the Portfolio X-Ray to you and walk you through the high points of it. And that's a document that you get to take with you. It's like getting a financial physical. Mm-hmm. So how many of you avoided going to the doctor for the annual physical last year? You do the same thing with your financial life. You ignore it. You keep pumping money into your 401k. You hope that it's going well, and I can tell you that hope is not a good investment or financial planning strategy. You need to know. So if you want to know, Call us.
The Portfolio X-ray is complimentary. Give Hoffman Financial Group a call to schedule yours today. 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
Hey friends, it's Mark Aaron back from my pals at Reliable Heating and Air. Check it out. This season, Reliable Heating and Air is giving up to $2,000 cash back when you upgrade to a high-efficiency water heater and whole home water purification system. $2,000. You want to do one or the other? It's $1,000 cash back. Amazing. For my friends at Reliable, book your free consultation by going to reliableair.com. Stay warm, stay hydrated, stay paid with Reliable.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner at A1 Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one. Call A1 Garage Door Service, and you'll be smiling today.
A1Garage.com, A1 from day one.
It's the most magical time of the year. At Shane Company, we're feeling grateful for you. Since 1929, throughout 4 generations as a family business, we always put our customers first. My team and I handpick only the most beautiful diamonds and gemstones, ensure our jewelry is crafted with care, and provide an unmatched free lifetime warranty because we're in it for life too. From our family to yours, happy holidays. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Dave Baker here for Artisan Custom Closets. Ever been looking for your favorite sweater only to find it in the bottom of the pile in your master closet, sitting on a wire rack, and when you put it on, you look like a waffle? Wouldn't be that way if you had Artisan Custom Closets upgrade your closets. Your clothes would remain beautiful all year. Schedule your free design consultation today with a certified master artisan designer at artisancustomclosets.com and reward yourself with affordable luxury over the holidays. artisancustomclosets.com.
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand because the thing was on fire. It was exploded and
Pete
fires.
Hegseth yesterday, Defense Secretary at the Cabinet meeting. We'll continue our team coverage of the, quote, controversial double tap strike on the narco boats on September 2nd. Welcome back to the Mark Arum Show. Congrats to Jim and May Retta. He won a pair of tickets to see the fantastic
Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
December 14th, courtesy of the Mark Arum Show at 95.5 WSB. Coming up later in the show, we're going to talk to, I'm very excited, one of the heads of St. Vincent de Paul. They got a $5 million grant from the Bezoses on Monday, and what they're going to do with that $5 million. That was actually on Monday. It wasn't Giving Tuesday. On Monday, Deborah, we were starting to get some numbers when it comes to Cyber Monday totals. How much did Americans spend on Cyber Monday?
We spent a lot of money on Cyber Monday, and I didn't even buy anything.
Same.
So I
didn't buy a
contribute,
thing.
but we spent 7.1% more than was expected, about $14.2 billion online. Most of that was electronics, furniture, and toys.
I acted like an adult. I had this baseball card website up, and they sell cases of cards, blowout cards. Give them a shout out, and they had some great deals. And I'm like, no, be responsible. I didn't buy a single thing. Yeah, very proud of myself. All right, Sabrina's got your news, weather, and traffic in 3. When we come back, special election in Tennessee. We had mayoral elections in Metro Atlanta. The results are in, what it means. Political analyst Stephen Lawson live next on the Mark Arum Show.
Jingle bells time and jingle bell time, dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square, in the frosty air.
If you have a leaning brick porch, an uneven concrete driveway, a pool deck covered in cracks, or an uneven sidewalk you could trip over, you should get AquaGuard to come out and help you. Schedule a free visit today at aquaguard.net. Remember,
AquaGuard. Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
Happy Giving Tuesday, everybody. It's Mark Arum back with you as you give to all your favorite charities today. How about giving something to yourself? Talking to all the guys out there that have a receding hairline or bald spots or thinning hair, give yourself something special on this Giving Tuesday after you donate, of course, to the amazing charities. And check out my friends at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair offers the proven, guaranteed solution that regrows your hair where it's currently gone. Best yet, it's a quick, simple one-day treatment, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow for life. If you want to get your hair back, now's the time, and Advanced Hair is the place. Takes just one visit, but first, you need a free consultation. Schedule now, 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com. And if you move forward, you get $250 off plus 250 free grafts. One-day treatment, life-changing results, your own natural hair guaranteed to grow. Advancedhair.com. Give yourself something on this Giving Tuesday.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 10:30. Good morning. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news is sponsored by your Metro Atlanta AMCO dealers. This just in, a new report by a group that advocates for safer roads finds traffic fatalities outpaced homicides last year across Metro Atlanta.
Clayton, Cobb, DeKalb, Fulton, and Gwinnett counties recorded 425 traffic deaths in 2024 compared with 410 homicides. The report by Propel ATL finds DeKalb led the pack with 121 deaths. Fulton saw the most serious injuries caused by traffic crashes and the highest number of serious injuries of cyclists and pedestrians. The report points to racial disparities, with 61% of all traffic fatalities last year happening in predominantly black neighborhoods. Cheryl Castro, 95.5 WSB.
All right, so your weather for today, a mix of clouds and sun, a little warmer than we've been having. Afternoon highs around 51, says WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. She'll have Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast straight ahead. In case you're just joining us, escaped inmate Timothy Shane is back in custody this morning. He was captured south of Covington earlier today. He ran off while at Grady for a mental health evaluation and was on the run since Monday. We hope to find out more about his capture during a news briefing this afternoon. Check back for updates on that. Children born to mothers with eating disorders face a higher risk of asthma and wheezing. A study out of Europe today looked at women who had eating disorders before pregnancy and found that their children had a 25% higher risk of wheezing and asthma. It's believed that poor mental health and stress can disrupt a baby's lung development and immune system during pregnancy. Online shoppers may know about the scam called phishing, but there's a new one, and it has a funny kind of name.
It's called Quishing. Cybersecurity pros say it's a phishing scam done with QR codes. A mystery package comes in the mail with a QR code inside that looks harmless. Scanning it may take you to a fake website, stealing your personal information, or installing malware on your device.
And Sarah Walter says the FBI is warning that you need to ignore packages that were not expected and never scan a QR code from any unknown source. Nearly 20% of home buyers here in Atlanta are ghosting sellers.
More home purchase agreements were canceled in Atlanta in September, equal to 19% of homes that went under contract that month. According to Redfin data, that's up from 16.5% a year earlier. It's tied with San Antonio for the second highest cancellation rate in the nation, behind leader Tampa. Housing costs are high and economic jitters are in the air, leading some buyers to leave sellers in a lurch. More than 70% of the deals that fall through do so during the inspection. I'm Bloomberg's Courtney Donahoe for 95.5 WSB.
All right, while we're talking about money, your kids seem to be doing okay. A new survey finds the average American child is raking in about $52 a month in allowance. Adjusted for inflation, that's about $36 more than what their parents received when they were kids. The average parent believes keeping your room clean is worth $10, while getting an A on a report card is worth at least $13. And then the Tooth Fairy is now giving out about $9 a tooth. Let's take a look at the markets. The Dow right now is up 183 at 47,657. NASDAQ is down slightly, so is the S&P. It's time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Smiling Mark McKay in the 24-hour traffic center.
Sabrina, the second interstate to be paced this morning was the West Side Perimeter. 285 north of I-20. Stop and go as you approach Hollowell Parkway. Police were pacing just north of Bolton Road, exit 13. They've released that traffic now, so it'll start to improve. The Interloop will up toward Vinings and Smyrna this morning. It won't improve on the East Freeway until construction wraps up. Got a right lane blocked I-20 eastbound at Panola Road, exit 71. Delays almost back to Wesley Chapel means using Covington Highway. And a slow roll through the day today between Roswell and Peachtree Corners Norcross to construction eastbound Holcomb Bridge Road near the Chattahoochee River at Spalding Drive. Smile Mark McKay, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies today, warming up to a high of 51. Clear and cool tonight, lows in the low 30s. Tomorrow, clouds roll back in with a few isolated rain showers, high 49. Heavy rain on Friday, staying cold with highs in the mid-40s.
It is 41 degrees in Canton. Smyrna has 39, 42 in Winder. We'll have more news at 11 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Where you going is a given. How you're getting there?
Well, that's the question.
We will start to see some delays if they shut that ramp down on 285 East.
Before you hit the navigation
You're
app.
going to be slowing right around Hudson Bridge Road.
Listen to the people you can trust.
And really slow out of Ackworth into Emerson.
Updated traffic as often as you need it every time you listen.
We had a lot going on this morning through Henry County.
More experience, more reliable, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, triple team traffic.
95.5 WSB. How Atlanta gets there.
Tonight we showed running from Trump is how you lose. Running with Trump is how you win.
Congressman-elect Republican Matt Van Epps, the new congressman for Tennessee's 7th District, what his election portends for the midterms. Political analyst Stephen Lawson live in 2 minutes on the Mark Arum Show.
Hey folks, it's Scott Slade with another great tip from my friends at Myland, Atlanta's local experts for home loans. So many people have credit card balances they don't pay off every month, which makes holidays more stressful than they could be or should be. The guys at Myland say a great product to use to reduce the amount you pay is a home equity line of credit, or HELOC. This allows you to use the equity in your home to pay off high-interest credit card debt without touching your first mortgage. HELOCs are typically easier and faster to close than a full mortgage, so you can expect to get cash much faster. Whether you want to pay off debts or handle large expenses, HELOCs could be a great tool to use. To find out if one is right for you, call Myland at 770-817-2000. That's 770-817-2000. Or online at myland.com. Spell it M-I-L-E-N-D. And please tell them I sent you. NMLS Georgia Residential Mortgage Licensee 148769, located at 8995 Westside Parkway, Alpharetta, Georgia 30009. Myland is an equal housing lender.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-2798.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-2798. That's 800-575-2798.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Said the night wind to the little land.
Our victory was powered by supporters of President Trump turning out to vote. The president built the largest, most diverse coalition to ever elect a Republican, and we leaned in on that.
That's Republican Matt Van Epps, next congressman in Tennessee. Special election held yesterday. $5 million spent by both sides on this special election. The results are in. What does it all mean? Joining us live, as he does every Wednesday at this time, our good friend, political analyst Stephen Lawson. Stephen, I hope you had a great Thanksgiving, buddy.
I did. It'd be nice to have some of that $5 million, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, $3 million for the Republicans, $2 million for the Democrats for this special election in the Nashville district of Tennessee. President Trump won the district, I think, by 22 points in the presidential election. How big was Van Epps' margin of victory here? Do we know?
Yeah, it was about 9 points. And so, again, I think that obviously that discrepancy is something that Democrats are pointing out. As you pointed out, Mark, this was a national race, right? Lots of attention, lots of money. These are always weird, these special elections, right? Especially when it's so nationalized, there's so much money coming in. But I think it's very clear that right now this is a warning sign for Republicans. I think this is the second or third special election across the country we've seen where the Republican has underperformed, the Democrat has overperformed. I think there's some flashing yellow lights. We've talked about it on your show about this issue around affordability. Inflation is continuing to kind of drag on. People are feeling that in their health care and their energy costs at the grocery store. And so that, I think, was a through line in this special election. And it's going to be something, regardless of President Trump. I know Matt Van Epps was saying, we ran with Trump. Republicans have to run on the issue of tackling affordability. If they don't, they're going to see election results that are much worse than this come November.
Yeah, for certainty there, definitely. But, Democrats also not happy with, they might have been happy that their candidate only lost by 9 points in the Trump 22+22 district. But a lot of criticism on the candidate that the Democrats put up there, Afton Ben, who is, by all accounts, extremely liberal. And the Democratic power broker saying we would have had a better chance or maybe even won if we had a more centrist Democrat run for this seat.
Yeah, certainly. Hindsight's always 20/20. This was a very, very far left progressive candidate that they ran. But again, I think this is a streak running through the Democrat Party in many instances. We've seen this here in Atlanta with a couple of city council members. We've seen it in the state legislature on a couple of members here, and there's this streak, right? We saw it with Mondani in New York City. There is this wing of the Democrat Party that is continuing to take them further to the left. I think that is to their detriment. And certainly, there's going to be a lot of probably Wednesday morning quarterbacking on the quality of candidate that they ran in this Nashville congressional race. It will be interesting to see come next November, do they run her again? Or do they look, to your point, to a more moderate candidate to try to give them a little better shot in November?
So I just want to break in, Stephen, some breaking news out of D.C. A judge has ordered the accused National Guard shooter held without bond. That is just breaking right now, that horrific shooting of the two National Guard soldiers, one deceased, one still in critical condition. The suspect injured, and he's being held without bond. So that just popped. Nothing to do with the Tennessee race or the midterms, but I just wanted to pass that along to you and the listeners. No bond for the accused National Guard shooter there in the District of Columbia. Stephen, let's move things locally. Big win for the Republican candidate in the Sandy Springs mayoral race. Rusty Paul wins there. Mayor of Roswell, though, goes to a Democrat, so kind of mixed results there in North Fulton County.
Yeah, obviously you mentioned Rusty Paul, longtime mayor of Sandy Springs. I think generally, by most accounts, people look at Sandy Springs as a model for a metro city in terms of how it's been run, the growth that's happened there, and all of the exciting economic development projects. I think Rusty Paul was clearly rewarded for that. He won really in a blowout against, again, another very progressive Democrat candidate, somebody who had the support of Stacey Abrams. And so I think you see that dichotomy kind of played out. And then to your point, in Roswell, Kurt Wilson going down, there was a lot of questions about some transparency around decisions he made around some trees around some historical markers in the city. Clearly, there was a lot of voter dissatisfaction there. And again, I think really all politics is local, right? People that are residents of these communities, that are living in these communities, each decision that elected officials make at the local level can have reverberations in their elections, and that's what they are judged by, and I think that was the case last night.
Yeah, what I find interesting, because you think of Sandy Springs, at best, it's a very purple city, right? I would say it's pretty equally spread Democrats and Republicans. I don't have the data to back that up, but just covering, politics in North Fulton and Sandy Springs, it seems like a purplish district. But Rusty Paul got 70% of the vote, which was a big number as far as I was concerned.
Yeah, and clearly he said in his remarks last night at his victory speech that was in large part because of Democrats crossing over to vote for him. And I think you're absolutely right, Mark. Sandy Springs is sort of a microcosm, I think, of where our state is right now in terms of this purple area. I still think that, all things being equal, we are a center-right state, but certainly we're a battleground state and where we've got a lot of diverse populations. But at the end of the day, whether you're running statewide, but particularly in local elections, competency matters, good governance matters, and I think that's why voters of all ideologies rewarded Rusty Paul last night.
Yeah, and I wonder if that crossover vote, it's a local election, right? So it matters the most to them. If we'll see more crossover votes in the midterms, on the statewide races, et cetera. Speaking of the statewide races, Senator, I'm already promoting you. Senator Stephen Lawson joining us on the Mark Arum Show. President Trump took to Truth Social yesterday to weigh in on the governor's race here in Georgia, sharing some sort of a poll that has Burt Jones, lieutenant governor, with 47% of the vote. Chris Carr, a distant second at 16%. I mean, President Trump obviously wants Burt Jones to win. Do we know anything about these poll numbers that the president shared?
Yeah, this was from really an online poll that an activist had done a couple months ago. Very small sample size, not extremely scientific. And again, you mentioned the president sharing that poll showing the lieutenant governor way out in front with 40-something%. Look, I think the lieutenant governor is in a really good spot in that race. I definitely think he's winning. I'm not sure he's winning by that much. The recent AJC poll, I think, had him around 25%, and Brad Raffensperger at 13 or 15%. I think it's probably somewhere in there. He may be doing a little better than that, but that's probably where that race is. But clearly, as you mentioned, I think all things being equal, it's just another good publicity bump for the lieutenant governor and reminds Republican voters that he does have the endorsement of the president.
Yeah, and it's an interesting line, right? Because the president's approval ratings are falling, right? It's the lowest at this point in his second term, but he is still the major kingmaker of the Republican Party, and such a vocal endorsement of Burt Jones is going to go a long way when it comes to that Republican primary.
It is, yes. He, as you mentioned, Mark, he is the decider. He is the end-all, be-all. His endorsement is in a Republican primary, and so that will be something to keep an eye on. How much does that continue to boost the lieutenant governor? I think that ultimately will. But again, we've talked about in your show, Brad Raffensperger is a force to be reckoned with. He's won a very significant statewide election. And it'll be very interesting to see how those two go toe-to-toe next spring.
Yeah, we'll see if Secretary of State can get some Democrats to vote in that Republican primary, speaking of crossover voters, because he certainly had some in the last election. All right, we did a whole segment, Stephen. I didn't bring up Secretary Hegseth, so kudos to both of us for not even discussing the narco boat strikes today.
Hey, that's a win. That's a win.
Win-win. Stephen, you can find all his work and efforts at Dentons.com. Stephen, as always, a pleasure. Great insight, my friend.
Great to be with you, sir.
There you go. Political analyst Stephen Lawson joins us every Wednesday here on the Mark Arum Show. When we come back, we're going to update our top local stories, including the capture of that Rockdale County fugitive. officially in custody. Right now, let's check the ride around town. What's the current hot spots or hot spot, Mark McKay?
It's about construction, as you know, Mark. This time of day, I-20 slow rolling out toward Lithonia and Stonecrest. That road work is being done on I-20 eastbound right at Panola Road, exit 71. And it's been pretty rough and will continue to be slow as you work your way out of Roswell into Peachtree Corners and Norcross due to road work on the eastbound lanes of Holcomb Bridge Road at Spalding. The traffic pacing on the west side perimeter has wrapped for now on the Interloop. That's recovering. 285 north leaving I-20, working past Bolton Road, exit 13. Smiler Mark McKay, 95.5 WSB.
Clark Howard here. And each year we set a goal to provide gifts for every child in foster care across the state of Georgia. And we can't do it without you. Join me at 3 different Walmarts across Metro Atlanta December 7th, 13th, and 14th for our 35th annual Clark's Christmas Kids. Help make Georgia foster kids' Christmas wishes come true. For more information about how you can donate and for Walmart store locations, visit WSBradio.com.
You know Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen, Comet and Cupid and Rufus. What the? Dave Baker here. Findlay Roofing, the Roof guys, and Rufus are proud to support Clark's Christmas Kids again this year. Findlay will donate $100 from every roof replacement between now and December 14th. They're committed to donate at least $15,000 to Clark's Christmas Kids. Santa is so proud, and Rufus is proud too. Schedule your free roof analysis at FindlayRoofing.com.
Each day at Ronald McDonald House Atlanta, we see caregivers walk through our doors with tear-stained faces, siblings with sleepy eyes from a long travel day, and the nervous yet brave smile of a child facing circumstances they can't yet understand. While these families are fighting for their children, we're here to help keep them strong. This is not just where they stay, it is where they're held. It is where they carry each other. Support families. Donate today at ronaldmcdonaldhouseatl.org.
Hey guys, are you striking out in the bedroom? Because pills like Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra just don't work anymore. Here's how Choice Men's Health is solving PE and ED issues. Meet Dr. Katz, the expert in men's health.
Hi, I'm Dr. Katz, Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Choice Men's Health offers safe, custom-blended medications designed to fit your needs. There is no pain or surgery. It doesn't matter how old you are or if you have diabetes, high blood pressure, or prostate issues. Not a problem. It's safe and affordable for everyone. You'll see results in 15 minutes guaranteed, or you don't pay anything. Solve the problem of ED and PE now.
For a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are free. Call now, 404-400-1170. That's 404-400-1170 to claim your initial consultation and first treatment for free. Call Choice Men's Health now, 404-400-1170.
It's the holiday season at D. Geller & Son Jewelers, and we're bringing you 3 weeks of wonder. Special merchandise, special events, and very special savings all December long. This week, it's Christmas in color, with 15% off all precious gemstones, rich green emeralds, deep red rubies, and brilliant sapphires in all shapes and colors. Choose from an amazing selection of earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and rings set with hand-selected gemstones, all at 15% off now through Sunday. These gems are so much more than birthstones. They're timeless symbols of celebration and love for today's treasures and tomorrow's heirlooms. Wrap their favorite color in gold and give something precious this holiday season. It's Christmas in color, the start of 3 weeks of wonder at D. Geller & Son Jewelers, all December long. Atlanta's holiday destination since 1939. Come shop with us in Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
Affordable jewelry for everyone is at D. Geller & Son.
It's the end of the year. Time to look back and reflect. Look at all we did. But look at all the things we meant to do, but never actually did. After all those tipsy New Year's promises, you didn't join the gym. You didn't get around to reading War and Peace. And apparently, you didn't do anything about this garage door that's still not working right. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A quick repair will get your garage door back in shape, no matter how much you eat. No crazy diets, just a smooth, quiet door going up and down like it should. And after all of your friends have bailed on their gym memberships, you'll have a garage door that works like a charm for several New Years to come. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and I'll throw in my copy of War and Peace. I mean, who am I kidding?
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs.
That was the new update yesterday on that controversial double tap strike on the narco boat in the Caribbean on September 2nd. Great. This is a great Christmas song. Keep it going, Longoria, but not the greatest of all time, in my opinion. Is it weird that I'm playing like Secretary Hegseth cuts over these Christmas classics?
It does feel a little odd,
Yeah, I apologize for that. But we'll continue to update the narco boat controversy here throughout the day on 95.5 WSB. Bad news if you are in college right now, recently graduated college, because a number of traditionally solid degrees in the job market are no longer solid anymore, including what I graduated from college with.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a degree in journalism and communications. Not the best degree to have these days.
Apparently, those both make the list of degrees that are losing their appeal in the job markets. It doesn't exactly say, like, if this is on your resume, people turn their nose at you, but it's just, I guess, these degrees don't have the same pull as they did a couple years ago. And a lot of them are in the arts. That's sad.
Before you get to the list, Vinny, what did you major in?
Mine is on the list.
What did you major in?
Music business specifically.
AI is going to kill you. Sorry about that. That's
Not the business, just maybe the music.
Yeah.
Not the business.
music though. Yeah.
Go back and major in accounting.
Yeah.
Or HVAC repair. All right, the degrees that no longer have the staying power.
All right, film and media studies, which is shocking because here we have Hollywood of the South.
Absolutely.
Here, right? Communications, you mentioned that. Also journalism on there. Art history, fashion design, music. Yeah. What?
Art history.
Art history, yeah.
It's a great degree to have. You learn a lot. But what can you, aside from being a museum curator, what can you do with an art history degree?
So, teach. So my degree is fine art, which is basically the same as art history. And it's kind of the background for like graphic design, magazine layout, all the stuff that go. Yes, Photoshop. But it kind of gave you the background principles to the rest of the art world. Because I am not an artist. I'm never going to sculpt anything. I can't paint anything.
Never say never.
I know my talents.
Okay.
But like having the background to do the rest of it is kind of what art history is.
I should have majored in art history. I would have learned something. Instead of, I already knew how to be a journalist.
I should have just done flat history. I think that would have been better.
Flat history?
Yes.
The Flat Earth Society?
Yes, Earth 2.
I mentioned museum curator could be a degree, for a fine arts or art history degree. Speaking of museums, the Louvre has been in the news quite a bit. The Louvre heist. They've arrested 47 people, but they've got none of the jewels returned. The password was hacked at the Louvre. As a result or separately, the Louvre is starting to increase prices for their museum.
Oh, no, this is in result of it. Good thing Colby already went. She was not impressed, apparently, but she already went. But starting in January, if you are from outside the European Union, which all of us are, we're going to have to pay $12 additional if we want to go see the Louvre. And that's not even for some of the special things that are inside. That's another ticket.
12 additional. So what is a ticket to the Louvre
So right
cost?
now it's $25 American. It'll go up to $37 for
That's still a, that's
a
good deal.
Colby didn't give it a very good review.
In case
so I
you
don't
missed
know.
it, friend of the show, Colby Cannoli, went to Paris with her family, and we asked her what the best part of the trip was. And she said, the hot towel that I got from Delta on the plane. That was the best part of her Paris trip. Not the Louvre, not the food, the hot towel from our hometown airline, Delta Airlines. Good job, Delta. Sabrina, news, weather, and traffic. We come back, going back to D.C., get the latest on a few big developing stories, and we'll continuously monitor the capture of that Rockdale County fugitive. Good job, law enforcement folks. Social medias, at Mark Airman, at WSB Radio. Oh, this is it. This is the greatest song. We'll talk more next.
Yay, finally.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hey, friends, have you filed an insurance claim for a roof replacement only to be denied? Are you not sure what to do? You're not alone. Dr. Roof here to help. Hey, it's Mark Aram. Dr. Roof specializes in reviewing the storm damage and getting your roof replaced. They've been around for over 37 years and can help you with all of your options. Don't settle for a denied or partial insurance claim. Get the roof you deserve with Dr. Roof. Online at drroof.com.
I'm so excited to hear my son's band play tonight. They've been... sorry, be right back. They've been rehearsing... sorry, bathroom break. Overactive bladder can mean missing out on life's moments, navigating life around the nearest bathroom instead of the next experience. Medtronic therapies have treated nearly 500,000 people worldwide with bladder or bowel control problems. Let Medtronic show you what's possible. Visit medtronic.com/bladderhelp to learn how.
You're building a deck or adding a room, that's wonderful. But if you skip hiring an architect trying to save money, well, the builder's going to need drawings anyway. They're going to hire an architect regardless and mark up their fees to you. That's why it's smarter to start your project at Sketchhouse. Hi, I'm Richard Taylor, architect at Sketchhouse. At Sketchhouse, we'll make sure your plans are code and zoning compliant, they'll be creative, and they will look great. You're going to save thousands of dollars with Sketchhouse Architects. We're going to make this easy for you. Go to sketchhouse.com. That's sketch, H-A-U-S, sketchhouse.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
It's 11 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news is sponsored by the Next Generation Xfinity 10G network. Our top story, the manhunt for a missing Rockdale County inmate has ended with his capture in Newton County this morning.
Timothy Shane led law enforcement on a multi-day, multi-jurisdictional chase and had managed to stay one step ahead of investigators until deputies were alerted to a sighting in a neighborhood south of Covington. After setting up a perimeter, they captured Shane in the 9,000 block of Morris Drive. Shane fled a mental health check at Grady Hospital early Monday and stole 2 vehicles and a gun during his time on the run. The trail led from downtown Atlanta to Henry County and then to Rockdale County, and finally, on this third day of searching, it ends in Newton County with him back in custody. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
Your weather for today, a mix of clouds and sun, going to be a little bit warmer, highs around 51, says WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Well, Propel ATL puts out a new report showing more people died in traffic fatalities across metro Atlanta last year than by homicide.
The group, which advocates for safer roads, says 425 traffic deaths were recorded in 5 core counties compared to 410 homicides across the same counties. DeKalb tops the list with 121 traffic deaths. The report also shows 61% of all traffic fatalities last year happened in predominantly black neighborhoods. The highest number of serious accidents caused by traffic crashes were in Fulton County. Other Atlanta counties analyzed include Cobb, Gwinnett, and Clayton counties. Cheryl Castro, 95.5 WSB.
Looks like there were fewer stillbirths here in Georgia last year than the year before. That's according to new data published today from the CDC's National Center for Health Statistics. Overall, stillbirths dropped 2% across the nation, but there were still nearly 20,000 deaths in 2024. That rate's the lowest it's been in decades, but still not a record low. More than 60% of stillbirths remain unexplained. There is bipartisan concern on Capitol Hill that the U.S. may have committed a war crime while fighting suspected drug traffickers. The September 2nd strike was the first in what's become a months-long military campaign. Monday, both President Trump and Defense Secretary Hegseth defended the operation during a cabinet meeting, but they claimed neither was monitoring the situation during perhaps the most controversial moment of that attack. This is new at 11 o'clock. More than 1 million bags of shredded cheese sold at major retailers being recalled. It was also sold here in our state. Bags of Great Lakes Cheese Company shredded cheese being recalled because it may contain metal fragments. The cheese was sold at Walmart stores under the brand name Great Value. Target had it as the Good and Gather brand of cheese, and then Aldi as Happy Farms brand. It was also sold at other locations. The products were sold 31 states, including Georgia. They have a sell-by date which ranges from January of 2026 to March of 2026. And new research this morning shows Americans are feeling isolated.
A report released by AARP shows an increasing number of middle-aged to older adults are lonely, even when they're not actually alone. Among the loneliest, 49% of 45 to 49-year-olds, as well as 62% of people who've never married, and more than half who aren't working. Experts say many people transitioning from caregiving, careers, and changing social networks are particularly vulnerable.
And Deborah Rodriguez reports this year 42% of men report being lonely compared to 37% of women. Let's take a look at the markets. The Dow right now is up almost 0.5%. NASDAQ is up, but only slightly. So is the S&P. It's time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We say good morning to Alex Williams in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
Hey, good morning, Sabrina. What a mess downtown, or midtown, I should say, had several different crashes scattered about 75, 85 northbound between 10th Street and 17th Street. The ones closer to 10th Street were able to get themselves off to the side. About 7 or 8 vehicles up here at 17th Street, some on the left shoulder, but police with a few more in the second left lane, so you're jammed up as you leave I-20. Speaking of I-20, in DeKalb County, still dealing with that left lane construction. 20 eastbound getting past Panola Road, exit 71, causing that ride to slow down just east of Wesley Chapel Road. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. A mix of sun and clouds today, high 51, lows tonight in the low 30s. Tomorrow becoming mostly cloudy with an isolated rain shower possible, high 49. Heavy rain on Friday with cold temperatures, highs in the mid-40s.
We have 43 degrees here in Midtown Atlanta, and it's 43 in Alpharetta. More news at 11:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
I want this town to be near you.
11:05 on this chilly, busy News Day Wednesday. Welcome back, friends. Mark Arum and crew with you till noon. Coming up in 30 minutes, very excited. Going to be talking to B. Purdue from St. Vincent de Paul. They just got a $5 million grant from the Bezoses, and they are, of course, our partners for Clark's Christmas Kids. All the details on Clark's Christmas Kids online at WSBRadio.com. Can't wait to see you fine folks at the Walmarts. 3 separate weekend days for the 35th annual Clark's Christmas Kids. Before I get to some breaking news when it comes to pardons, right before the news, I've been waiting patiently for me to hear what I think is the greatest Christmas song of all time. And I didn't even realize it because I was, trying to tease ahead. I was driving around listening to Christmas music, as is my wont, I think this is the greatest Christmas song of all time because it just puts you in the mood better than any of them. What do you think, Deborah? You're the musical correspondent.
I like modern Christmas music.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I like some very different songs.
All right, for the oldies like me, for the boomers, is this?
I mean, it is a rockin' song versus some of the really slow standards.
Like, I envision families playing this song while they're decorating the Christmas trees, drinking eggnog, and I just think, what's her name? Brenda Lee?
Brenda Lee, right?
Yeah.
Brenda Lee.
And it was in Home Alone. Like, it's just, I think this is the greatest. Again, it's just my personal opinion. No offense to the Mariah Carey stands out there or the Wham stands, but I think this is the greatest Christmas song. Speaking of eggnog, whoever at Lactaid decided to make eggnog, I'm two cartons in so far.
I was going to say, it's a big thing in our house because they can drink it.
Yes. I've been chugging that. It's such a good beverage. So thank you to Lactaid. Because without Lactaid, 2 cartons of eggnog, we would not be doing the show here. on the Mark Arum Show. All right, let's update. This is the pardon segment of the Mark Arum Show. On Friday, President Trump announced a pardon for former president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was convicted of trafficking drugs into the United States. Here's ABC's Matt Rivers with more.
If you ask U.S. federal prosecutors who this guy is, he's one of the biggest drug bosses in the last few generations in Latin America. What prosecutors have really laid out in painstaking detail throughout his indictment, throughout his trial, and ultimately he was convicted, was his role in shipping hundreds of tons of cocaine to the United States over the period of roughly 20 years, facilitating the people who were doing that by wielding the levers of state power in order to do so.
So I mentioned it yesterday, the battle against the narco-terrorists, that pardon, the guy who was convicted of trafficking hundreds of tons of drugs in the United States, it doesn't jive with what I think the current administration is trying to do with this war on drugs and the narco boat attacks and maybe land I didn't understand that. But I don't understand this one either. This just broke. President Trump has just pardoned a Democratic lawmaker and his wife. This just popping moments ago, Elena Trine at the White House.
Yeah, look, we're just learning this now from the president posting about it on Truth Social, and he's arguing that this is just the latest kind of pardons that he's issuing because he's arguing that the Biden administration went too far. In this case, he said that the Biden administration was targeting his political opponents by ousting, in the president's words, the former Texas Democrat Henry Cuellar. Now, I'm going to read for you just some of what the president said. He said, "I am hereby announcing my full and unconditional pardon of beloved Texas Congressman Henry Cuellar and Imelda Cuellar is his wife." He said, "I don't know you, but you can sleep well tonight. Your nightmare is finally over." Now, in part of that lengthy post you're seeing, the president also was arguing that the Biden administration, quote, weaponized the justice system against their political opponents and anyone who disagreed with them. The president is basically arguing here, Wolf and Pamela, is that Henry Cuellar was one of the Democrats who was critical at times of the Biden administration's approach to immigration and the southern border. So that was some of the defense that the president used with this pardon. But I want to be very clear on the crime that Henry Cuellar and his wife were indicted on and convicted on. So this was back in May in 2024. Both Cuellar and his wife were charged with accepting nearly $600,000 in bribes from two foreign entities. That's according to the indictment in a federal court in Texas. So we'll have to see where this comes from. One of my key questions is, in my conversations with people at the White House, I hadn't been hearing talk. We hear talk of pardons all the time. I hadn't been hearing talk of this specific pardon for Cuellar. So question is, who got in his ear about this? Why is this on the president's mind? But I would argue as well that if you just look at some of the pardons and commutations we've seen the president issue in recent months, a lot of them have been what the Trump administration has argued is geared toward righting, they argue, of a too heavily enforced Biden administration Justice Department. That has been the line we've heard repeatedly from the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, from the president himself, arguing that Biden went too far, that his Justice Department was politicized. And so that's the argument that President Trump is using here to defend this pardon. We're waiting on more details as well for a reaction from Cuellar and what we might see, a potential re-election run for him as well. We'll see what happens from here.
All right, Elena Trine, moments ago at the White House, breaking news, President Trump pardoning a former Democratic congressman and his wife. And again, federal authorities had charged Cuellar, 69, and his wife with accepting thousands of dollars in exchange for the congressman advancing the interest of an Azerbaijan-controlled energy company and a bank in Mexico. Cuellar accused of agreeing to influence legislation favorable to Azerbaijan and deliver a pro-Azerbaijan speech on the floor of the U.S. House. Did not see that pardon coming. Is it pin the tail on the donkey with the pardons? Anyway, interesting. Well, he's not, these aren't partisan pardons. You can't say that anymore. He just pardoned a Democratic congressman and his wife. So breaking news there. When we get more information on that, we will bring it to you here on 95.5 WSB. This is interesting. We were talking about degrees, college degrees that are just no bueno anymore. But I found this story interesting, Deborah. I'm just glad that I'm not 21 years old, fresh out of college, looking for a job. It's going to be tough. It was tough when I was getting out of college. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but I think it's tougher now in 2025 than it was in 1997. But a lot of the decisions that are people, not just new into the workforce, but a lot of people are making career decisions now, not based on salary, but on health insurance. That's pretty amazing to me.
Yeah, a lot of people, it's not that they're not concerned about salary or a better schedule or working from home or anything like that, but the number one thing people are looking at right now is health insurance. 53% say that's a big consideration for staying in a job or changing jobs altogether, whether it's the another place has a better plan or they feel kind of stuck because they don't want to leave the plan that they have, even if they're not happy in that job.
What? So what? It was 53%.
53% cite that the primary consideration, if they're going to change job or stay in a job, is what kind of health insurance they're getting.
I wonder. That's a big number. Health insurance never entered my mind. I worked when I was part time at WSB.
Not when you're 21. No.
No, but I didn't get health benefits till I was 27. So I was rolling the dice with health insurance when I was working here part time, and I never asked for them, never asked to be full time. And when I finally got it at 27, I had that blanket security of health care. So it didn't drive my decision career wise to find health benefits. But I wonder, with the sundowning of the ACA subsidies, the Obamacare subsidies, if folks are about to lose their Obamacare, if they are now leaving a job and specifically looking for a job that has health insurance. Like, all right, I love my job, but they don't provide health insurance. I've been using Obamacare, and now it's going to go up 800%. I'm going to find a job that I necessarily don't love, and I could make less money, but at least I'll have health benefits.
I ran into an old coworker that basically told me that same story. I'm like, oh, what are you doing now? And they're like, oh, I have this. I hate it. It's boring. I can't. And the only reason we have it is because, we have kids and they got to have insurance. But he's like, but the minute they're not, the minute they're 18, I'm going to find something else to do. But he hates his job and he just loves the benefits.
The benefits are good. Mm-hmm. I remember when I was part-time and did not have health insurance, everyone I don't know if this is still the case anymore. People are like, go work at Starbucks on the weekend. And you'll get, because Starbucks apparently
they have insurance for all their employees. Yeah.
I don't want to air your laundry, Vin, but I'm assuming, are you still under your parents' health insurance? Do you have health insurance through is that a HIPAA violation? Me asking Vinny if he has health insurance?
Is it?
I don't know.
No, I'm under my parents. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're still good.
Yeah,
so Longoria at management, no pressure right now to get Vinny any health insurance. He's he's got to know.
I'll put it on the list.
Yeah, put it on the list.
Many things.
How long were you here before you got health insurance?
Here?
Yeah.
I think I worked here for 3-4 years before I got full time.
Were you on your wife's health insurance?
Yeah.
So you were covered.
Yeah. Because when we moved over here, we moved for her. Basically, she got a job here. She got a nice job.
Now that I think about it, looking back, the people were telling me to go work at Starbucks. I think it was my parents. They were more concerned about my health insurance, my lack of health insurance, than anyone else. They're like, I can't believe, you're working without health insurance.
Same.
Right?
Yep.
Heard.
Yeah, when I started radio, I mean, I didn't get health insurance until I was deep into my almost 10 years.
Yeah. Same. Anyway, health insurance, that's interesting. Folks giving up jobs they love and a greater salary to take a job that they don't necessarily like, but they've got health benefits. That's a Sophie's choice sometimes you got to make. I guess err on the side of your health. Make sure you're covered. Interesting story. All right, Deborah, thank you for that. All right, 11:16 on the Mark Arum Show. Quick break. We're going to come back, update our top local stories. But it's always good to hear a soothing voice doing your traffic. That soothing voice is the one and only Alex Williams.
Hey, good morning, buddy. We are still watching trouble heading up into Midtown. It's a crash, 75-85 northbound up around 17th Street, exit 251. It's in the second left lane. That slowed the ride back before I-20. Speaking of, you still got that left lane construction out in DeKalb as you head toward Lithonia. This is I-20 eastbound, passing Panola Road, exit number 71. Traffic brought to you by Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Learn more about their support of Common Threads and nutrition education at anthem.com/dream. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is the trade name of Blue Cross Blue Shield Healthcare Plan of Georgia, Inc., Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
The news of the day through the eyes of Eric Von Hessler.
This might help, young man. This might cure what ails you.
If it's on your mind, it's on his.
I run a stupid little radio show. I don't care. Have fun.
Eric Von Hessler, today at 3.
Your friend, Eric Von Hessler, the common sense host.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
My wake-up call came during the holidays 3 years ago. Like many of you out there will be doing this time of year, I was savoring all the holiday stuff with my parents. It's Belinda Skelton for Four Seasons Home Care. I remember we were preparing a holiday meal and I saw my dad really struggling with a boiling pot on the stove. It was that moment that I knew I had to explore home care options for my folks. This holiday season, as you enjoy precious time with your aging parents, you too might notice some small signs as they struggle with day-to-day tasks. A little more forgetful, having trouble remembering to take their meds. If your aging parents are clear that they want to age in place in the comfort of their homes, please Google Four Seasons Home Care Atlanta and request a call. It's 100% free, and it's a crucial step in getting your parents what they need for their care, allowing you, their child, to do your role and just love them. Google Four Seasons Home Care.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed right here on 95.5 WSB. Well, Chris, as you know, time just keeps on ticking. We're putting another year under our belt, so it seems like a really good time to take stock of our financial lives and put together that plan that's built to last.
There are occasions throughout the year where I feel like it's critical for people to engage their financial lives and get the information that they deserve from a financial advisory team. And this is one of those times, to be quite frank. So we ask that you call us if you have a minimum of $500,000 in your full portfolio. But we're going to do away with that minimum so that those folks can have an equal opportunity to understand what's in their portfolio as well. Now, you have to have some money, right? I can't help you to build your wealth at work, right? But I sure can help, I believe, with your 401k, IRA management. There's probably 2 or 3 things that'll surprise you that you may want to take action on. So the next 10 people that call in, we'll work up either a portfolio x-ray, or if you feel like you need a full retirement plan, go to unleashyourmoney.com, click on portfolio x-ray, or click on full retirement plan. We think you'll be impressed enough, and we want you to become a client. There's no question about it. We believe that we are a very competent fiduciary advisory team, and we want to offer that to our listeners. Let Hoffman Financial Group actually show you how we perform, and I believe we perform at the pinnacle of this industry.
Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
The Georgia Spa Company just did something you don't want to miss. They've extended their Black Friday sale through Sunday. That means the biggest savings of the year, well, they're still happening. If you've been waiting to upgrade your health, your recovery, your downtime, your relaxation, now's your chance. hot tubs to melt the stress away, swim spas for fitness without the gym, saunas and cold plunges to help you feel better, sleep better, live better. Don't let the extended Black Friday sale at Georgia Spa Company slip past you. Go to georgiaspacompany.com to find the closest location.
The Atlanta Symphony Orchestra warmly invites you to revel in the joy of the season at the Coca-Cola Holiday Concerts. Enjoy beloved carols, hymns, orchestral favorites, and more. Starting December 11th at Symphony Hall. Details at aso.org.
Spend your time with those who matter most this holiday season and sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. There are no showings, no open houses, and the best part, there is no stress. Hi, it's Chris Chandler. Go to markspain.com and start packing.
I'm Special Agent Starling, and just so we don't get off on the wrong foot, let me explain why we're all here.
Happy 64th birthday, actress Julianne Moore. That was her in Hannibal. I never saw Hannibal. She won an Oscar for that. But Boogie Nights? Anyone? Bueller? Is this your favorite Christmas song, Longoria, by the way?
It's one of my favorites.
It is up there. It is up there. Welcome back to the Mark Arum Show. This is, what's his name singing this?
What's that?
Iglesias.
No.
Who? Luciano?
Feliciano.
Yeah, Feliciano. Did he ever immigrate to the United States? Was he part of any? I don't know. I'm trying to find a segue into our next story. There is now an immigration freeze for 19 countries. If you live in these countries, you can no longer immigrate to the United States. This new from the Trump administration, Deborah.
Yeah, there's a freeze on basically 1.5 million applications that are already pending. So if you are from Afghanistan, Myanmar, Chad, the Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. And then there's restricted access from Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela.
Even Turkmenistan?
Even Turkmenistan.
All right, so that kind of stinks if you've been waiting. You know, I know that's a long process to get legal immigration. We always hear like, well, come here legally. These people are trying to come here legally. No, not so fast. That I do feel for the folks that have been probably waiting in this process. Providing the paperwork and the background checks and everything. Does it say how is this a temporary freeze, Deborah? Is this a permanent freeze?
It just says it's a freeze.
Just a freeze.
Yeah, and yeah, they're just it doesn't tell me if it's temporary or permanent.
All right. I do feel bad for the folks that have been trying to get in here legally from those 19 countries, even Turkmenistan. That one. Chad. Hanging Chad. You're hanging if you're from Chad. You're frozen right now. All right. One more update, Deborah. The sad story of Camp Mystic, in case you don't remember, because this news cycle is absolutely insanely fast. That was that Girl Scout camp in Texas. The fatal floods washed away and killed so many poor, innocent people. Word from Camp Mystic that they are going to reopen.
Yeah, so Camp Mystic announced it is going to reopen next summer, and they've added a whole bunch of new safety features. But the big thing is they're not going to be in that same location, the one that was right there on the river. It's still part of the camp, but this is at a newer location. It's called Cypress Lake, and it's nowhere near the other one. And they've added like different entrances, and it's got archeries and stables and a chapel and cabins. But they've added all these new flood detection systems and some new radios and backup satellite and some other things so that if you are planning to go to this camp, if you're interested in going to this camp.
Good luck.
Again, it's not the same location.
Understood.
It's supposed to be a lot safer.
But
and they understand that there's going to be hesitation.
You got to change the name, right? You have to change the name at that point? You have to.
Yeah, you would. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's like change it. Use the old Cracker Barrel logo or the old new one. Do something. You can't. That camp name is gone.
It's like the Hurricanes, right? You retire the name.
You retire the name of camp. And I remember when we were looking at the flood zone there, and they had this is a known flood area right next to this river, and the girls' cabin was right on the bank of I haven't heard yet if there's lawsuits, but there's got to be wrongful death lawsuits.
I think there's some in the works, yeah.
Camp Mystic. I can't think of a new name. But rest in peace to those that lost their lives. But they're going to reopen. Probably should use a different name. Because if you're a parent, you're not going to send your kid to Camp Mystic. Camp Down South Vinny. I'd feel comfortable sending my kid to a camp where all the
Camp
counts
Down
are.
South.
Yeah, Camp Down South. Boom.
Yeah.
Vinny just might have earned himself a star of the show there. All right, Sabrina has your news, weather, and traffic, including the capture of the Rockdale County fugitive. I believe we're going to have a press conference at noon. The news team will, of course, monitor that for you here. When we come back, though, after news, weather, and traffic, very excited, going to talk to B. Perdue from St. Vincent's de Paul of Georgia. Big partners of Clark's Christmas Kids, and they just got a big $5 million grant from the Bezoses. We'll talk to B. Perdue next on The Mark Arum Show.
Let it snow, let it snow. And it doesn't show signs of stopping. And I brought me some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today. 404-208-3300. That's 404-208-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
If you're seeing cracks in the walls upstairs, downstairs, or outside, maybe even a door not closing, call the Foundation Repair Specialist. Hi, it's Mark Beckham here with Atlanta Ramjack, and we are your leading foundation repair experts. Set up your free estimate right now at atlantaramjack.com.
Have you heard about D. Geller & Son Jewelers Holiday Advent Calendar yet? It's an exclusive email list you can sign up for to receive a new deal every day on the best holiday gifts there are. Jewelry from D. Geller & Son, Atlanta's holiday destination since 1939. Savings from pearls to lab-grown diamonds to Tissot Swiss watches. The list goes on, and it's a new deal every day. And of course, you can always shop in store in Kennesaw and Sandy Springs for exceptional value every day. Make an appointment online at dgeller.com.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Kroger, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Canada Dry. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Been wanting a new deck for your home, something that's built just the way you want it, but you're scared to pull the trigger? I can help you with that. Dave Baker here for Ben Hill Renovations. Right now, Ben Hill Renovations are offering special financing. No interest if you pay in full within the 18 months promo period. You're welcome. Visit bhrenovations.com today and schedule a free design consultation at your home. Ben Hill Renovations, creating raving fans since 1964.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It's 11:30. Good morning. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news is sponsored by Main Street Auto. This just in. A man accused of rape and kidnapping in DeKalb County is behind bars now after he left the courthouse shortly before his trial was scheduled to begin. The DeKalb County Sheriff's Office fugitive unit caught 46-year-old Brian Byers outside a library on Redan Road. He was already facing charges related to an incident in July of 2017, and he now faces an additional charge of failure to appear for a jury trial. He's being held without bond. Your weather for today, a mix of clouds and sun, a little bit warmer, highs around 51, but the rain and the cold is on the way back, says WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. She'll have Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. In case you're just joining us, escaped inmate Timothy Shane is back in custody this morning. He was captured earlier today south of Covington. He ran off while at Grady Hospital for a mental evaluation and was on the run since Monday. We hope to find out more during a news briefing this afternoon, so check back for updates on that story. A new report by a group that advocates Advocates for Safer Roads find traffic fatalities have outpaced homicides last year across metro Atlanta.
Clayton, Cobb, DeKalb, Fulton, and Gwinnett counties recorded 425 traffic deaths in 2024 compared with 410 homicides. The report by Propel ATL finds DeKalb led the pack with 121 deaths. Fulton saw the most serious injuries caused by traffic crashes and the highest number of serious injuries of cyclists and pedestrians. The report points to racial disparities, with 61% of all traffic fatalities last year happening in predominantly black neighborhoods. Cheryl Castro, 95.5 WSB.
The FDA is investigating whether some glucose monitor errors led to 7 deaths and hundreds of injuries. Michael Wallace has more on that.
Abbott Diabetes Care says it found malfunctioning sensors in some of its Freestyle Libre 3 and 3 Plus monitors, which may have given incorrect low glucose readings. Those low readings could have led users to skip or delay their insulin doses, posing serious health risks. Abbott says about 3 million monitors may have the faulty sensors. Half of those devices have likely expired or been used.
And those 7 deaths, by the way, under investigation were all outside of the United States. This is new this morning. A study shows 25% of breast cancer cases happen before the age of 50. Researchers also reporting at the Radiological Society of North America's annual meeting in Chicago that more than 20% of breast cancers were found in women ages 18 to 49. Researchers highlight that there is a high number of cases in women under the age of 40, a group at this time that does not have any screening guidelines. The team looked at around 1,800 breast cancers in women under the age of 50 over an 11-year period as part of this study. Let's take a look at the market, see how your money's working for you. The Dow's in positive territory, up more than 0.5%. NASDAQ is also up slightly, so is the S&P. It's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather, and Alex Williams is joining us now from the WSB 24-hour traffic center with a look at your roads.
Hey, Sabrina, better news in Midtown. That crash, or multiple crashes, I should say, 75-85 north between 10th and 17th Street have all cleared out of the roadway. Everything back open there. Left lane construction continues into DeKalb, 20 eastbound, passing Panola Road, exit 71. DOT says right lane construction slow in the ride, 285 southbound, the outer loop on the west side. This construction is in the right lane between Hollowell Parkway and I-20. And 20 eastbound, you're slow from Riverside Parkway out of Cobb County, heading over to that west side perimeter. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies today, warming up to a high of 51. Clear and cool tonight, lows in the low 30s. Tomorrow, clouds roll back in with a few isolated rain showers, high 49. Heavy rain on Friday, staying cold with highs in the mid-40s.
All right, let's check some of those temperatures around us. Douglasville, you have 41 degrees. It's 42 in Fairburn. Tucker has 43 degrees. We'll have more news at noon. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
When we came up with the idea for Clark's Christmas Kids 35 years ago, I told myself we were going to help every foster child across the state. But we need your help. To find out how you can make a child's Christmas wishes come true, visit WSBRadio.com.
Come shop this weekend at the Lakewood 400 Antiques and Gift Show. You'll enjoy Christmas shopping like no other place in Atlanta. 500 booths brimming with amazing gifts and breathtaking Christmas decor. Don't miss it this weekend. 2 miles south of Cumming on Highway 9.
The holidays are here, friends, so let my friends at Publix help you save money by shopping the buy one, get one deals every week. Hey, it's Mark Aaron back with you. BOGOs galore at your neighborhood Publix supermarkets. Check out the BOGO deals before you shop, by the way. Expert tip. You can find the weekly ad online at Publix.com or in the Publix app. My favorite experience at Publix are the BOGOs. Free item must be of equal or lesser value, of course. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
Don't delay peace of mind. Ace Hardware Home Services makes it simple to upgrade your heating, cooling, or plumbing with financing that works for your budget. Visit acehardwarehomeservices.com. Ace Hardware Home Services, bringing helpful to your home.
Each day at Ronald McDonald House Atlanta, we see caregivers walk through our doors with tear-stained faces, siblings with sleepy eyes from a long travel day, and the nervous yet brave smile of a child facing circumstances they can't yet understand. While these families are fighting for their children, we're here to help keep them strong. This is not just where they stay, it is where they're held. It is where they carry each other. Support families. Donate today at ronaldmcdonaldhouseatl.org.
This is Scott Slade, and nothing takes the place of time when it comes to spotting problems with your health, especially cancer. The earlier the better. That's where virtual imaging comes in. Virtual imaging's LDCT body scan can be invaluable, giving you more time for you and your loved ones to take charge of your health. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. Due to overwhelming demand for a limited time, their $995 core body scan offer has been extended. It's a $2,495 value. Early detection saves lives, and now it's more affordable than ever. Virtual imaging has gotten such great response to this offer that they've opened up more times in both offices, but appointments will fill up fast, so don't wait. Some minimum requirements may apply. Early detection is your best protection. To schedule your virtual imaging $995 core body scan, call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
Welcome back to this Wednesday edition of the Mark Arum Show. I believe, Deborah, it was yesterday on the show, we talk about that amazing $5 million grant from Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez to our friends at St. Vincent de Paul. Joining us from St. Vincent de Paul, Chief Development Officer B. Perdue. B, good morning and congratulations, right? That's a big deal.
Good morning, and thank you, Mark. And yes, it is a very big deal for us.
Take us through the origin of this. When did you find out, and how did you find out about this $5 million grant?
Well, we had a champion or a sponsor who recommended us to be invited to apply. The grant application is by invitation only, and back in the summer, we committed about 100 or so hours to preparing a request for support, trying to make a compelling case for how the difference we can make in the lives of our homeless neighbors across Georgia. And we got the, quiet announcement a few weeks ago, but the official announcement was made on Monday.
Yeah, that's amazing. So you had to keep quiet for a while before.
We had to keep quiet for a few days, for them to get all of the communications and announcements and scheduling. But it was, just a few days, and I would say it's kind of hard when you're holding on to that kind of great news.
Yeah, let's go back to when you got the word before the official announcement on Monday that you did win this grant, so to speak. What was the mood in the office at St. Vincent de Paul?
Well, we didn't really have much of a mood because we were embargoed to only be able to tell the chair of the board and our wonderful executive director, Mike. So I couldn't even share it with my staff.
Oh, wow.
At that time.
That's amazing. B. Perdue, Chief Development Officer of St. Vincent de Paul, Georgia, joining us here on the Mark Arum Show. The fantastic news announced Monday, $5 million. Now, I don't want to get too in depth here, but do you request a certain amount, or it's just a blanket request, that 100 hours of man hours to put in for this request? Do they ask you for a dollar amount, or that is just what the grant is?
The maximum award is $5 million, and we asked for $5 million, showed the work, outlined the work that we would do with that $5 million. And I have not seen yet how many applicants there were, but there were 32 awards, and we were one of only 13 that were awarded the top prize.
The maximum. That's so exciting.
The maximum.
So, here at WSB Radio, we're wildly familiar with the amazing work that St. Vincent de Paul, Georgia does, specifically with Clark's Christmas Kids. What specifically do you think you can do with that $5 million? Like, how great is that, and what kind of a change can you guys make with that?
Well, it's going to be a focus, Mark, on serving the homeless population. And, that's three groups of people. That's people who end up temporarily unhoused because of some emergency or crisis in their household, and that just may be a few days. And then there's the transitionally unhoused. Sometimes that is a domestic situation, laid off from your job. You end up being unhoused for several months. And then what we often see on a daily basis when we come in and out of a gas station or a grocery store is that chronically unhoused person that we feel like we've seen for weeks and months and even years. And so what this will allow us to do is there's a portion of the grant that will serve just identification. We're quite fortunate. We've got 3,500 Vincentian volunteer counselors who work in their communities. So they often know the people very well, know their circumstances, and so they can identify, sit down with them face to face, first and foremost, to figure out what is causing their immediate problems and try to solve those. By the time we get to the chronically unhoused, we're talking about making significant investments of time and money around oftentimes having to help them overcome mental, emotional, substance abuse problems, getting them into managed housing before they can thrive in housing on their own. So all of these funds are specifically allocated for us to do what we absolutely do best, and that's work one-on-one with people. We focus primarily as an organization. We say we could eliminate housing tremendously if we could keep people housed. So when people have emergencies, rather than them get to that point where they are evicted, we work very hard to make sure that doesn't happen. But when that does happen, it's significant investment in time that's needed to get them back to stable housing.
And B, I don't have to tell you, but the homeless situation is getting worse, right? Seeing dramatic rises in the various stages of homelessness, as you mentioned, but specifically here in Georgia. How severe of an issue is homelessness right now?
Well, I always say if it's one person who's unhoused, it's going to be severe to them.
Yes.
But across Georgia, it's a complex problem. We do these surveys and we come back and we say there's 12,000 people, say in Atlanta, who are unhoused. But oftentimes we don't talk about the hidden homelessness. We've got individuals living in their cars, living on someone's sofa, spending the night in shelters and getting up to go to a full-time job the next day. So it is a problem, and it impacts all of us, Mark, because when we have chronically unhoused people, it changes the landscape of our communities. It is a drag on public services. So it is a problem that impacts all of us. The children may be the most impacted, when they're living out of cars or they're moving from one school district to the next, 2 or 3 different school districts in a period of a year. And so all of the research and the data indicates that is going to harm them, not just in their childhood, but going forward. It's going to make them less stable and less productive individuals over time.
Yeah, indeed. B. Perdue, Chief Development Officer, St. Vincent de Paul, Georgia. B. Congratulations to you, the entire organization. What a great honor, $5 million grant. And I know you're going to use that money well. B, thank you so much for your time and congratulations.
Thank you, and we'll see you at Clark's Christmas Kids at Walmart, Mark. Thank you so much.
Best time of the year. Can't wait to see you, B.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, let's check traffic. Running a little late. Live to Atlanta's only 24-hour traffic center. Here's Alex Williams.
Hey, Mark. Still watching the construction delays in DeKalb County. This is I-20 eastbound as you head past Panola Road, exit 71. That's where you'll find the left lane block slowing that ride out to the mall at Stonecrest. DOT says right lane construction, 285 southbound, the outer loop on the west side perimeter. That's just before I-20 exit 10, causing a few brake lights starting just below South Cobb Drive. The West Freeway, 20 eastbound, it's a little sluggish this morning, leaving Riverside Parkway over to that west side perimeter. Downtown, still tracking a few brake lights, 75, 85 north from I-20, up to all those crashes off to the left and the right in Midtown between 10th Street and 17th Street. And heading into Stockbridge, seeing some volume, 75 southbound. Luckily, no crashes in the way, just the brake lights from Highway 138, exit 228, but improving once you get down toward Hudson Bridge Road. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
The U.S. is investing up to $1 billion to fight the spread of bird flu.
At the top and bottom of every hour.
Traffic congestion around Metro Atlanta continues to cost commuters.
And when it breaks.
The suspect is in critical condition after being struck multiple times.
Check back 3, 4, 5 times a day for the latest.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's breaking news station.
It's the end of the year. Time to look back and reflect. Look at all we did. But look at all the things we meant to do, but never actually did. After all those tipsy New Year's promises, you didn't join the gym. You didn't get around to reading War and Peace. And apparently, you didn't do anything about this garage door that's still not working right. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A quick repair will get your garage door back in shape, no matter how much you eat. No crazy diets, just a smooth, quiet door going up and down like it should. And after all of your friends have bailed on their gym memberships, you'll have a garage door that works like a charm for several New Years to come. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and I'll throw in my copy of War and Peace. I mean, who am I kidding?
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed. Chris, every week on the show, we offer folks something we call the Portfolio X-Ray. I was hoping you could walk us through that process and tell us why the information it uncovers is so powerful.
Yeah, so the reason we love doing the Portfolio X-Ray for you is we do that behind the scenes. Everybody's extremely busy. Nobody wants to waste time in traffic. If you call in, we will ask you for some information via the phone. Once you've given us that information, we go to work and we put all the hours in developing the report. And I commit this to you. The Portfolio X-Ray is eye-opening. At least 90+% of the time, we can find 2 or 3 golden nuggets in there that you were not aware of that we can either change in your current portfolio mix for you. It's called a 401k optimizer. Or if we manage the assets for you, we certainly can recommend how to diversify away from some of the troubling points that are exposed during the Portfolio X-Ray. Once we've got that, then we'll have you in for your initial consultation. We will present the Portfolio X-Ray to you and walk you through the high points of it. And that's a document that you get to take with you. It's like getting a financial physical. Mm-hmm. So how many of you avoided going to the doctor for the annual physical last year? You do the same thing with your financial life. You ignore it. You keep pumping money into your 401k. You hope that it's going well, and I can tell you that hope is not a good investment or financial planning strategy. You need to know. So if you want to know, call us.
The Portfolio X-Ray is complimentary. Give Hoffman Financial Group a call to schedule yours today. 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
The Original Mattress Factory wants to help elevate your sleep experience this holiday season. We'll be giving away a queen-size adjustable bed set in our Comfort and Joy raffle. When paired with our hand-built mattresses, our premium adjustable beds make everyday activities like reading and watching TV in bed more comfortable. Visit any OMF location by December 18th to enter and for all official rules. No purchase is necessary to win. The Original Mattress Factory, bringing you tidings of comfort and joy this holiday season.
Will my hair really grow back? Do I still get to have a birthday party? Can my teddy come into the machine with me? Will you stay with me tonight, Mommy?
Every day, kids at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta ask questions they should never have to. By giving today, you can help us answer them. With your support, our kids get the care and treatment they need, and even a birthday they'll never forget. Give to Children's for that. Donate today at choa.org/give.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
All right, joining us on the Mark Arum Show from ABC News international correspondent Tom Sufi Burridge. Tom, good morning. Yesterday during the broadcast, we were awaiting the highly anticipated meeting regarding the Russia-Ukraine war. U.S. envoy meeting with their Kremlin counterparts. Did that meeting eventually occur? And if so, what happened in that meeting?
Yeah, Mark, we know that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner met with Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, and his key advisors for 5 hours, according to the Kremlin. They say that they discussed with the U.S. Delegation several versions of this U.S. peace plan, which the U.S. has been basically negotiating with the Ukrainians and to some extent with the Europeans as well in previous days and weeks. Now, the Russians are saying they didn't get into specifics in terms of the wording, but they looked at the kind of essence of what was in the American proposals. And they said that they agreed to some things, but they were critical of other elements in there, which basically they said were unacceptable. And so just to summarize, I mean, effectively what we're getting from the Kremlin is we want to keep talking about this peace process, but at the moment we're seeing absolutely no indication that Russia is willing to end its war in the near term and also move away from its maximalist demands. For example, Russia is demanding that Ukraine cedes even more of its territory than Russian forces currently occupy.
Now, Tom, I guess it was a couple of Fridays ago we got that leaked memo that showed the 28-point plan that was originally, we assume, proposed by the Kremlin, and obviously that was shot down. But have we got any details what the revised U.S. plan entails?
Look, we have a sense. I mean, we know that it's no longer 28 points. It went down to about 20 points, according to Ukrainian officials over the last week or so. They've confirmed that. Exactly what's in the wording of the latest version of the plan, we do not know. But we know from Ukrainian President Zelensky that the toughest issues are territory, and Ukraine is only willing to make concessions on territory if it gets major security guarantees from its European partners, which Europe is willing to do. But the Europeans have been saying in recent days that they'll also be negotiating with the U.S. administration what role the U.S. could play. Now, look, European countries are saying we'll put troops into Ukraine, we'll put planes on standby in neighboring countries, and we'll put ships in the sea, the Black Sea, to guarantee Ukraine's security and ensure Russia doesn't reinvade again. But the Europeans and the Ukrainians also want some kind of backstop guarantee from the Trump administration that if Russia were to attack in a significant way, that, the U.S. would play some kind of role. But those negotiations are still to be hammered out.
Tom Sufi Burridge from ABC joining us on the Mark Arum Show. Reading into the coverage from ABC on these talks, apparently Vladimir Putin yesterday accused Europe of trying to block the entire peace process and warned that Russia is ready to fight a war if Europe seeks one. That's pretty stark.
Yeah, look, yes, it is. I think, what I think is true is that the Kremlin sees daylight between Europe and the United States since Donald Trump got reelected and came back into power. I think that is what the Kremlin wants to exploit. It wants to exploit a difference of opinion between those two, traditional allies for decades. And look, threats from the Kremlin are nothing new. These declarations by Vladimir Putin were particularly bellicose. I mean, not only did he say, if Europe decides to go to war with us. I mean, look, Europe doesn't have any plan to go to war with Russia. It has a plan to defend itself against Russia and help Ukraine defend itself from Russia. But if Europe goes to war with us, Putin said, we're ready for it right now. He also said, he was asked about recent Ukrainian attacks on oil tankers, which are not registered as Russian, but they are moving sanctioned Russian oil around the world. And Ukraine used these explosive boats, autonomous boats, to ram into these couple of oil tankers in recent days. Putin put out a very stark warning on that as well. He said basically if that continues, he'll consider taking reciprocal measures against Ukraine's allies. That seemed to be a warning to European countries that Russia might even consider attacking commercial vessels pertaining to Europe if those kind of attacks continue. So there is a risk that in the sort of in the world of these peace negotiations, there is still a risk that the war with Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, could escalate further.
Final question for you, Tom. So yesterday you mentioned it was a 5-hour meeting with the delegation of the United States, a real estate attorney and a real estate investor, representing the United States, going off on the Kremlin. Do we know if those talks will continue today or in the near future?
Yeah, we know that the Ukrainian delegation are going to Brussels, so they are meeting with their European partners. There is a big meeting of European foreign ministers, and the deputy Secretary of State for the U.S. is going to be there, but Marco Rubio himself is not going to be present. There is talk about potential meetings in the near future, but those haven't been confirmed. I think for the Russians, they are also playing the card of saying to the U.S., look, why don't we do business? Why don't we have big economic partnerships going forward? That's a card that they've played consistently. Putin has been using his key advisor, who was educated at Stanford and Harvard, Kirill Dmitriev. He's been, cultivating this very close relationship with Steve Witkoff, and he was in the room at the talks yesterday. But I think that's the key question now. Where will the Trump administration move on this next? Will they look to put more pressure on Ukraine to exert more try and get some more concessions out of the Ukrainians and the Europeans, or will they double down on their pressure on Russia? They just put new sanctions on the two biggest Russian oil companies. Will there be more kind of pressure like that from the United States to try and actually get Vladimir Putin to come to the table and make significant concessions to actually make a deal possible?
Tom Soupy Burridge, ABC News, great insight. Appreciate your time, Tom.
Thanks, Mark.
Longoria's fact of the day.
All right. Today is National Protect Your Package Day, and cardboard boxes are mainly all the packages. And they were invented in England in 1817 by Sir Malcolm Thornhill.
Metro Atlanta is a really big producer of cardboard boxes. When you said protect your package, that is not what
That's not what you thought, right?
No, but I like that you kept it above board.
Yes.
Fantastic fact of the day.
And now, are you guys ready for the Mark Arum star of the show?
How about back-to-back days for Graham Carroll? You guys should be getting nervous. Graham's sneaking up on the star of the show list. Good job from Graham. Political analyst Stephen Lawson, fantastic stuff. Tom Soupy Burridge joined us from Paris, France, from ABC. Good stuff from him. And B. Perdue from St. Vincent de Paul. Great stuff. And you know what? All of us, too. I bought breakfast. Vinny ate breakfast. Every year, always amazing in Longoria. You are stoic as ever. I will be on the socials. Hit me up there. Give me a follow at Mark Arum, MarkArum. Stay safe. Have a great Wednesday, Atlanta.
I'll be with him. I know you will. On that midnight train to Georgia. Leaving on that midnight train.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard, sponsored by Ragsdale Heating, Air, Plumbing, and Electrical.
I'm obsessed with the warehouse clubs, and Sam's and BJ's Wholesale don't disclose their markups, but Costco's maximum markup on brand name goods is 14%, tiny fraction of what other retailers charge. That's why the sales at warehouse clubs are up over 50% over the last 5 years. People are realizing, yeah, it's a hassle parking in those parking lots and standing in those lines, but I'm saving so much money.
Our team's 2025 study of retirees found that happy retirees are 2 times more likely versus unhappy retirees to simply have a written retirement plan. Just think, maybe it'll double your likelihood of happiness by simply taking an hour to sit down and put pen to paper. If you'd like a financial advisor to help you tackle the trickier questions that need answers, reach out to our team at yourwealth.com. That's YOUR wealth.com.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
It is 12 o'clock on this Wednesday, December 3rd. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. The news here at noon is sponsored by Jim Ellis Automotive, and our top local story, the capture of an inmate. We hope to learn more later this hour about that capture of the escaped inmate. He was handcuffed, taken into custody this morning after a days-long search. It came to an end in Newton County.
When Timothy Shane fled a mental health check at Grady Hospital early Monday morning, the Rocky Rockdale Sheriff's Office noted his history of escape attempts, and for several days he did stay one step ahead of deputies, stealing at least 2 vehicles and making his way from Atlanta to Henry County and then to an address in Rockdale County. The manhunt, though, ended after a reported sighting in a Newton County neighborhood where K-9 units helped pinpoint his location. Shane, who had been knocking on doors in the area, was captured in the 9000 block of Morris Drive and now faces a lengthy list of new charges. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
And again, we are expecting a news briefing this hour. Check back for updates on this story. All right, your weather for today. A mix of clouds and sun, a little bit warmer, highs around 51, but rainy and cold weather is back in the 5-day forecast. We will have that for you coming up at 12:05. A man accused of rape and kidnapping in DeKalb County is back behind bars after he left the courthouse shortly before his trial was scheduled to start. The DeKalb County Sheriff's Office fugitive unit caught 46-year-old Brian Byers outside a library on Redan Road. He was already facing charges related to an incident in July of 2017. He's now facing an additional charge of failure to appear for a jury trial. He's being held without bond. A Norcross man arrested in connection with a road rage shooting on I-985 in Flowery Branch. Police say that 23-year-old Ivan Hernandez was in a BMW when he threw something at the victim's vehicle and then shot into the passenger side door near Spout Springs Road. He's charged with aggravated assault, terroristic threats, and criminal damage to property. He was booked into the Hall County Jail and is also being held without bond. And as you get in your car for your lunch, a new report today on traffic fatalities across the metro area.
The group, which advocates for safer roads, says 425 traffic deaths were recorded in 5 core counties compared to 410 homicides across the same counties. DeKalb tops the list with 121 traffic deaths. The report also shows 61% of all traffic fatalities last year happened in predominantly black neighborhoods. The highest number of serious accidents caused by traffic crashes were in Fulton County. Other Atlanta counties analyzed include Cobb, Gwinnett, and Clayton counties. Cheryl Castro, 95.5 WSB.
And our team coverage continues here at noon with WSB's Jonathan O'Brien. He says Georgia has room for improvement when it comes to road safety.
Last year, Georgia saw more than 1,400 fatalities on the roads, costing more than $18 billion. While the state has some safety measures in place, Kathy Chase, president of Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety, says
the efforts that need improvement include a good rear seatbelt law, rear facing through age 2, and putting children in the backseat through age 12.
The report also recommends the state add more supervised driving hours and even bar new drivers from using cell phones, even if they're hands-free. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
And if you plan on heading out to buy a Christmas tree, road safety officials say that you should be sure that you have it properly secured to your vehicle. Marietta Police Officer Chuck McPhillamy says no matter how excited you are, safety must come first.
The last thing you want to do is create an accident and potentially hurt or kill someone else and lose that tree that you just picked.
Yeah, he says you should make sure that it is secured by pulling on ropes and always load your tree trunk first to prevent damage. And this could impact all of us who drive. An announcement on new relaxed fuel economy standards expected later today from the Trump administration. Top executives from Ford, General Motors will be at the White House for the event where a rollback of Biden-era standards will reportedly be proposed by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. The former president required passenger cars and light trucks to have a fuel efficiency of around 50 miles per gallon by the year 2031. And online shoppers may know about the scam called phishing, but there's a new one with a funny kind of name.
It's called Quishing. Cybersecurity pros say it's a phishing scam done with QR codes. A mystery package comes in the mail with a QR code inside that looks harmless. Scanning it may take you to a fake website, stealing your personal information, or installing malware on your device.
And Sarah Walters says the FBI warns ignore packages that you are not expecting and never scan a QR code from an unknown source. Let's take a look at the markets. The Dow right now is up more than 0.5%. NASDAQ also in positive territory, but only slightly, and so is the S&P. Let's get a check of the roads. Alex Williams in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. How are we looking on this lunch hour?
Not terrible out there right now, Sabrina. We like to see that. Crash still working in the Gore, 7585 northbound in Midtown, up around 17th Street, exit 251. So few flashing lights causing that onlooker delay. Southbound a little sluggish as well, making your way down toward Cortlandt Street. Over in DeKalb County, you got the left lane construction. 20 eastbound, getting past Panola Road, exit 71, and some brake lights on Holcomb Bridge Road eastbound out of Roswell into Gwinnett County with construction also blocking lanes approaching Spalding Drive. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
And it is time now for Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast, sponsored here at noon by Shoemate, the official plumber of Atlanta. Here's WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards.
A mix of sun and clouds through this afternoon, not quite as chilly, high 51, lows tonight falling to the low 30s. Tomorrow, becoming mostly cloudy with a few isolated rain showers possible, high 49. The heavy rain will be here on Friday morning, continuing through the afternoon, and it's going to be cold with temperatures in the mid-40s throughout the day. The rain moving out on Saturday, daytime high 52. Sunday, a little bit more sunshine, morning lows in the 40s, daytime highs in the low 50s.
It is 45 degrees right now in Winder. Roswell, you have some sunshine and 44 degrees, and it is sunny right now on Peachtree Street here in Midtown Atlanta, and we have 45 degrees. More news at 12:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Hello, America. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the United States. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Delighted to have you with me today. If you want to text the word Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777, you can get the live stream, the show notes, the podcast, and so much more. We got to begin with what happened last night. Let's just deal with it. So, I got to admit, I am today years old, and my thanks to Sean Trendy, our plus 10 districts are 20-point spread. I have always, when I hear R plus 10, think the Republicans should win by 10. It's the Republicans should be above 50 by 10, the Democrats down by 10. So a 20-point spread. This was an 8 to 9 point victory for the GOP in Tennessee's 10th. It was far less than it should be. But let's deal with the facts here on the ground. Before everybody freaks out, this was a special election held the Tuesday after Thanksgiving in an off year, in an odd-numbered year in Tennessee. The dynamics for a turnout election are always going to be different from a midterm election or a presidential election. You can only read so much into special elections. And to read anything into special elections, you have to read patterns into all of them together. But we do have something else. We have the November elections, where there were elections in Mississippi, in Georgia, in Virginia, in New Jersey, and elsewhere. And the trend in all of them, from Mississippi, from Mississippi to Georgia to Virginia to New Jersey, was away from the GOP towards the Democrats. What this suggests to me is that the normal rules of politics apply. By the way, you should know when Joe Biden was president, the special elections and the off-year elections, they benefited the Republicans. You got Glenn Youngkin was elected. You had the Republicans took the Virginia House for time. The off-year elections and the midterms, everything, the special elections went towards the GOP. The rule tends to apply. The party that controls the White House tends to have a bad midterm cycle. So we shouldn't get too worked up about that, except the GOP is going through a furious effort of mid-decade redistricting. Here's the problem for the GOP. It's twofold. One, clearly the trends are with the Democrats. And you can look at 2022 and say, hey, it wasn't as bad for the Democrats as it could have been. They still lost the House, by the way. They lost the House. The Republicans got the Senate. So it wasn't as great for the Democrats as people have internalized, because people were expecting a giant red wave. But the same thing here. There's not going to be a giant blue wave next year because of redistricting. But they don't need 30 seats. So here's the basic data. If the midterm elections shifted the way the Tennessee race did, and it was a race where Donald Trump won it by 2022 or by 22 points in 2024, Mark Green won it by 22 points in 24 and in 22, and last night's turnout, you should know, was equal to the 2022 turnout. So typically in these special elections, turnout's very, very low. Well, this was equal to a midterm turnout. And the Democrats did not win, but they got close, closer than they should have. And the Republicans, the base, can console themselves and say, well, Erickson, it was an off year special election the week after Thanksgiving. Yes, that's good spin, and it is true. But also, it's not good when every single county in the district shifted towards the Democrats by at least 8 points. If everywhere in the country did it next year, like Tennessee 7 did last night, you would have a 43-seat pickup by the Democrats. That's not going to happen. Calm down. But it could be a 15-seat pickup. It could be a 5-seat pickup. You know, the Republicans only have a 2-seat advantage right now. So the Democrats are probably going to win next year. What can you do to mitigate it? And that's where the conversation needs to turn. Stop thinking the Republicans are going to hold the House, and maybe they will if they get lucky. But what do you do to mitigate it? Here's the problem, is that at the base level, people get very tribal, and it becomes team sport. You know, I got to say, the fact that Tennessee decided to hold a special election on the day everyone wanted to fight about the college football playoff lineup and the rankings, I mean, I got on Twitter, let's see the election result, and everybody was fuming about the college football playoff rankings. Here's the thing. Whether you want Ole Miss in or you want Texas in, you want to give good rankings to any team, there's no right answer. There's no wrong answer. There's just rage that your guys didn't get it and you wish you were in charge to make it better. I don't really care about the rankings because there's nothing I can do to control them. And people have logical cases. Like, for example, Texas does have a good case. They played Ohio. Do you want these teams to play strong teams or not? Whatever. I don't care. There's no winnable argument. There is no consensus lineup for the teams that everyone in America is going to say, yes, this actually makes a lot of sense. Because somebody's going to be a contrarian, so above my pay grade, I don't care. But Tennessee held a special election on the day everybody wanted to fight about college football playoff rankings. You get into team sport, too, with this. And I see it this morning on my daily email, the people telling me I'm wrong, the GOP is going to be fine, I've overstated it. It's tribal. Listen, my job's not to tell you what you want to hear, it's to tell you what I think. And what I think comes from years of experience of running campaigns around the country as a political operative and being involved in politics. And I can tell you the general rule of thumb is that the party that controls the White House doesn't have a good midterm cycle. You can say, but Biden lost. The GOP, thanks to redistricting, did not have a massive wave in 2022, but they were still able to pick up seats and gain the House by a slim margin. So how do you replicate what the Democrats did? That is, mitigate the damage to minimize the pickups of the opposition. And it's very simple. Operation Kooktoberfest. That's what I'm calling it. Operation Kooktoberfest. You go find the kookiest Democrats alive, and you make sure they get the Democratic nomination in Democratic primaries next year. Go do it. Go find the insane nut jobs. Now, some of them are going to win, but that'll help the GOP in 2028 when you have a bunch of bat crap crazy Democrats in charge of the House of Representatives who want to force kids into changing their genders and bring in more Somalis. That's going to help the GOP in 2028. You find the most insane, unhinged Democrats possible. And in a lot of districts, the voters are going to say, yeah, I don't like the Republicans, but at least they're not crazy. I'm going to vote for them. There's your strategy, people. You want to minimize Democratic gains in 2026. You do so by maximizing the number of crazy Democrats winning primaries. Very easy, very straightforward. That's all you have to do. And then, by the way, you should have a common message. And this is the problem for the Republicans right now. I want to take the boat. Now, I'm not using the boat to talk about the boat. We've already talked about the boat. We don't need to keep talking about the boat. We don't know a lot about what's actually happened with the boat. But the problem with the boat, for purposes of this monologue, is that if you actually, and Jim Garrity at National Review did this, if you go through all the things that the White House said about this particular boat that was blown up in the Caribbean, they've had about 7 or 8 stories. The story has kept evolving, not because of pressure from the press and the Democrats or leaks, but because the White House has revised its story repeatedly. We're now at Pete Hegseth did not know and did not see the survivors and had nothing to do with it at all. Democrats are suggesting they're trying to make Admiral Bradley the fall guy. Problem here is the inconsistency of the story. And it's the same thing with the Republicans in Congress. There's an inconsistency to their messaging. There's an inconsistency to what would go on, how we would do it, how we implement an agenda, what the agenda is. You have the president yesterday dismissing the affordability scam, saying it's a scam by the Democrats. He's not wrong, by the way. The Democrats did not care one bit about affordability until after Donald Trump got elected. Now suddenly it's affordability, affordability. What does affordability actually mean? What's affordable for you may not be affordable for someone else. Really, it's the cost of living, and the Democrats can't talk about that because that's directly impacted by inflation. But the president, there are things the president can do, and there are things happening naturally about affordability. You want one of them? There are some things that are happening naturally that the president himself doesn't particularly have a role to play in.
Data out tomorrow, and it shows that continued new supply and weaker demand are pushing vacancies up and rents down. The national median monthly rent for apartments fell 1% in November from October and now stands at $1,367. That's according to Apartment List. It was the 4th consecutive month-over-month decline. Apartment rents are now down 1.1% from November of last year and have fallen 5.2% from their 2022 peak. Now, vacancies hit a record high of 7.2% in October. That was unchanged in November. This index dates back to 2017. It comes after a really historic surge in apartment construction brought on big by the pandemic. Since it takes a while to build a large building, this supply is still on the high side.
See, you got that? President actually didn't have a whole lot to do with this. Apartment rents are coming down because the supply has grown. They started a bunch of apartment complexes during COVID, and they're starting to come online. People are moving in, and there's so much supply that there's less demand than there is supply, so the prices are coming down. This is good. It's something the president can take credit for, even though he didn't actually have a big role to play in it. He might as well. Republicans need to get on the same page. They're busy fighting each other right now. There are warning signs from what happened in Tennessee last night. Look, the GOP wasn't going to lose. I told you guys the GOP wasn't going to lose. If they were going to lose, it was a full-on meltdown. It didn't happen. But every county, including the most Republican counties, shifted to the Democrats. And yes, it was an off-year election, special election, the week after Thanksgiving, but the turnout matched the 2022 numbers. And 2022 was a full-on get-out-the-vote effort. What did happen is that Republicans showed up at the end. Why did they show up at the end? Because the campaign of Matt Van Epps and the NRCC started scaring people about how wackadoo the Democrat was. She believed in defunding the police. She believed in letting people out of prison. She believed in having no prisons. She said she hated country music. She hated Nashville. Ironically, Nashville went out and voted for her big, having said how much she hated Nashville. Nashville has gone super progressive. It's like the San Francisco of Tennessee. Everywhere shifted left, but in the end, Republicans started turning out because they realized that this wackadoo could not be in Congress. And it wasn't just Republicans. Independents as well started turning to the GOP as they started learning how wackadoo she is. So Republicans, go do a Kooktoberfest. You go find the kooks of the Democratic Party and you get them out in droves in the Democratic primaries, and you make sure these people get the nominations for the Democratic campaigns and the open seats. So then you've got a Republican that the voters in the districts have already voted for, taking a chance on, and they don't care for right now, but they know he's not nuts, against these nutty Democrats. You do that, you're going to mitigate the damage in the midterms. No blue wave appears to be coming. But there does appear to be a surge in Democrats enough in a narrow House, even with the redistricting efforts the Republicans are doing, will push them over the edge. And Hakeem Jeffries will be Speaker in January of 2027. Now, here's the catch. One thing the GOP needs to think about, they're doing all this redistricting. They're taking R plus 10 seats, making them R plus 5 seats. Those R plus 5 seats could become swing seats if something happens with the economy. They're playing with fire doing the redistricting they're doing. But the reality is there's no massive wave coming. There definitely is a surge of Democrats. It is theirs to lose next year. And if we want to help them lose, the way to help them lose is to find the most insane Democrats we can and make sure they become the Democratic nominees.
Have something to say? Hello. Call the show. 1-877-97-ERIC. That's 1-877-973-7425.
1221 Cool Ray Carrier Traffic Center. New crash in Union City between Fairburn and Union City. 85 northbound, Highway 138, Jonesboro Road, exit 64. A couple of left lanes knocked out there, so that's causing some delays. Still slow into Cobb County with that left lane construction. I-20 eastbound, Panola Road, exit number 71. Traffic brought to you by the Danny Did Foundation. The Danny Did Foundation expands epilepsy care in memory of Danny Stanton, who was lost to sudden unexpected death in epilepsy. If you or someone you know has seizures, visit dannydid.org for resources. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
Clark Howard here, and each year we set a goal to provide gifts for every child in foster care across the state of Georgia, and we can't do it without you. Join me at 3 different Walmarts across Metro Atlanta December 7th, 13th, and 14th for our 35th annual Clark's Christmas Kids. Help make Georgia foster kids' Christmas wishes come true. For more information about how you can donate and for Walmart store locations, visit WSBradio.com.
This is Scott Slade, updating my health story. I get a checkup every year, and last September, my primary care physician was troubled by a suspicious number on my lab work. Well, that led to a diagnosis early enough to give me options, and I'm more optimistic than ever about a good outcome. Now, when we're talking about our health, level with your providers. If you think you have a problem, we all need expert eyes looking us over every so often. That's where virtual imaging can be invaluable. Virtual Imaging's LDCT body scan can give you time and options for early treatment, especially for cancer. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. For a limited time, Virtual Imaging is extending their core body scan offer for only $995 per scan. That's a $2,495 value. Early detection saves lives, and now it's more affordable than ever. Virtual Imaging has gotten such great response, they've opened up more times in both offices. But appointments will fill up fast for this offer, so don't wait. Some minimum requirements may apply. Early detection is your best protection. To schedule your virtual imaging $995 core body scan, call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com. That's virtualimagingatl.com. Do it now, while you still have options.
I want you to know that you are loved. You are loved personally and completely, more fully and deeply than you can understand or imagine. When your pain tries to tell you that you're not loved, let His pain remind you that you are. Jesus went through what He went through for you because He loves you. You are loved. This is Tom Gray, thanking Hardy Family Ford for their support.
We love you and we need you.
ThisStuffMatters.net.
Are you taking your garage door for granted? Is it squeaking and whining for attention? Overhead Door Company of Atlanta is here with same-day repair service. Experienced technicians have been servicing homeowners in Atlanta since 1935. That's 90 years. Overhead Door Company of Atlanta can handle all your garage door and opener needs. For same-day repair service, schedule online at overheaddooratlanta.com or call 404-USA-DOOR.
Hi, I'm Daniel Jape, owner of Jape Services. At Jape Services, we believe your home should always be a place of warmth, safety, and comfort. But for some families and local organizations facing tough times, that warmth can be hard to find. That's why we're giving away 2 free brand new Trane furnaces, complete installation, through our Do What's Right Gift of Heat Furnace giveaway. Nominate someone or a charity by Friday, December 5th at japeservices.com.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter. Give a gift that moves.
The Lexus December to Remember sales event is on now at Butler Lexus South Atlanta. Exceptional offers through January 5th. Butler Lexus South Atlanta, the standard of amazing.
This is Andy Harris, president of Coosa Valley Credit Union, inviting you to come see us for your auto loan needs. If you're buying a car or refinancing your current auto loan, at Coosa Valley Credit Union, you'll get one of the lowest interest rates in the market, as low as 3.49 APR when you open an account with a direct deposit. Coosa Valley Credit Union is local and nearby in Northwest Georgia. Plus, you'll always speak to a real person when dealing with us. That's what we call kinder banking.
Contact 706-235-8551 for more details. Equal Opportunity Lender.
2 homes, same block, one sold for way more because they used Orchard. Move first, skip the stress, and sell for top dollar. Don't wait. Get your free home valuation now at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hello, America. Welcome back. It's Eric Erickson here, 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, I want to play this clip from Mark Warner, the U.S. Senator. He's on the Intelligence Committee. He had been governor of Virginia. Listen to this.
I'm going to want to get answers on what did Pete Hegseth order? Why haven't we seen the whole unedited video? If there's nothing inappropriate here, you could have cleared this up without the admiral coming in. He's got a great reputation. I respect him. I want to get the truth, and I'm not sure we've had the truth from Hegseth yet. Remember, this is an administration that has treated the uniformed military with unprecedented disrespect when they were all brought to get a pep rally in front of Hegseth and Trump. This is an administration that's fired, uniformed generals from the head of the NSA, the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency. And I think in many ways, the uniformed military may help save us from this president and his lame people like Hegseth, because I think their commitment is to the Constitution and obviously not to Trump, and I expect Bradley to adhere to that.
You got that? That's a subtle hint there. You have a ranking Democrat in the United States Senate essentially saying, you people in the military stand with Trump. When we get back in power, we're coming for you. They are essentially structuring a mutiny. Absolutely insane that this is where they are, that they want these people in the military to ignore orders and just presume that any order that comes from Trump and Hegseth is illegal. I will tell you this, and I actually know this from very senior Republicans in the Senate. They are very protective of Admiral Bradley. They like him very much, and there are Republicans in the Senate who are under the impression the White House is trying to throw him under the bus. Interestingly, Laura Loomer believes it's Dan Driscoll, the Secretary of the Army, who's trying to plot a coup against Pete Hegseth. Lots happening inside the Pentagon, and none of it really stabilizing. Hillsdale College wants to stabilize your mind with a great education and give you great insights into the history of this country, capitalism, the economy, chemistry, math. They've got 40 subjects to choose from. If you go to ericforhillsdale.com, E-R-I-C-K, ericforhillsdale.com, you can sign up with Hillsdale College today. And you can take one of 40 different classes at no charge. They've got an impressive catalog for you to choose from. Every class involves 30-minute lectures. They're video by the best faculty at Hillsdale. Depending on the class, depends on the number of them, but the 30 minutes each. You do it at your own pace. You get a certificate of completion when you're done, and you have embraced a subject you're curious about and you learn about. Just as an example, they've got one on the Constitutional Convention and the early American Republic. And if you, longtime listener of the show, that was my area of specialty for my major in college. And I learned stuff from Hillsdale I didn't learn in college or law school about it. And it's really good stuff. EricForHillsdale.com, E-R-I-C-K, EricForHillsdale.com. Sign up with Hillsdale College today. Improve your mind, expand your horizons.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 12:30. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news is sponsored by Jim Ellis Automotive. Happening right now, a news briefing is underway on the capture of escaped inmate Timothy Shane. Rockdale County Sheriff Eric Levitt.
We began to receive a call in the 900 block of Morris Drive of a male knocking on a basement door. Our resources reallocated to that area. Covington Police Department and units in the Raleigh County Sheriff's Office, we began checking that area when we came upon an abandoned residence. And when they went into that residence, that's where they located inmate Shane.
Now, the inmate took off while at Grady for a mental evaluation on Monday and had been on the run since. Again, he was taken into custody this morning just south of Covington. He's behind bars now in Rockdale County. Your weather for today, a mix of clouds and sun, a little bit warmer, highs around 51, says WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. This is new this half hour. The government shutdown proves costly to Delta Airlines. The Atlanta-based airline saying today it expects to take a $200 million profit hit in the fourth quarter after they were forced to cut flights during that shutdown. Delta saying demand remains strong for the remainder of the year. Heading into early 2026, CEO Ed Bastian says the airline had more than 2,000 cancellations last month. A new national report on road safety finds Georgia can take steps to improve road safety. Kathy Chase, president of Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety, saying their Roadmap to Safety report offers some solutions.
We cannot allow ourselves to accept this as inevitable when numerous proven solutions can stop them.
Now, last year, Georgia saw more than 1,400 roadway fatalities. Among the Georgia-specific recommendations in the report are requiring rear seatbelt use and requiring kids sit in the back seat until the age of 12. More than 1 million bags of shredded cheese sold at major retailers being recalled today. Bags of Great Lakes cheese, shredded cheese, are being recalled because they may contain metal fragments, and they were sold at Walmart stores under the name Great Value. Target had it as Good and Gather brand, and then Aldi had it as the Happy Farms brand cheese. The products were sold in 31 states, including here in Georgia, and they do have a sell-by date ranging from January of 2026 to March of 2026. It's 12:32.
This is Jonathan Geller at D. Geller & Son Jewelers with my dad, Mike. And Dad, how do you know you've got the right gift before you give it?
You get it at D. Geller & Son. We've been helping Atlanta get it right since 1939 with real jewelry experts to walk you through Atlanta's best selection.
Whether it's silver and diamond stocking stuffers for $95, diamond hoops for $13.95, or one-of-a-kind showstoppers.
For the best selection, best quality, and best value,
trust D. Geller & Son in Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
Our team's 2025 study of retirees found that happy retirees are 2 times more likely versus unhappy retirees to simply have a written retirement plan. Just think, you may be able to double your likelihood of happiness by simply taking an hour to sit down and put pen to paper. If you'd like a financial advisor to help you tackle the trickier questions that need answers, reach out to our team at yourwealth.com. That's YOUR wealth.com.
Y'all, I'm more and more getting encounters with, family and friends wanting to know, is this a scam? What have you? They're so sophisticated now, and especially with older folks, the level of sophistication that criminals are using online to scam people, it's next level. Vision Computers could be your last line of defense on this. If you've got Vision Computers managed IT plan for yourself, for your home, for your business, you can put your employees or your aging parents through some training with the employees at Vision Computer that can help protect them. And you can even, if someone calls and you think it's a scam, put them on hold, call Vision Computer at 404-COMPUTE, and do a 3-way call. And the pros, they get on the call, the crooks run away. Vision Computer's employees, your parents, well, they're taken care of. Call Vision Computer today. Get peace of mind, state-of-the-art technology, and defense with their managed IT plans. Call Vision Computers today at 404-COMPUTE or go to visioncomputers.com. 404-COMPUTE.
If your home smells musty and moldy, don't wait. Moisture and mold not only produce that old home smell, it can even weaken your home's foundation. At American Crawl Space Solutions, we stop the problem at its source. From encapsulation and waterproofing to mold remediation and foundation repair, we give you the right solution without high-pressure sales tactics. Get peace of mind with American Crawl Space Solutions, your best value in crawl space repair.
American Crawl Space Solutions, foundations too.
Live team coverage of traffic and weather. Here's Alex Williams.
Big jam, I-20 westbound into Cobb County. Looking for new trouble at I-285 exit 67. Go ahead and use Covington Highway to avoid that. Only a left lane open. Pothole repair on the west side outer loop, 285 south past South Cobb Drive. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Partly cloudy skies today, high 51, lows tonight in the low 30s.
It is 44 degrees in Kennesaw, 45 in Peachtree Corners and Milton. We'll have more news at 1 o'clock, breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Hello, my people. It's Eric Erickson here. 877-973-7425 is the phone number. I got a problem. My kids want me to do a Christmas list. If I see something I like and want, I get it. And so here we arrive at the end of the year, and my kids want to know what to get me for Christmas. It's like, I don't know that I really want anything. The one thing I want is I joined this golf club, In Town Golf, and they have these carry bags so I can walk the course instead of being on a golf course. I figure it's good exercise, and they're sold out. I can't find them anywhere. I give up. We need to move on. We need to talk about the Somali situation. Christopher Rufo, his City Journal piece is a gift that could keep on giving for the GOP in a mitigation strategy for next year. I want to say this out of the gate. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I just think it's the God's honest truth. Minnesota is a state that was for a time trending towards the GOP. You had Tim Pawlenty, the Republican governor there. It was a swing state for quite a while. And what happened? It got flooded by the Obama administration with a bunch of immigrants, a lot of them from Somalia. And a lot of them became citizens, started voting, and they shifted Minnesota to the left. And I don't think it's a coincidence. And in fact, one of the things we have also seen happen is they flood some of these blue states with immigrants to give them electoral college votes, and not just electoral college votes, but congressional districts to pad the numbers for the Democrats. You got to remember, under the U.S. Constitution, all people in a state are counted for purposes of congressional apportionment, not just citizens, everybody. So you flood a lot of immigrants into a community that is dwindling, and you prop up their numbers for the census. It's a blue state. It helps them. I don't think it's a coincidence. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think that's actually what happened. And I need to say something here, and I got to be real careful how I say it, because I don't think some Republicans are going to be able to help themselves without making this a racial issue and say the Somalis, well, they're black and from Africa, we shouldn't allow those people. I think that's nuts. I don't think we should be looking at where people come from, with some exceptions, terrorism, things like that, if they want to be a part of the American dream. Here's the problem, though, is a lot of these people don't want to be part of the American dream. And Somalis in particular remain in the 21st century very tribal. Their country is going through civil war right now. And they don't actually want to be Americans. They want to be Somali Americans. And I don't think hyphenated Americanism should be a thing that we encourage by public policy. And in the Somali community, we have a number of these people who have come to this country. They haven't embraced the rule of law. They have continued with their tribal nature from Somalia. And in fact, in a lot of the community in Minneapolis, they've engaged in behaviors that are not compatible with the American rule of law. I want to play you a clip from Minneapolis, from TV there. This one gonna probably blow your mind just a little bit. Just listen to this. This is from Channel 5 in Minneapolis.
A fifth person charged in what prosecutors call an unprecedented attack on our justice system is now pleading guilty. 43-year-old Saeed Farah pleaded guilty today for his role in the scheme to bribe a Feeding Our Future juror. Court documents show he helped collect the $200,000 in cash used for the bribe. It was dropped off in Hallmark gift bags to the juror's house. Farah then received a video of the drop-off and later deleted it to conceal his involvement. Farah is the fifth defendant to plead guilty in the juror bribery scheme. Those sentencing dates have not yet been set.
Saeed Farah is a Somali. There's a Feeding the Future was a charity that was gaming the system in Minnesota on behalf of a large segment of the Somali community, getting the white taxpayers of Minnesota's tax dollars and flooding it into the Somali community. And a lot of people got indicted, over 75 indictments. And these fools got $200,000 in cash and dropped it off at a black juror's house and argued that this was white oppression, this trial, and this black juror should side with the Somalis. And instead, she reported them to the police, and they were arrested. Where do you think they got the $200,000 in cash from? Well, the welfare system in Minnesota. Of course. I want to play you some clips now as we send ICE there. This is Jacob Frey, who just won re-election. Remember, he's challenged by a Somali socialist. He won re-election, closer than he wanted it to be. Listen to this.
I want our police officers keeping people safe. I want our police officers responding to violent crime. I want our police officers preventing homicides and carjackings and shootings from occurring in the first place. You know what I don't want them doing? I don't want our police officers spending a single second hunting the father down that just dropped his kids off at daycare, who's about to go and work a 12-hour shift, who happens to be from Mogadishu or who happens to be from Ecuador. That man makes our city a better place.
Are we sure about that? Also, this, same mayor, same press conference.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacob Frey. I'm the mayor of Minneapolis, and we are here to respond to a number of credible reports from several media outlets relaying that there are as many as 100 federal agents that will be deployed to the Twin Cities with a specific focus on targeting our Somali community. To our Somali community, we love you and we stand with you. That commitment is rock solid. Minneapolis is proud to be home to the largest Somali community in the entire country. They've been here for decades in many instances. They're entrepreneurs and fathers. They benefit both the culture and the economic resilience of our city. Targeting Somali people means that due process will be violated. Mistakes will be made. And let's be clear, it means that American citizens will be detained for no other reason than the fact that they look like they are Somali.
He also speaks some Somalian, and the police chief there does too. I need to say something to my brothers and sisters in Christ on the right. If you're offended that the mayor and the police chief have learned how to speak Somali because they have a large population of immigrants, there's something wrong with you. You don't say that anymore in this country about American politicians speaking Spanish for the Hispanic community. It's just the Somalis. You be careful with this. Be careful where this leads your heart and your brain on this. You got a bunch of immigrants who come to the country. They're brought in by the Obama administration. They're dropped off in from Somalia, where it doesn't snow, to Minneapolis, where it seems to always snow. They don't speak a lot of English. Good on the locals for learning Somali. However, at the same time, learn English. If you're from Somalia, learn English over time. Assimilate. And that's part of the problem here, is a lot of this community is not assimilated. Some have, a lot of them haven't. A lot of them haven't. And a lot of them have been gaming the system. I want to play you this ABC News clip. It's very important for the context of everything I'm getting at. Listen to this. Remember, supposedly more Americans get their news from ABC News than anywhere else. That's what they say. I want you to listen to this story.
Let's bring in Mary Bruce, because, Mary, I know there's another breaking headline tonight from the White House. President Trump lashing out at immigrants from Somalia, saying, I don't want them in our country. I wanted to get you to report back on this. Here's what the president said first.
We're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country.
And Mary, you've learned tonight that this comes as ICE prepares to target Somali immigrants in Minneapolis.
Yeah, David, the president is increasingly going after Somali immigrants, and now sources tell us that ICE is preparing for a surge operation in Minneapolis, which has a large Somali population.
You notice what they never said there? They played the president. They played his tirade. You know what ABC News has never reported on? The whole reason this is a conversation is because of the massive fraud scandal in Minnesota that was largely covered up by the Democrats. ABC News, they're covering the president's tirade, but they didn't want to ask the question, what caused this? What caused this was the revelation that a large number of Somali immigrants in Minnesota have been gaming the welfare system to fund terrorism in Somalia. They've been routing welfare checks in Minnesota and sending it to Al-Shabaab, an Al-Qaeda terrorist affiliate in Somalia. ABC News has not reported on that. ABC News has, in fact, refused to report on that story. So they bring on Mary Bruce, the woman who collaborated with the Biden administration to pregame her questions with him, who regularly attacks the Trump administration, to talk about the Trump administration's attack on the Somalis without ever pointing out the context of his attack was this credible report that's now been confirmed by the New York Times and other media outlets that the Somali immigrants in Minnesota, instead of integrating and assimilating into the community, have learned how to steal welfare benefits to fund terrorism back home. Relevant context to what the president was talking about. The Republicans have an opportunity here. Don't make it about race, but make it about the Democrats turning a blind eye to immigrants in the country who don't want to assimilate, but want to take advantage of the welfare system and abuse it to benefit people back home. They'll still scream racism, but this isn't racism. It's a valid point that most Americans recognize. Americans understand how welfare systems get gamed, and that we have now we've got the receipts, we've got the indictments of the massive gaming of the welfare system in Minnesota, and it's not just in Minnesota. In New York, Brooke Rollins, the Secretary of Agriculture, is demanding USDA receipts on use of benefits. And Kathy Hochul, the governor there, she doesn't want to hand over the receipts. She doesn't want to comply.
Let me tell you what's going on here. We actually went to court about this because people sign up for a particular program not to have their name in a, think about, do you really want every bit of information about you in other parts of the government monitoring you and tracking what you do? I mean, this is a privacy issue as well. Even if you're on SNAP and getting nutrition benefits like 42 million Americans do, does that mean that your privacy should be invaded now and that you should be giving out this information unrelated to this program?
Don't want to give out the information. We know abuse is happening, and the Democrats want to allow it to happen. They want to prop up an immigrant community that they don't actually want to assimilate into the United States. They just want them here so that the Democrats can pad their numbers in the House of Representatives and the Electoral College. They have no interest in these people actually becoming American citizens and assimilating into the country. We should want anyone from the world who wants to come here and be American to come here. We should not allow people to come here and not integrate and assimilate into our society. Either come here, learn English, assimilate into the country, or go home. Don't just come here for lavish American welfare benefits. We see how that's working out in Europe. It's not very well. This isn't an issue of race. This is an issue of immigration policy that the Democrats have been on the wrong side of. The American people have continued to side with Donald Trump on this issue. This is a relevant issue for mitigating 2026. Make it about the Democrats having learned nothing from the abuse of the immigration system. And you know and I know, you put them back in power, they're going to allow the pillaging of the American taxpayer system for a bunch of immigrants who are sending money home to their home countries instead of treating the United States as their home. It's a relevant, big issue. You got to be careful how you talk about it. But you got to talk about it. ABC News doesn't want to talk about it. They want to vilify the president. Start talking about this issue. It's a massive issue that will resonate with the American public because Americans are really generous. but they don't want to have their generosity abused to fund terrorism in Somalia, and that's what's happening. And the Democrats have been letting it happen, too afraid to even look into it, lest they be accused of racism.
Honest.
Putting your trust in me to tell you what's going on.
Transparent.
I need you to know this from the bottom of my heart.
Giving you the information without the noise.
My job isn't to tell you what you want to hear, it's to tell you the truth.
It's the Eric Erickson Show.
1250 Cool-Ray Carrier Traffic Center still jammed up into cab 20 westbound, leaving Panola Road over to 285 crash blocking a center lane. Eastbound left lane construction near Panola also causing delays. Pothole repair, travel advisory 285 southbound. The outer loop below South Cobb Drive, only a left lane open, use 75 south, and a crash moving off to the right in Union City 85 north at Jonesboro Road. Traffic brought to you by Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Learn more about their support of common threads in nutrition education at anthem.com/dream. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is the trade name of Blue Cross Blue Shield Healthcare Plan of Georgia, Inc. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
If you have the WSB radio app,
All the notifications you
if
need.
you have the WSB app,
All the local and breaking news alerts you need.
Breaking news in Cobb County.
All in one place.
We'll send out an alert on the WSB app.
The 95.5 WSB app.
Download it from your app store today.
The Georgia Spa Company just did something you don't want to miss. They've extended their Black Friday sale through Sunday. That means the biggest savings of the year? Well, they're still happening. If you've been waiting to upgrade your health, your recovery, your downtime, your relaxation, now's your chance. Hot tubs to melt the stress away, swim spas for fitness without the gym, saunas and cold plunges to help you feel better, sleep better, live better. Don't let the extended Black Friday sale at Georgia Spa Company slip past you. Go to georgiaspacompany.com to find the closest location.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed right here on 95.5 WSB. Well, Chris, as you know, time just keeps on ticking. We're putting another year under our belt, so it seems like a really good time to take stock of our financial lives and put together that plan that's built to last.
There are occasions throughout the year where I feel like it's critical for people to engage their financial lives and get the information that they deserve from a financial advisory team. And this is one of those times, to be quite frank. So we ask that you call us if you have a minimum of $500,000 in your full portfolio. But we're going to do away with that minimum so that those folks can have an equal opportunity to understand what's in their portfolio as well. Now, you have to have some money, right? I can't help you to build your wealth at work, right? But I sure can help, I believe, with your 401k, IRA management. There's probably 2 or 3 things that'll surprise you that you may want to take action on. So the next 10 people that call in will work up either a portfolio x-ray, or if you feel like you need a full retirement plan, go to unleashyourmoney.com, click on portfolio x-ray, or click on full retirement plan. We think you'll be impressed enough, and we want you to become a client. There's no question about it. We believe that we are a very competent fiduciary advisory team, and we want to offer that to our listeners. Let Hoffman Financial Group actually show you how we perform, and I believe we perform at the pinnacle of this industry.
Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
Hi, this is Lee. And this is Brent. Lee Brent Jewelry and Watch Company is making Christmas better than ever with a sale of 5 to 50% off all in-store jewelry.
Lee Brent has a large selection of gold, diamonds, emeralds, rubies, and sapphires up to 50% off. Even Rolex watches are on sale at 5% off.
And remember, Lee Brent serves you Rolex in their store by their Rolex-trained watchmaker. And your watch never leaves the store, located in Sandy Springs in the Trader Joe's Plaza, or visit LeeBrent.com.
All the news, weather, and traffic you need. 95.5 WSB.
WSB Atlanta, WSB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
On the go, take Eric's podcasts with you. Available wherever you stream your favorite podcast. Search Eric Erickson.
Hello there. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here, and the phone number is 877-973-7425. Let me go to Jeff. You're going to be up next on the show. Welcome, sir. How are you?
Eric, thank you again for taking my call. I think we can tie both of these last two segments together with the point we're about to make. The theory of unintended consequences. So basically, the main point about R-plus districts being redistricted and losing to like R5, like you spoke of. One thing that I think is going to be a continuing theme in the future is all of this migration from California and New York and everything to the south. It's mostly blue cities. They're not going to relocate in the rural red districts. So what's going to happen as time goes on is the voting bloc, it's going to get bluer and bluer. Pink cities are going to be solid blue if that continues. So I'll hang up and listen to your response. And I think that could be tied to the Somali situation that you just spoke of as well.
Yeah. Listen, there is a even in red states, you have blue corridors. And take Austin, Texas, as a great example here. The progressive left in Austin doing everything they can to make Austin as progressive as possible, a blue dot in a sea of red. You take Atlanta, Decatur, Georgia, very progressive. Look at New York City. New York City controls the state of New York by its population, and it's been losing people, but offsetting with immigrants who come in who either can't vote or vote for Democrats because of welfare benefits once they become citizens. And it shifts states to the left. I'm in Georgia. We see in our metropolitan area in Atlanta. Demographically, it is white progressives, non-white voters. They're shifting the state to the left. Disproportionate control over the rest of the state due to their voting clout. It actually is. It's an issue. Democrats at some point realized that blue states were in decline. And in fact, one of the big issues too, there's a big study out about the birth rate in red states. Conservatives in this country are getting married and having kids at a disproportionately higher rate than progressives. Progressive women, full of phobias and neuroses about climate change and inequality and everything else, they have embraced causes that if the causes are their children, they don't want to have real kids. And they just adopt causes and identities. And they're not having kids. And blue states are in population decline in addition to jobs decline. And that sort of stuff matters, and the Democrats know it, which is why they're trying to prop up their communities with a bunch of immigrants who don't vote but get counted for the census. Swiss America has been warning people about a secret war on cash. Something else to worry about from the government is they try to control your spending, where you're spending, how you're spending. They want to monitor it. They want you to use plastic instead of currency. Swiss America wants to get you their report, The Secret War on Cash. It can help on your finances. What you do is you call or text them at 800-289-2646. All you have to do if you call them is, hey, Eric Erickson sent me. Or just text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 800-289-2646. The All Out War on Cash includes digital forms of currency, and it is spreading. They'll come for your crypto, too. So get the Secret War on Cash report completely free. You just mentioned Eric, E-R-I-C-K. Call or text them, 800-289-2646. 800-289-2646. Or go to SwissAmerica.com/Eric. That's SwissAmerica.com/ERICK. Swiss America can help you save on your finances. Get the Secret War on Cash report for free. Message and data rates may apply.
Everyone has an opinion.
I've had some great Mondays. I'm having a good Monday right now. Look at beautiful outside.
Got that nice loud shirt.
Eric Von Haessler has an opinion.
It's a citrusy, summery, I think breezy kind of shirt.
And some advice.
But just remember this.
Eric Von Haessler, today at 3.
I never have and never will smoke a cigar.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hi there. Good afternoon. It is 1 o'clock. I'm Sabrina Cupid. Our top story, a news briefing just wrapping up, and it gives us more details on the capture of that escaped inmate, Timothy Shane. He was captured at an abandoned house on Morris Drive near Covington this morning after a tip was called in. He escaped Monday while at Grady Hospital, where he was to undergo a mental health evaluation after trying to commit suicide. Sheriff Eric Levitt, though, telling reporters just moments ago.
Now, what I would tell you that it is my belief that it was a staged suicide. And it's my belief based on information that was reported to us from interviews of the inmates that was in that cell as well.
Now, Shane is back behind bars this afternoon, the investigation ongoing. Your weather for today, a mix of clouds and sun, a little warmer, highs around 51, says WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. She'll have Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up in just a matter of minutes. A Norcross man has been arrested in connection with a road rage incident. It happened on I-985 in Flowery Branch. Police say 23-year-old Ivan Hernandez was in a BMW when he threw something at the victim's vehicle and then shot into the passenger side door near Spout Springs Road. He's now charged with aggravated assault, terroristic threats, and criminal damage to property. He's been booked into the Hall County Jail without bond. A new report finds Georgia has room to improve when it comes to overall road safety.
Georgia ranks in the yellow for caution when it comes to overall road safety, according to the report.
Which means there's a lot of room for improvement to make their roads safer.
Kathy Chase, president of Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety, says that improvement could come from measures requiring seatbelts in the back seat and requiring children ride in the back seat until age 12.
We know that these are proven solutions, and we know that if Georgia leaders enact these, that there will be safety improvements on the roadways.
Last year, the state reported more than 1,400 roadway deaths. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Later today, we are awaiting a possible announcement on new relaxed fuel economy standards from the Trump administration. Top executives from Ford, General Motors, Stellantis have all been invited to the White House for this event, where a rollback of Biden-era standards will reportedly be proposed by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. The former president had required passenger cars and light trucks have a fuel efficiency of around 50 miles per gallon by the year 2031. Check back for updates. Well, the country's stillbirth rate is falling. New data published by the CDC today shows 2024 saw a 2% drop in the U.S. stillbirth rate. The drop brought the rate back down to 2022 levels, and there were nearly 20,000 fetal deaths in that year. 3 states saw the stillbirth rates drop significantly. That was Mississippi with a 21% drop, Utah 16%, and Colorado dropped 14%. Here in Georgia, we did have fewer stillbirths as well. Mississippi, though, still has the highest stillbirth rate in the country. Let's take a look at the markets. The Dow right now is currently in positive territory, up 373 at 47,848. NASDAQ also up slightly. So is the S&P. It's 102.
The Sizzle All the Way sale is happening right now at omahasteaks.com. You can get 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com, and you get an extra $35 off with promo code ERIC, yes, my name, E-R-I-C-K, at checkout. I've been giving Omaha Steaks gifts for a very long time. They make incredibly popular gifts for business colleagues, for family, for friends. Used to get it for my dad all the time, business friends. Even now in radio, want to impress someone, I send them Omaha Steaks. You can too. omahasteaks.com. Everything is 50% off for the Sizzle All the Way sale, and you get an extra $35 off with promo code ERIC at checkout. See site for detail. Terms and conditions apply. omahasteaks.com. At checkout, you'll see the promo code box. Put in my name, Eric, E-R-I-C-K. You get an extra $35 off. Everything already 50% off site-wide. An incredible gift for the holiday season. The Sizzle All the Way sale. Take advantage of it at omahasteaks.com.
Hey guys, are you striking out in the bedroom? Because pills like Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra just don't work anymore. Here's how Choice Men's Health is solving PE and ED issues. Meet Dr. Katz, the expert in men's health.
Hi, I'm Dr. Katz, Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Choice Men's Health offers safe, custom-blended medications designed to fit your needs. There is no pain or surgery. It doesn't matter how old you are or if you have diabetes, high blood pressure, or prostate issues. Not a problem. It's safe and affordable for everyone. You'll see results in 15 minutes guaranteed, or you don't pay anything. Solve the problem of ED and PE now.
For a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are free. Call now, 404-400-1170. That's 404-400-1170 to claim your initial consultation and first treatment for free. Call Choice Men's Health now, 404-400-1170.
Findlay Roofing. The Roof guys are proud to support Clark's Christmas Kids again this year. Findlay will donate at least $15,000 to Clark's Christmas Kids. Time to replace your roof? Please think of Findlay first. FindlayRoofing.com.
All right, live team coverage of traffic and weather. Alex Williams has a look at your roads.
Still rough in DeKalb County, Sabrina, due to a crash blocking at least one center lane. 20 westbound at I-285, exit 67. Delays start before Panola Road. You can use Covington Highway. 20 east slow due to left lane construction at Panola Road, exit 71. Earlier pothole repair has cleared. All lanes are now open in Cobb County. 285 southbound, the outer loop at South Cobb Drive. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies today, warming up to a high of 51. Clear and cool tonight, lows in the low 30s. Tomorrow, clouds roll back in with a few isolated rain showers, high 49. Heavy rain on Friday, staying cold with highs in the mid-40s.
It is 46 degrees right now in Buford, College Park, and Sandy Springs. We'll have more news at 1:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Hello, America. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, I would be delighted to have you with me. Don't forget, text ERIC, E-R-I-C-K. Get the show notes. You're going to want to get the show notes. Subscribe. You can get the podcast. You should be subscribing to your favorite podcast app to the 4 Things to Know this afternoon. When this show is over, I have started doing a very short, it is 5 minutes, all the stuff that happened while I've been on the show that you're going to need to know by the time you get home from work. It's in your favorite podcast app. It's called 4 Things to Know. And just look for that. You'll be able to find it. Subscribe. It's like 5 minutes of your time on your way home. I am a critic occasionally of the president. You'll all know that he's not my favorite, but I like a lot of what he does. You know, we've hung out together. I've been to his office. We've chatted on the phone a number of times. Not lately. I think he really doesn't like me anymore, which is fine. I don't particularly care whether politicians like me or not, but I do like a lot of his policies, and I do think that he doesn't appreciate that there's a lot of his policies that I do like. Tariffs, I think, are bad, and I think he's dogmatically in favor of them, and I will save my breath on trying to persuade him they're a bad idea. He'll learn that when the election happens next year. But I think he's got a pretty adult and solid foreign policy. In fact, I venture to suggest that Donald Trump has one of the most grown-up foreign policies, mature foreign policies of any recent American president. It's not about human rights. It's not about spreading democracy in the world. It's about what benefits the United States. I don't always agree with him as implemented. I think it's very clear Vladimir Putin is not an honest broker and he should just stop trying and we should just let the Ukrainians fight. But his handling of Iran, very good. Putting European powers in their place, very good. I think J.D. Vance's lecture to the Europeans about their lack of appreciation for free speech is actually very good. I think there's a tendency in our country for the establishment of the left and the right to sometimes look on some of these political parties in Europe and say, oh, this is the second coming of the Nazis. Not really. You overstate things. And by the way, Europeans are embracing them because they think the establishment has failed them. I think it's good on Donald Trump. I think that Donald Trump putting more pressure on Canada is good, although we got to be careful. They're starting to flirt with the Chinese. You can't trust the regime in Canada. One of the issues with Trump right now, obviously, in the news are the boats being blown up in the Caribbean. Y'all, I disagree with a lot of friends of mine on this issue. I understand. Let me be a little bit repetitive from yesterday for sake of argument so you understand this. The United States Congress, we don't have three co-equal branches of government. Congress is preeminent. It's why it's Article 1. Congress decided that narco trafficking is a federal crime. So I understand the argument that a lot of my friends in the conservative movement offer, that because Congress has defined narco trafficking as a crime, the president cannot redefine it as an act of war. I understand that. And by the way, it's probably the winning argument in policy, but not politics. It probably is. Congress has defined it as a crime, therefore it can't be redefined by the president as something else. But here's where I am. The narco terrorists are killing American citizens, and they're doing it many times to prop up, fund, and help regimes in Central and South America, many of whom have ties to China. And I think it's naive of us to think this isn't an act of war, because it is an act of war. The Chinese have been complicit in funding the chemicals to make fentanyl and other drugs in Central and South America. And the regimes in many of these countries have ties to the cartels. And in having these ties to the cartels, they're allowing the cartels to undermine the United States. It is an act of war in my mind. So I do not care one little bit about the president of the United States blowing up boats in the Caribbean. If they're killing the survivors, yes, that's a problem. But if they're blowing up the boats of the narco traffickers used to ship the drugs into this country, well, I'm okay with that. I think it's an act of war. I think it is perfectly fine for this president to determine that this is an act of war and we're going to treat it as such and blow the bad guys up. One of the things I don't think enough people in Washington, D.C. pay attention to is how a number of governments in the Western Hemisphere are collaborating with the axis of evil, that is China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. Did you know there are warships from Iran, Russia, and Cuba in the Southern Caribbean tied to Nicolas Maduro, or at least they have been there. They have been teaching the Venezuelans naval tactics. Yes, the Iranians, the Russians, and the Chinese working together with the Venezuelans. Frankly, I wish the president would do something about Haiti before the Chinese do. But what he's doing is he's reasserting sovereignty in the Western Hemisphere, and he's reasserting the American dominance of the Western Hemisphere. He's trying to push the Russians and the Chinese out, and I think that's good. Now, my concern is that they are doing it with this realignment where they've decided that we've got to stop leading the free world and we'll just divide it up between the Russians, the Chinese, and us. I think that's a terrible idea. I do think there is some prevailing thinking, particularly in the Vance camp. They can't admit it. They would never admit it. In fact, I think they would vigorously deny it, that they believe the United States is a nation in decline. But I think behind the scenes, they privately believe it, and they're trying to manage what they believe is some sort of imperial decline of the United States. And to do that, they want to gain primacy of the Western Hemisphere. While I disagree with them on that, decline is a choice, and they're choosing to decline, and the other administrations before them have to a degree as well. I don't think it's inevitable. I think we should lead the free world. I have to say, what the president is doing with the drug cartels, I'm totally fine with. There's a story out in the Wall Street Journal. Let me read you the beginning of this story. This is, again, a grown-up foreign policy. Dozens of Mexico's most dangerous prisoners, cuffed hand and foot, boarded army jets under heavy guard this year, a rogues gallery of cartel leaders responsible for smuggling tons of heroin, fentanyl, cocaine, and methamphetamine to insatiable American buyers. The men were ousted from prisons, where money and corruption provided them with weapons, cocaine, booze, women, and phones to run their lucrative underworld empires from behind bars, coordinating drug shipments as well as ordering killings and kidnappings, American and Mexican officials said. The prisoners had no idea of their destination. "Welcome to America," said Derek Maltz, interim head of the Drug Enforcement Agency, when he greeted the first batch of prisoners as they disembarked 9 months ago. A second group arrived in August, a total of 55 men who face charges that could keep them locked in maximum security prisons for the rest of their lives. The prisoners represent the top echelons of Mexico's biggest criminal organizations, the Sinaloa, Jalisco New Generation, and Zeta cartels. They include Rafael Caro Quintero, who was charged with killing DEA agent Enrique Camarena in 1985 and has dodged extradition to the U.S. for decades. All are in custody without bail. U.S. officials expect many of the prisoners will share firsthand knowledge about the operations of Mexico's underworld, from smuggling secrets and money laundering operations to the names of officials in government, the military, law enforcement, and finance who are paid to serve the drug trafficking industry. Cartel leaders in U.S. custody have for years had the opportunity to cooperate with authorities, sometimes in exchange for reduced sentences and more comfortable prison conditions. Former Sinaloa cartel leader Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, who has kept mum, spends 23 hours a day in a windowless U.S. prison cell serving a life sentence. One of his sons, Joaquin Guzman Lopez, turned himself into U.S. authorities last year and dragged along another wanted man, his godfather, Ismael El Mayo Zambada, the 70-something co-founder of the Sinaloa cartel. Zambada, whose lawyer said he was illegally brought to the U.S., has pleaded guilty to drug charges. He faces a life sentence at a January 13th court hearing. The younger Guzman pleaded guilty in court Monday to drug trafficking and money laundering charges. He's cooperating with U.S. authorities. Transferring 55 drug leaders to U.S. custody was a high-stakes undercover mission that drew 2,000 Mexican special forces. Officials feared that if word got out, kingpins would attempt escapes, set off riots, or file legal appeals. Authorities also believed cartels might try to assassinate their own leaders rather than risk them spilling secrets to U.S. law enforcement. When the expulsion operation began, some prisoners thought they were headed to freedom, figuring their government bribes had paid off, the Mexican official said. Instead, they were shoved into armored personnel carriers, escorted to a military plane that flew them to the Altiplano maximum security prison 50 miles west of Mexico. U.S. officials received word of the planned arrivals the night before the first operation. They made frantic calls to federal officials across the country. Many of the drug kingpins who agents have spent years investigating would be landing the next morning. The first prisoners boarded a half-dozen Mexican military planes on February 27th, headed to Chicago, Phoenix, San Antonio, New York, and Dulles International Airport in Virginia. Rival drug lords who had ordered the killing of thousands of each other's men sat side by side on the flight. Y'all, this happened not because of Joe Biden, but because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is making Mexico safer. Here's something you don't probably know. Mexico is essentially a collapsing state. Many of the political officials there are in the pockets of the drug cartels who fight each other. The current president of Mexico has ties to the cartels. There are deep suspicions that she herself has been compromised by the cartels. We're cleaning up Mexico. Why? To clean up the United States, we have to clean up Mexico. And we're cleaning up Mexico by ending the ability of the narco traffickers and the narco terrorists to be able to conduct their operations from cushy jail cells in Mexico, where they're given drugs, women, and phones to be able to engage in their operations. Donald Trump deserves credit for this. You will notice today and tomorrow, as yesterday and the day before, the American Press Corps wants to fixate on whether it was a war crime to blow up a boat in the Caribbean. They will not show you the broader, larger picture because they are afraid, rightly, that you'll support it. They will not tell you about why Donald Trump's upset with the Somalis any more than they will tell you about his broader approach to secure the Western Hemisphere. Because here's the other thing. Remember what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris said when they were in the White House. They had to do what to solve immigration? Get to the root causes. What were the root causes? Gangland warfare, drug trafficking, and crime. In El Salvador, Bukele decided to crack down, and he actually arrested his country into success. We have progressives in this country. We've got the mayor of Chicago saying we cannot incarcerate our way out of this mess. El Salvador proved him wrong. And what did the Biden administration do? They treated him like a pariah. You want to solve the root causes? You got to arrest the gangbangers and the cartels. You got to make life difficult for them. Donald Trump is doing that with Mexico. The cartel leaders can't be contained in Mexico because of corruption and bribery. They can be here. Donald Trump is taking them off the grid. He's blowing up their boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific. He's bringing them to supermax prisons in the United States. This is good for all of us. This is good for the Western Hemisphere. This is good for the people of Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Mexico. He's making those countries safer. He's minimizing the crime and the cartel corruption in those countries. He's making it safe for immigrants to want to go home again. Many of them want to go home. They're just scared because it's not safe there. Donald Trump is making the Western Hemisphere safe. And so you're not hearing about it. Kudos to the Wall Street Journal for doing this detailed reporting. This is a good foreign policy and national security victory in the Western Hemisphere done by Donald Trump that you will not hear about from very many people because they don't want you to know just how successful he is in some of these areas.
Those who love him, listen to find out what he's going to say next. Those who disagree with him, also listen to see what he's going to say next. It's the Erick Erickson Show.
121 Cool Day Carrier Traffic Center. Better news in DeKalb. Crash cleared, all lanes open. 20 westbound at I-285 exit 67. Some lingering brake lights back toward Lithonia, but that will improve. You're slow 20 eastbound heading out toward Lithonia. That's due to left lane construction. Approaching Panola Road exit 71. And a few brake lights through Midtown. 7585 South starting at 17th Street. Traffic brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Now at Whole Foods Market, get 24 ounces of Rayo's pasta sauces for $5.99 with Prime through December 9th while supplies last. Shop in store or online. Terms apply. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
If it's happening on the streets of Atlanta.
After suspect refuses to exit home on Summer Chase Drive.
If it's happening on the roads leading to Atlanta.
Looks to be a tanker truck crashed into the median on the jam cam.
95.5 WSB has you covered.
The major culprits is squeezing household budgets for auto insurance, gasoline, and utilities.
Your 24/7 news source. Tune in throughout the day to stay up to date.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's breaking news station.
Scott Slade here to talk to you about your health, and I think it's real important to talk about what is most likely to kill you. Heart disease is the #1 killer of Americans, and the older we get, the more prevalent it is. But you can reduce your risk. Eat right, don't smoke, exercise, and be informed about what's going on in your own body. Like lots of potentially serious health problems, if you catch heart disease early, you vastly increase your chances of living a longer life. And that's where virtual imaging comes in. Virtual imaging scans take less than 10 minutes and screen with 98% accuracy for heart disease. Other scans, including brain and full body, are available too. Virtual imaging is locally owned and operated in Atlanta for over 15 years, so they can make you this terrific offer. A complimentary heart scan for you and your spouse with a few minimum requirements. So don't put this off. I've done it. Call Virtual Imaging today for your free heart scan. 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-7226. Or visit their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
It's my favorite time of year. I love spending time with family, enjoying delicious, nutritious food and bread. That's right, real bread, not the enriched stuff you see on the shelves. This is Sue from Bread Beckers in Woodstock with Sue's Healthy Minute. My family and I were blown away by the health benefits of making real bread from freshly milled whole grains. After more than 30 years in business, we have heard thousands of stories from satisfied customers who found improved health from eating real bread. We invite you to come check out the Bread Becker store in Woodstock this holiday season. We offer a complete line of grains, beans, sweeteners, and more. Our top-of-the-line kitchen equipment or infused oils and vinegars are sure to be the perfect gift for that special someone. Let us teach you how to make your own real bread to improve your family's health. Take that first step to a healthier life. Visit breadbeckers.com or our Bread Beckers store in Woodstock.
If you're ignoring any cracked bricks or concrete cracks, you could be ignoring underlying foundation problems. You'll want to get ahead of these problems sooner rather than later. Don't wait any longer. Visit aquaguard.net today to book your free inspection. Remember,
AquaGuard. Got a leaky pipe, heating, or cooling issue? Ace Hardware Home Services is around the corner with everything you need to fix it, including the expert to do the fixing. We're not just the helpful hardware folks, we're the helpful home service and repair folks too. From plumbing to heating and cooling, the licensed and insured experts at Ace Hardware Home Services are ready to keep your home running smoothly all year long. Online at acehardwarehomeservices.com or call 770-233-7787.
Properties come in all shapes and sizes, and so do foundation repairs. Mark Beckham here. It could be new construction, a big house, a small house, or your commercial property. Anyway, you need the leaders in foundation repair to handle it. Get your free estimate at atlantaramjack.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Your non-stop news source, 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Giving you the truth, not the talking points. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Howdy, it's Eric Erickson here. Phone number 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, y'all, I gotta laugh about this. Y'all, I know you guys are smart. You listen to me. The president on social media went on a tirade about Joe Biden and the auto pin, saying he hereby invalidates everything done by Joe Biden with the auto pin. And there are people on social media who hope you are gullible and stupid, who are like, he just got rid of all of Joe Biden's pardons. With the banging on the keyboard, he got rid of Joe Biden's pardons. Hunter Biden is no longer pardoned. I mean, there are people literally saying this on social media. It's not true, of course. This is the equivalent of when Joe Biden tweeted out that he recognized the Equal Rights Amendment as part of the Constitution, and you had all these progressive groups, including the American Bar Association, come out and say, oh my gosh, we now have a new amendment to the Constitution. No, you don't, you idiots, and nor can the President of the United States invalidate every action that was taken with the auto pin because it's presumed to have been done with the consent of the President and is therefore legal. So no, you can't. Don't fall for it. Don't be gullible. Vision Computers doesn't want you to be gullible. You see some of these signs about these great deals you can get on computers, and you get the computer, and not only are they crap, but they don't have great customer service. With Vision Computers, you get great customer service, and you get one heck of a computer. I know, we got one in my house. My son the other day was able to troubleshoot and get help from Vision and save me from having to be tech support, thank goodness. You get a special number, 15 seconds or less. They answer the phone, and they get you taken care of. His was how to connect my printer by Wi-Fi that's in my office downstairs to his gaming PC upstairs. They took care of him. It was great. All you have to do is call them at 404-COMPUTER. Go to visioncomputers.com. They can be your managed IT service as well. So for your existing computer, you get the special phone number. You call them whenever you have a question, and they take care of you. They answer your questions. They get you working. They can even remote in if there's an issue with your computer you can't figure out. 404-COMPUTER, visioncomputers.com. They could save your company money and keep you up online. 404-COMPUTE, visioncomputers.com. Give them a call.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 1:30. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news sponsored by Ben Hill Renovation. This just in, a murder suspect has been taken into custody today by U.S. Marshals. 33-year-old Justin Scott Waters of Decatur was wanted in connection with the beating death of a man in Stone Mountain last month. He was taken into custody without incident and taken to the DeKalb County lockup, where he is being held without bond on a felony murder charge. A Rockdale County inmate who escaped from Grady Hospital Monday is now back in custody this afternoon. Timothy Shank was captured at an abandoned house near Covington today. Rockdale County Sheriff Eric Levitt says he was asked how Shane was able to escape. Here was his answer.
We are currently awaiting surveillance from the hospital to see what exactly could have, if anything, went wrong as to how he escaped and why he escaped.
Now, an internal review is underway right now. The deputy who was with Shane at Grady is on administrative leave pending the review. A new study shows 25% of breast cancer cases happen before the age of 50. Researchers also reporting at the Radiological Society of North America's annual meeting in Chicago that more than 20% of breast cancers were found in women ages 18 to 49. And researchers highlight that there is a high number of cases in women under 40, a group at this time that does not have any screening guidelines. The team looked at around 1,800 breast cancers in women under the age of 50 over an 11-year period as part of this study. Delta Airlines saying today that the government shutdown cost them $200 million in profit in the fourth quarter after they were forced to cancel flights. The Atlanta-based airline saying demand remains strong, though, for the remainder of the year heading into the new year. Let's take a look at the markets. The Dow right now is currently in positive territory, up almost a full percent. NASDAQ also in the green, and so is the S&P. It's 132.
The Georgia Spa Company just did something you don't want to miss. They've extended their Black Friday sale through Sunday. That means the biggest savings of the year, well, they're still happening. If you've been waiting to upgrade your health, your recovery, your downtime, your relaxation, now's your chance. Hot tubs to melt the stress away, swim spas for fitness without the gym, saunas and cold plunges to help you feel better, sleep better, live better. Don't let the extended Black Friday sale at Georgia Spa Company slip past you. Go to georgiaspacompany.com to find the closest location.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Kroger, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice boneless strip steaks in the family pack are only $9.99 a pound with your digital coupon. Limit 5. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Hey, it's Mark Aram here. I absolutely love this time of year because it's time for the 35th annual Clark's Christmas Kids. And once again, my friends at Rocco's European Garage stepping up in a huge way. They've been loyal supporters for years, helping make sure that every child in Georgia's foster care system receives gifts on Christmas morning. So a big thank you to the team at Rocco's European Garage who are committed to making a difference. And join us in supporting Clark's Christmas Kids to help bring joy to children who deserve it this holiday season.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
All right, live team coverage of traffic and weather. Here's Alex Williams.
All lanes shut down right now on the downtown connector, Sabrina. This is up in Midtown, 7585 northbound and 17th Street. It's only temporary. They're pushing a few damaged vehicles that were going to crash from the left lanes to the right shoulder. You're slow back at I-20. Left lane construction still active in DeKalb County, 20 eastbound passing Panola Road. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies today, warming up to a high of 51. Clear and cool tonight, lows in the low 30s. Tomorrow, clouds roll back in with a few isolated rain showers, high 49. Heavy rain on Friday, staying cold with highs in the mid-40s.
It is 47 degrees right now in Lilburn, 48 in Covington. Out in Jefferson, you have 48 degrees. And here in Midtown Atlanta, sunshine and 47 degrees on Peachtree Street. We'll have more news at 2 o'clock, breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Greetings. It's Eric Erickson. 877-973-7425 is the number if you wish to call into the program. When I used to fill in for Rush back in the day, there were a number of topics that I was advised, not by Rush or his team, but by upper management of the syndicator, that on radio and syndicated radio, there are topics you should not discuss. In fact, I found out only this year that so one of the topics was faith issues, which you listen to my program? Apparently, Rush himself, was told by Bo Snerdley directly, intervened and informed the syndicator that if I wanted to talk about faith and religion issues, I, of all the guest hosts, was the one allowed to do it. One of the issues that came up, which was surprising to me, though, was life issues and abortion. That it's deeply divisive, even among conservatives. That there are people who consider themselves on the right, but don't really care about the issue, are sympathetic to abortion, what have you, and so you shouldn't talk about it. Guns were the other one, by the way. Don't talk about unless there is a gun situation. Don't talk about guns. It was kind of surprising. That wasn't Rush and his team. That was the upper echelons of the syndication folks who advised that those were issues that would turn off parts of the audience, and so you didn't want to touch those. I, of course, talk about whatever I want to talk about, and oftentimes get in trouble for treading too far in certain areas. You'll be amazed at the number of people who email me, I wish you would just shut up about Face Off. Guess what? It's Christmas. But I actually want to talk about the life issue, and I want to talk about it in a particular area. Around the country, there are organizations called crisis pregnancy centers that are oftentimes funded by religious institutions, and they do not perform abortions. In fact, if you're a pregnant woman and you go to one of these, you are very likely to be discouraged from getting an abortion. They will give you your ultrasound, and in so doing, they will show you the baby, let you hear the heartbeat, explain to you that this is a life of a human being that you would be exterminating. And in the process, they work with you. They teach you as a mom how to be a mom. They build a support network around you. They take care of a lot of the medical bills for you for your pregnancy, your ultrasounds, your blood work, your vitamins, diapers, car seats, things like that. They build an entire loving support network around you. And it's a tell, in my mind, that progressives hate that these organizations exist. It really is about murdering babies for the left. In New Jersey, one of these clinics is before the Supreme Court. New Jersey demanded the names and addresses of the donors of this pregnancy center. The New Jersey's argument, the left's argument, is that these crisis pregnancy centers are defrauding people because women show up to kill their kids and are discouraged from killing their kids. Now, they don't put it in those terms, but that's actually their argument, and I'm not making that up. They won't put it in those such abrasive terms, but that's what's happening. They're saying these clinics are defrauding women because these women think they're going in for health care, and they're denied health care. What health care are they denied? They're given ultrasounds. They're given, you can take blood. They have nurses. They help them. They do fetal tests. They do maternal health tests. They just don't kill the kid. And the left has now gone from choice to health care, and murdering another human being is health care to them. And they're accusing these groups of defrauding women by not allowing them, when they come in, to have an abortion on premises, not killing their kids, not referring them to abortion clinics. The Supreme Court, even Elena Kagan and Sonia Sotomayor, have actually, to a degree, Kagan more so than Sotomayor, protected these groups over time. Here in Georgia, there was a left-wing event a couple of years ago, and one of the things that these leftists did, it was about 1,000 of them. They went to one of these Christian pregnancy centers, and they stood outside and protested and harassed the women going inside. Exactly what they accused Christians of doing at abortion clinics, they did to one of these. And the reason they protested is because you can't murder a child in one of these clinics. There's one not far from me. It's only a few blocks. I've been inside it. I've met with the management. If a woman comes in, she's given free health care. She's taken care of. They monitor the baby. They partner with doctors and nurses in the community, so if the mother can't afford it, she doesn't pay a penny. They build a community around her. They teach her how to change diapers, how to do a feeding schedule, how to put her child on a sleep schedule so she's not exhausted. They give her free diapers. They give her a high chair. They'll give her a car seat. Nothing out of pocket for her. It's all given. It's all gifts. The health care, the vitamins, the medicines, the ultrasounds, everything. She doesn't pay a penny. And they support life. And these organizations are routinely harassed by the left. I've commented one time going to a Jewish community center in Atlanta, the security, the guards, the gates, the locked doors. The only thing I can compare it to are these Christian pregnancy centers. And I don't mean that some of you get defensive. It's like, well, you're comparing to what happens to y'all. These Christian pregnancy centers many times have to have armed guards and locked doors because the protesters who come in and attack them, harass them, they have bomb threats. People come in and vandalize the place and flee. There have been numbers of them set on fire in the country. The things that happen to synagogues happen to these Christian pregnancy centers. And I'm not trying to make light of one. You need to understand, those of you who are defensive about the one, be defensive about the other because it's happening to them. In New Jersey, the state of New Jersey is prosecuting a Christian pregnancy center, crisis pregnancy center, claiming they're defrauding women because the women go in and they might think they can get an abortion there and they can't. Think about that. They can go in, they can get free medicines, free ultrasounds, free screenings, free diapers, free car seats, free high chairs, free food, whatever they need. They just can't get an abortion. And as a result, New Jersey wants to shut them down, which tells you this is all about killing kids. It's not about the women. It's about the kids they want to kill. So this clinic was harassed in New Jersey and went before the United States Supreme Court yesterday and said they want our donors. That's a violation of the law. They can't get our donors because the mere act of them trying to get our donors could actually discourage people from donating to us, fearing they themselves will be persecuted by the state. It turns out, before Clarence Thomas in open court, the United States Supreme Court yesterday, the lawyer for the state of New Jersey had to admit there's actually been no complaints against this clinic from the public. Listen to this exchange. I'm going to play you the full thing. I don't want you to think I'm taking any of this out of context. It's 2 minutes, 30 seconds. You need to hear all this. This is Justice Thomas and the Deputy Attorney General for New Jersey.
Did you have complaints that formed the basis of your concern about the fundraising activities here?
We certainly had complaints about crisis pregnancy centers that petition.
No, about this crisis pregnancy center.
So I think we've been clear from the outset that we haven't had complaints about this specific.
So you had no basis to think that they were deceiving any of their contributors?
I don't think that's correct, Your Honor. I think we had carefully canvassed all of the public information that is provided on the website of First Choice in making a determination that we wanted to initiate an investigation.
But you had no factual basis?
I don't think that's true, Your Honor. I think, for example, you could take a look at a comparison between the donation page for First Choice that we have carved out from the very beginning.
So you had no complainants?
We had no complaints, but the state governments, federal government, initiate investigations all the time in the absence of complaints where they have a reason to suspect that there could be potential issues of legal compliance. And look, it could be the case based on our investigation, when we look at documents, when we look at information, that ultimately will determine that First Choice isn't liable for any violation
of the law. Well, that just seemed to be a burdensome way to find out whether someone has a confusing website. But you said earlier that you did not agree with their characterization of why they were being put to this. And it would seem that the obvious way to refute that was to say we had 100 complaints. But you say you have no complaints, but rather you looked at the website and their materials and you think it could have been misleading. So why is your characterization any better than theirs?
So, Your Honor, I'd point you to the Turner Declaration, which is at pages 400 to 401 of the Joint Appendix, which lays out the predicate for the state's investigation of First Choice. And we had concerns in 4 buckets. We had concerns about potentially misleading donors. We had concerns about the unlicensed practice of medicine. We had concerns about patient privacy practices. And we had concerns about potentially misleading or untrue medical statements. So I think we had a more than ample basis to initiate this investigation.
But you had no complainants.
We had no complaints, but I think that, Your Honor, that goes at most to the merits. That doesn't go to the standing analysis.
Goes to the merits. Goes to the merits of the case. He admits there, it goes to the merits of the case. Do you understand what you're hearing? Not a single person in the entire nation complained about this Christian pregnancy center in the state of New Jersey, but they had concerns that the pregnancy center could be misleading donors. Why? Because the website talked about pregnant women in crisis, which New Jersey interpreted as you should offer abortions. You should offer to kill the child on premises. And they had concerns that there were no deaths happening on premises, so they chose to investigate, and they wanted the names and addresses of the donors. Why? Because they had no complaints, and so what they were claiming is they wanted to go reach out to the donors and say, hey, did you know no babies were being killed? Didn't you give money so that babies might be killed? Oh, you were funding the deception. Well, maybe we'll prosecute you as well. It's a death cult on the left. Not enough kids were being murdered on the premises, and so they decided they needed to take action. That this is where the left is. This is what's going on. I want you to see this, and I want you to hear that exchange. Not a single person anywhere in the United States of America or the planet Earth itself complained about this clinic, and yet the state of New Jersey had concerns because it was advertised as a pregnancy center and didn't perform abortions. And so they decided, we need the names of who is funding you to keep you in existence. That's a death cult. That's the American political left right now. Abortion is their holy sacrament. It is with religious zeal that they prosecute the Christians. Religious zeal, they prosecute the Christians for not killing kids. What do the women get in these places? Free health care, medicines, vitamins, screenings for their children, car seats, high chairs, diapers, food, not a penny paid by them, but from donors. And yet New Jersey wants to shut this place down because it doesn't kill the kid. That's where the American left is. Abortion is a religious sacrament to the left. And if you have the appearance of being a church of the left, you must in fact be a church of the left. They set up these pregnancy centers where they induce women to kill children, and along come pregnancy centers that don't. Well, that's blasphemy. That's apostasy. And they're using the power of the state to shut these places down, except they ran into the wit and wisdom of Clarence Thomas, who exposed them in only about 45 seconds that they did not have a single complaint from anyone on planet Earth. They just chose to go after this place because they had concerns. By the time Clarence Thomas was done with them, even Elena Kagan on the left of the court was expressing her astonishment that actually they did this and no one had complained. Thank God for Clarence Thomas.
When the truth seems hazy, Eric will clear the way. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
151 Cool Day Carrier Traffic Center. All lanes blocked and reopened in Sandy Springs. 285 eastbound. The Interloop New Northside Drive exit 22. Pothole repair wrapped up there. Crash moved off to the right in Midtown. 7585 north at 17th Street. And still slow 20 east out through DeKalb with that left lane construction passing Panola Road. Traffic brought to you by Macy's Backstage. Macy's Backstage is a whole department inside your Macy's store where you can find so many holiday essentials, all for under $25. Don't wait. Find a location at macy'sbackstage.com. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
When we came up with the idea for Clark's Christmas Kids 35 years ago, I told myself we were going to help every foster child across the state. But we need your help. To find out how you can make a child's Christmas wishes come true, visit WSBradio.com.
This is Scott Slade, and nothing takes the place of time when it comes to spotting problems with your health, especially cancer. The earlier, the better. That's where virtual imaging comes in. Virtual imaging's LDCT body scan can be invaluable, giving you more time for you and your loved ones to take charge of your health. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. Due to overwhelming demand for a limited time, their $995 core body scan offer has been extended. It's a $2,495 value. Early detection saves lives, and now it's more affordable than ever. Virtual imaging has gotten such great response to this offer that they've opened up more times in both offices, but appointments will fill up fast, so don't wait. Some minimum requirements may apply. Early detection is your best protection. To schedule your virtual imaging $995 core body scan, call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
At Coosa Valley Credit Union, we believe in the power of human connection. When you call us or stop in a location, you're always greeted by a real person who's friendly and ready to make your banking experience stress-free. This is Andy Harris. If you're tired of automated tellers, come see us at Coosa Valley Credit Union.
Got a leaky pipe? Trouble with your heat or AC? Ace Hardware Home Services is around the corner with trusted pros to fix it. From plumbing to heating and cooling, we'll keep your home running smoothly all year long. Get help today at acehardwarehomeservices.com.
Been wanting a new deck for your home? Something that's built just the way you want it? But you're scared to pull the trigger? I can help you with that. Dave Baker here for Ben Hill Renovations. Right now, Ben Hill Renovations are offering special financing. No interest if you pay in full within the 18 months promo period. You're welcome. Visit bhrenovations.com today and schedule a free design consultation at your home. Ben Hill Renovations, creating raving fans since 1964.
Whether it's a slip that ends in a slip disc, a trick knee that's holding you back, or shoulder pain hurting your game, you can count on Northside Hospital Orthopedics. With leading care in Georgia at convenient locations all across the state, we're here to get you back on your feet, no matter what comes your way. Because Georgia moves us, and we keep Georgia moving. Find a provider near you at northside.com/ortho. That's northside.com/ORTHO.
There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. When your garage door stops working, trust A1 to get you moving again fast. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one. Call A1 Garage Door Service today.
A1 from day one.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
The 4 Things You Need to Know podcast, giving you the 4 things to pay attention to after the show. Available on YouTube and your favorite podcast app, or by texting Eric to 33777.
Hello. Welcome. It's Eric Erickson here. What is this? Oh gosh, David Sachs is like I don't know that David Sachs he's an advisor to the president on AI, and he seems so into the just Russia, and I don't understand that. So he's I guess he's accusing Ukraine government of a terrorist attack in Russia, and it turns out ISIS took credit for it, so it was ISIS. But I don't understand I can understand you not wanting to support Ukraine, and right now it's the best of both worlds. We are making a lot of money for our arms industry, selling weapons to Ukraine to kill the Russians so we don't have to. And yet you got some guys who are just flat out pro-Russia. They actually like Vladimir Putin. You know, Steve Bannon, who tried to rehabilitate Jeff Epstein, is trying to rehabilitate Russia and calling them a devoutly Christian nation. Russia is not a devoutly Christian nation. It's that less than 13% of the nation believes in Jesus Christ. It's not a devoutly Christian nation. Anyone who says there are devout Christians in Russia, but Russia itself is not, and even the Russian Orthodox Church in Russia is a pretty corrupt institution and an agent of the state. So spare me the lectures there, Jeffrey Epstein, rehabilitator of Russia being somehow some sort of devoutly Christian. I don't understand the people who love Russia. And by the way, it sounds like Putin is walking away from the deal. Putin does not. Trump had said the other day he thought maybe he was about to find out if Putin was playing him. Yes, Mr. President, you've been played by Putin. He does not want peace. So let's just arm Ukraine, please. Old Glory Bank would like to be your bank. They are my bank. I like Old Glory Bank. It's odd to have a few praise for a bank, but I do, because the guys at Old Glory Bank, they share my values. They started this as a bank by conservatives for conservatives during the debanking trends, but they're pro-American, they're pro-business. They love small businesses, and they're very hands-on with small businesses. Veterans, first responders, active duty military, they would love to have your business. you go to oldglorybank.com, oldglorybank.com. /Eric, by the way, so I get credit for you going there. And you get an account. I've got a no-fee checking and no-fee savings account. If you're an active-duty military veteran, they'll waive some fees for you on their premium accounts, including interest-bearing checking accounts. If you're a business, they're very hands-on. And they love freedom, and they love small businesses that are inventive and engaged. So go to oldglorybank.com /Eric. They share your values. They'd love to help you out. oldglorybank.com /Eric. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
He's the guy at the desk next to you.
It's not as bad as it could be.
He's your co-pilot for the ride home.
Hey, the ladies are at home. Let's smoke cigars.
Eric Von Hessler.
Some sort of cultural affirmation. Yes, I am this kind of man.
Today at 3.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Are you starting to consider a new roof, but not sure if it's needed or what it might cost?
Tim Andrews, if you're going to impersonate Scott Slade, you might want to add a little bottom.
A little bottom to it.
A little bass, yes.
I'm working on that.
Well, you don't have to impersonate me. We're both here for FGA Roofing.
I know them.
FGA Roofing offers their free drone assessment. And you'll know if it just needs a fix, a rejuvenation, or a new roof. They'll quote you a price. And if you mention Scott Slade, they'll take $750 off the quote.
What about me?
Mention Tim Andrews, they'll take $750 off the quote.
That's $1,500.
If you mention both of us. And here's the best part. That quote is good for 1 year.
With your good credit, you can take advantage of their 000 offer. That's 0 down payment, 0 payments for 18 months, and 0 interest.
They offer all types of roofs, from architectural or any of the high-end roofs like Slate.
Take the first step now and set up an appointment at FGAroofing.com. That's FGAroofing.com.
Or just Google FGA Roofing.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 2 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top local story. An inmate on the run for 2 days is finally captured today near Covington, and the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office is now trying to determine how he got away.
Inmate Timothy Shane ran off while awaiting a mental health evaluation at Grady Hospital, considered armed and dangerous. Rockdale County Sheriff Eric Levitt was asked, how did Shane manage to get away from the deputy watching him?
I can tell you that if there's anything that an employee violated, that employee or any employees will be held accountable. That I can assure the public on.
Levitt says besides the criminal investigation, an internal review is underway. The deputy with Shane at Grady is on administrative leave pending that review. Lisa Nicholas, 95.5 WSB.
50 degrees in Atlanta. Clouds return tomorrow. What day will see heavy rain? Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. A 33-year-old murder suspect is now off the streets of DeKalb County. The Sheriff's Office Fugitive Unit and U.S. Marshals arrest 33-year-old Justin Scott Waters of Decatur, who's accused of beating a man to death last month. He's charged with felony murder and is currently held without bond in the DeKalb County Jail. News about your health. WSB health reporter Sabrina Cupid has a concerning finding about breast cancer and younger women.
At the Radiological Society of North America's annual meeting in Chicago, a new study was presented that shows 25% of breast cancer cases happen before the age of 50, and that more than 20% of breast cancers were found in women ages 18 to 49. And when researchers looked even further, they found a high number of cases in women under the age of 40, a group right now that does not have any screening guidelines.
A new report gives Georgia a yellow caution rating, meaning it has a lot of work to do to improve road safety. Kathy Chase, president of Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety, says their Roadmap to Safety report offers solutions.
So the efforts that need improvement include a good rear seatbelt law, rear facing through age 2, and putting children in the backseat through age 12.
Last year, there were over 1,400 deaths on Georgia roadways. New this hour, following a 9-3 season, Georgia Tech football coach Brent Key signs a new 5-year contract. It adds a year beyond Key's previous agreement, extending him through 2030. Key has an overall record of 27-19 in 3+ seasons at Georgia Tech. This year was the first 9-win regular season for the Jackets since 2014. It is now 2:02, and this news is sponsored by Brett Beckers. Up next, live team coverage of traffic and weather.
I used to feel like my house was the least festive on the street, but not anymore. I'm Chris Chandler, and Wise Guys installed the holiday lights on my home. They make it simple. You get a quote right on the first call, and they can be installed as soon as this week. And if the lights ever need a quick service, they're out fast, usually the same day. Wise Guys handles everything, custom fit, maintenance, takedown, even the storage, all done for you. Now, when I booked, their schedule was filling up. Barely got a spot. So lock in your installation and save $100 $100 when you mention my name, Chris Chandler, if you book before December 14th. Just visit wiseguyslights.com.
Fall is here, and with it comes cool air and heavy rains. All that moisture doesn't just smell bad, it affects the air your family breathes and even your home's foundation. Hi, I'm Jeremy, owner of American Crawl Space Solutions, and we believe in a needs-based approach, recommending only what your crawl space truly needs. No high-pressure sales tactics and no price increase just because you don't commit today. American Crawl Space Solutions, your best value in crawl space repair.
American Crawl Space Solutions, foundations too.
Hey guys, are you striking out in the bedroom? Because pills like Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra just don't work anymore. Here's how Choice Men's Health is solving PE and ED issues. Meet Dr. Katz, the expert in men's health.
Hi, I'm Dr. Katz, Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Choice Men's Health offers safe, custom-blended medications designed to fit your needs. There is no pain or surgery. It doesn't matter how old you are or if you have diabetes, high blood pressure, or prostate issues. Not a problem. It's safe and affordable for everyone. You'll see results in 15 minutes guaranteed, or you don't pay anything. Solve the problem of ED and PE now.
For a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are free. Call now, 404-400-1170. That's 404-400-1170 to claim your initial consultation and first treatment for free. Call Choice Men's Health now, 404-400-1170.
Hey, it's Mark Aram here. I absolutely love this time of year because it's time for the 35th annual Clark's Christmas Kids. And once again, my friends at Rocco's European Garage stepping up in a huge way. They've been loyal supporters for years, helping make sure that every child in Georgia's foster care system receives gifts on Christmas morning. So a big thank you to the team at Rocco's European Garage who are committed to making a difference. And join us in supporting Clark's Christmas Kids to help bring joy to children who deserve it this holiday season.
It's 2:05, time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. In the 24-hour traffic center, it's Alex Williams.
Hey, good afternoon, Bill, and some good news in DeKalb County. They're breaking down that left lane construction, 20 eastbound between Wesley Chapel and Panola Road. That'll help out that ride. 20 westbound still seeing some volume from the wall at Stonecrest over to Wesley Chapel. Downtown, 75-85 southbound. That volume's picking up for the afternoon, starting to fill in 17th Street down to I-20. And tapping the brake pedal, 85 north out of DeKalb into Gwinnett County from 285 up to Jimmy Carter Boulevard, exit 99 in Norcross. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies today, warming up to a high of 51. Clear and cool tonight, lows in the low 30s. Tomorrow, clouds roll back in with a few isolated rain showers, high 49. Heavy rain on Friday, staying cold with highs in the mid-40s.
45 in Alpharetta, 50 in East Point, and 48 in Winder. More news at 2:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Hello, America. Welcome. It's Eric Erickson here. 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, would absolutely love to have you. Don't forget, you can text the word Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. Get the live stream, the podcast, the show notes, the 4 things to know this afternoon. Get it all the links right there. Follow me on Instagram. Follow me around the web. A couple of people asked me for particularly cookbook recommendations for Christmas. I will send that out probably Friday. If you're looking for gifts to get to people, I got recommendations. I'm struggling with myself, but I can send you some great ideas for those of you, particularly those of you who like to cook. And I've gotten into golf. The golf stuff, y'all. I got to get better at the game, but I sure do love it. We got to move on, though. I want to talk about the rise of disabilities. And maybe I'm a bad parent. I don't think I'm a bad parent. My son has ADHD. Now, before you're dismissive of it, because I was dismissive of it, our pediatrician recommended a number of years ago that we needed to have our son tested for ADHD. And I'm like, every kid has ADHD. And he's like, no, yes, but. So we took him to someone who could evaluate him. And the person who evaluated him says, this is just off the charts. Your kid needs to be on medicine. It's like, I won't say the word I said, but it has the letters BS in it. It's like, it's so easy these days. You get your kid diagnosed for ADHD, and then you get your kid on Ritalin or Adderall, or you get your kid drugged up. It's like, not my kid. And so we went back to the pediatrician. The pediatrician says, well, go get a second recommendation, but I'm telling you, you gotta deal with your kid. So we got a second recommendation. Same thing. Kid's got bad ADHD. Needs to be on something. That's why he's fallen behind in school. So here was our compromise was there is a behavioral therapist who our doctor and both of the people who tested recommended and said, go to this particular therapist. She specializes in teaching kids skills to help them with their ADHD that are non-medicated skills. So, for example, when he's doing his math homework, he bounces on a ball, one of those Swiss exercise balls. He sits on that so he can bounce, and it helps him. He listens to Mozart. He takes breaks, and we finally broke down the dire insistence of his math professor or math teacher that, you know what, when he's taking exams, let him get something to help him focus. So he doesn't take ADHD medicine except when he's got an exam, and that helps him focus. And I don't mind being personal with y'all on this, and he doesn't. It's helpful. He has learned life skills with the help of a great therapist he doesn't go to anymore. Just she worked with him for a year on sit on an exercise ball and bounce your legs, move your body, and channel the focus to stuff. And he does a really good job of it. He didn't want to be on the medicines. We tried him on I guess it was Vyvanse stuff. He did not like the way it made him feel. He didn't want to be on medicines. And we've had people tell us as well that, you know what, you can get accommodations for his ADHD. We're like, no. In the real world, in life, my son is not going to be given accommodations because he has ADHD. He needs to learn to live in the real world, and he gets it. He understands it. He appreciates it. And I sometimes do think, you know, we could give you a competitive advantage. You are a privileged white kid from an upper income family, and we could give you a competitive advantage because you are documented and diagnosed. You could take as long as you want on the SAT, do whatever you want. And he's like, nope, my son, my 16-year-old son, who's a Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson fan, I should add, and loves the Lord, and said, nope, that's not the way it's going to work in the real world. I bring this up because The Atlantic has a piece, Accommodation Nation, America's colleges have an extra time on tests problem. Administering an exam used to be straightforward. All a college professor needed was an open room and a stack of blue books. At many American universities, that's no longer true. Professors now struggle to accommodate the many students with an official disability designation, which may entitle them to extra time, a distraction-free environment, or the use of otherwise prohibited technology. The University of Michigan has 2 centers where students with disabilities can take exams, but they frequently fill to capacity, leaving professors scrambling to find more desks and proctors. Juan Kohler, a physicist at the University of Chicago, told me that so many students now take their exams in the school's low distraction testing outposts that they've become more distracting than the main classrooms. Accommodations in higher education were supposed to help disabled Americans enjoy the same opportunities as everyone else. No one should be kept from taking a class, for example, because they are physically unable to enter the building where it's taught. Over the last decade and a half, however, the share of students at selective universities who qualify for accommodations, often extra time on tests, has grown at a breathtaking pace. At the University of Chicago, the number has more than tripled over the past 8 years. At University of California, Berkeley, it's quintupled over the past 15 years. The increase is driven by more young people getting diagnosed with conditions such as ADHD, anxiety, and depression, and by universities making the process of getting accommodations easier. The change has occurred disproportionately at the most prestigious and expensive institutions. At Brown and Harvard, more than 20% of undergraduates are registered as disabled. At Amherst, the figure's 34%. Not all those students receive accommodations, but researchers told me most do. The schools that enroll the most academically successful students, in other words, also have the largest share of students with a disability that could prevent them from succeeding academically. You hear students with disabilities, and it's not kids in wheelchairs, one professor at a selective university who requested anonymity because he doesn't have tenure told me. It's just not. It's rich kids getting extra time on tests. Even as poor kids with disabilities still struggle to get necessary provisions, elite universities have entered an age of accommodation. Instead of leveling the playing field, the system has put the entire idea of fairness at risk. You know, there's a trend now. Nikki Haley's son, who I know, I don't know him well. I remember when he was a kid. Is now venting his frustrations as a 24-year-old young man in the workforce, not of himself, but of his friends who can't get jobs, who feel left behind, who they want all the immigrants kicked out, they want all the other stuff. Listen, we have in this country reached a point where we have the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas of the world who think that they shouldn't have pain, they shouldn't suffer, nothing in life should suck, nothing should be unfair, and they should get as much time as they want to take a test. We have gotten so comfortable as a society, we don't understand that discomfort is part of society. I actually think that's why there's that trend now of everybody sitting in the bathtubs full of ice. You got all the health and fitness gurus out there, the social media influencers. Hey, I woke up this morning and hammered a block of ice out of the bathtub so I could sit underneath it for 15 minutes and get my dopamine levels up because no pain, no gain, right? You have this entire trend on social media now of people get out of your comfort zone, get a little uncomfortable. Why? Because we got these 20-somethings saying, oh my gosh, I can't get a 6-figure salary 1 year out of college. And mommy and daddy have carted me off to get diagnosed so I can get extra time on my test so I can get a scholarship so they don't have to pay for college at the elite institution. We are fostering a nation of losers. Entitled, spoiled brats. Y'all, I'm sorry. I listen, you spare me your sob story because I'll give you mine, and mine sucks. I had some young 20-something come after me the other day. All we're saying is it should keep getting better. Yes, and it has. You just don't appreciate that it's gotten better because you think by getting better it means you shouldn't have to make sacrifice. You've got to make sacrifice in life. It's just, it's insane to me. And I'm very mindful. I could do this for my son. He's had 2 separate diagnoses for ADHD. He could take as much time as he wants on the standardized test. And I'm like, that's not the real world. That's going to set you up for failure later in life. And look at these kids coming out of college now. They've been given every accommodation in college. They come out, they're like, it's not fair. I demand 6 figures. I demand a 5-bedroom house and an acre of land and 2 ovens. And forgiveness of all of my debts and a handout from the government to get started. Screw the immigrant, give it to me. The immigrant's not claiming disability. That's why he's getting the job. Oh, my gosh. We have a land of plenty, and people have had a plenty good run of it. They don't know hard times. And they think any hard time is unfair. You cannot have good times without hard times. Because the hard times set the standard by which you can judge whether your time is good or not. I love, there's that period in the year. You all know it. There's a slight chill in the air. You don't have to have the heat or the air conditioner on in your house. You can open the windows and let the fresh air in. And you're comfortable. You're not cold enough for a blanket. You're not warm enough to have to put on shorts or turn the air conditioner on. You can go outside. It's still light late in the evening. It's just life is good. And I think I'd like to have that every single day of the year. But if I did, if you did, if we did, that would no longer set the standard of this is a good day. It'd just be an ordinary day. Go out to California. That's part of my theory for some of these places. You go out to California, some beautiful land out there and beautiful weather. The beautiful, mild temperatures in parts of that state, the gorgeous scenery, and it's polluted with hippies and homelessness, drug addicts and the like. And that's just, they've taken what should be utopia and they've ruined it because it's become ordinary for them. I go out there and I think, this is gorgeous. They go out there and this is just another day in paradise. We are ruining our kids with these accommodations. Life does not accommodate you. You must accommodate life. And it is the upper income white kids who are the ones having, and I don't think it's a coincidence that they're the ones clamoring for socialism. They don't like that life is not fair. Y'all, life is life. It is not meant to be fair. It is just life. And you go through it, and you have ups, and you have downs, and you have peaks, and you have valleys. That is the way it works. And yet we have predisposed kids in life to think, I can get an accommodation for this. This sucks. I want an accommodation. Life does not give you an accommodation. You accommodate life. And we've forgotten that. And our kids need to learn that lesson. And I'm glad, I really, y'all, I have friends of mine whose kids just went off the reservation. I've been really blessed with 2 kids. There's still time for it to happen. I pray it doesn't. But just having kids with level heads, they may not be the wealthiest, they may not be the brightest, but they're good kids. They love the Lord. They got a good head on their shoulders, and they understand life isn't meant to be fair. It's not meant to be unfair. It's just life. And you got to accommodate it instead of it accommodating you. And if you're a parent, please make sure your kids understand this entitlement mentality of just, I want accommodation. I've got ADHD. Give me 5 hours to take the 20-minute test. You're setting yourself up for failure when you do that in life.
Follow Eric on X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble. Search EW Erickson.
221 Cool Day Carrier Traffic Center. I-20 eastbound construction all cleared up into DeKalb County from the left lane, so no more issues there. Seeing the brake lights through Midtown downtown, 7585 southbound, 17th Street down toward Cortlandt Street. And construction continues out of Roswell heading toward Norcross and Peachtree Corners on Holcomb Bridge Road eastbound at Spalding Drive. Traffic brought to you by John Foy & Associates, personal injury law firm. John Foy & Associates will help you get the care and compensation you deserve after an accident. When you need help, they're there. You're never a number. Get the strong arm. Call John Foy & Associates today. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
Clark Howard here, and each year we set a goal to provide gifts for every child in foster care across the state of Georgia, and we can't do it without you. Join me at 3 different Walmarts across Metro Atlanta December 7th, 13th, and 14th for our 35th annual Clark's Christmas Kids. Help make Georgia foster kids' Christmas wishes come true. For more information about how you can donate and for Walmart store locations, visit WSBradio.com.
It's my favorite time of year. I love spending time with family, enjoying delicious, nutritious food and bread. That's right, real bread, not that enriched stuff you see on the grocery shelves. This is Sue from Bread Beckers in Woodstock with Sue's Healthy Minute. My family and I were blown away from the health benefits of making real bread from freshly milled whole grains. After more than 30 years in business, we are more than a kitchen store. We are a real food store where you can get everything you need to make real bread for your family. Come to the Bread Beckers store in Woodstock this holiday season. We offer a complete line of grains, beans, sweeteners, and other whole foods, and check out our top-of-the-line kitchen equipment, including grain mills, pressure cookers, freeze dryers, and more. Our infused olive oils and vinegars are a huge hit. Our knowledgeable and friendly staff will help you find the perfect gift. Visit breadbeckers.com or our Bread Beckers store in Woodstock.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed. Chris, every week on the show, we offer folks something we call the Portfolio X-Ray. I was hoping you could walk us through that process and tell us why the information it uncovers is so powerful.
Yeah, so the reason we love doing the Portfolio X-Ray for you is we do that behind the scenes. Everybody's extremely busy. Nobody wants to waste time in traffic. If you call in, we will ask you for some information via the phone. Once you've given us that information, we go to work and we put all the hours in developing the report. And I commit this to you. The Portfolio X-Ray is eye-opening. At least 90+% of the time, we can find 2 or 3 golden nuggets in there that you were not aware of that we can either change in your current portfolio mix for you. It's called a 401k optimizer. Or if we manage the assets for you, we certainly can recommend how to diversify away from some of the troubling points that are exposed during the Portfolio X-Ray. Once we've got that, then we'll have you in for your initial consultation. We will present the Portfolio X-Ray to you and walk you through the high points of it. And that's a document that you get to take with you. It's like getting a financial physical. Mm-hmm. So how many of you avoided going to the doctor for the annual physical last year? You do the same thing with your financial life. You ignore it. You keep pumping money into your 401k. You hope that it's going well, and I can tell you that hope is not a good investment or financial planning strategy. You need to know. So if you want to know, call us.
The Portfolio X-Ray is complimentary. Give Hoffman Financial Group a call to schedule yours today. 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
Are you starting to consider a new roof, but not sure if it's needed or what it might cost?
Tim Andrews, if you're going to impersonate Scott Slade, you might want to add a little bottom.
A little bottom to it.
A little bass, yes.
Where I'm working on that.
Well, you don't have to impersonate me. We're both here for FGA Roofing.
I know them.
FGA Roofing offers their free drone assessment. And you'll know if it just needs a fix, a rejuvenation, or a new roof. They'll quote you a price, and if you mention Scott Slade, they'll take $750 off the quote.
What about me?
Mention Tim Andrews, they'll take $750 off the quote.
That's $1,500.
If you mention both of us. And here's the best part. That quote is good for 1 year.
With your good credit, you can take advantage of their 000 offer. That's 0 down payment, 0 payments for 18 months, and 0 interest.
They offer all types of roofs, from architectural or any of the high-end roofs like Slate.
Take the first step now and set up an appointment at FGAroofing.com. That's FGAroofing.com.
Or just Google FGA Roofing.
All the news, weather, and traffic you need. 95.5 WSB.
Welcome back. It is Eric Erickson here. To the phones we go. Lee, you're up next. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, did you?
Lee?
Yes. Thank
Hi
you.
there.
I did not hear the Lee there.
Oh, sorry.
I am good. Yes. So thank you for taking my call. First time calling in and actually talking on the show. But the accommodations thing is real. And I have a child that's at a premier law school in Georgia, going to the SEC this weekend, so y'all can guess which law school it is. But, yeah, started, law school, and everybody was in the room taking the test that first semester. Did very well, was very excited, But by the time the second semester came around, there was a significant number of students that weren't in the room anymore. And as the years have gone on, it's way more. And so that is real. And it's not fair. I mean, this child puts everything that he or she has into it.
And didn't want to go to the doctor and get a
unreal.
diagnosis. Yeah, so didn't get the diagnosis, therefore doesn't get the accommodation. And I tell my kids this, and I think that the same thing goes for yours. That at some point they're going to be called the boss because they went through this. They get into the courtroom as a lawyer, and the judge is not going to accommodate your ADHD, and neither is the jury. Thanks for the phone call. It's a great point. The judge and the jury aren't going to accommodate your disability of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and so you better learn to deal with it. You're going to wind up being the employer if you just suck it up and go through life without trying to seek that advantage. All right, I got to move on. Let me tell you, Eden Pure and the Thunderstorm, it's an air purifier. You hold it in your hand. It is small. It's portable. You can plug it into the wall or a USB cord. It gets rid of dust. It gets rid of pollen. It gets rid of 99.9% of bacteria and viruses. And it also eliminates odors, all odors. You can get 3 of them. Listen to this. If you want a unique stocking stuffer, you got a messy, smelly kid who lives in a dorm or something? Well, you get 3 of them for less than $200. You save $200. EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is ERIC3, ERICK, the number 3, no space, ERIC3 at EdenPureDeals.com. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm wipes out all odors. Any smelly odor is going to wipe it out. It generates ozone. And so whenever you get the odors, you plug it in, you wipe out the odors, you unplug it, it eliminates those odors, it gets rid of bacteria and viruses, it just does great. EdenPureDeals.com, the discount code is ERIC3, ERICK3.
Don't be late because you crowdsourced your commute with a navigation app.
This might become a travel advisory. Yeah, they're in 2 left lanes.
Depend on us.
See some delays if they shut that ramp down.
Make sure you get where you need to be on time.
Jam starting at Langford Parkway, getting past Spring Street.
Local and dependable traffic 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
We had a lot going on this morning through Henry County. WSB Triple Team Traffic.
95.5 WSB. How Atlanta gets there. Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News.
Weather.
Traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's news and talk.
At 2:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top local story. An investigation is underway to determine how inmate Timothy Shane got away from a Rockdale County deputy at Grady Hospital. Sheriff Eric Levitt says they are looking over video footage.
We are currently awaiting surveillance from the hospital to see what exactly could have, if anything, went wrong as to how he escaped and why he escaped.
Shane was on the run for over 30 hours, stealing 2 vehicles and a gun. He was captured earlier today in Newton County. 1 person is dead, another injured after a shooting at the MGM National Harbor Hotel and Casino in Oxon Hill, Maryland. The shooting reportedly happened in the food court area, and police say it was targeted. The shooter fled the scene and is not yet in custody. The man injured was grazed by a bullet. A lawyer filing 2 wrongful death lawsuits over the fiery UPS cargo plane crash in Kentucky says the company put profits over safety by continuing to fly older planes. Among the 14 people who died was Trina Chavez. Her sister is speaking out today.
The heart and soul of this family. As most of you know from what has already been reported and published in her obituary, Trina was a sister, mother, and friend to everyone.
Following the crash, federal officials grounded all MD-11s used by UPS, FedEx, and Western Global for inspection. Georgia Tech football coach Brent Key signs a new 5-year contract today, extending him through 2030. The Jackets are coming off their first 9-win regular season since 2014. It's now 2:31. This news sponsored by FGA Roofing.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today. 404-208-3300. That's 404-208-3300.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. While everyone's focused on diet and exercise this new year, let's talk about the foundation of all health, sleep. Quality sleep strengthens your immune system, improves mental clarity, and helps regulate weight. Yet, we spend more time researching a TV purchase than our mattress. Your sleep affects every resolution you make this year. Visit the Original Mattress Factory and discover how the right mattress can support every health goal you've set for yourself.
Imagine having your guests arrive for the holidays in your cluttered walk-in closet, disorganized pantry, dirt-stained mudroom, box-filled garage, and master closet with outdated wire racks have all been professionally upgraded to maximize their space and potential by the team at Artisan Custom Closets. Dave Baker here. Schedule your free design consultation today with a certified master artisan designer at artisancustomclosets.com and reward yourself with affordable luxury over the holidays. ArtisanCustomClosets.com.
Each day at Ronald McDonald House Atlanta, we see caregivers walk through our doors with tear-stained faces, siblings with sleepy eyes from a long travel day, and the nervous yet brave smile of a child facing circumstances they can't yet understand. While these families are fighting for their children, we're here to help keep them strong. This is not just where they stay, it is where they're held. It is where they carry each other. Support families. Donate today at ronaldmcdonaldhouseatl.org.
At 2:34, Alex Williams in the traffic center.
Watching brake lights downtown, looking for new trouble. 75-85 north, up around I-20. You're slow back at University Avenue. Delays continue north of there from I-20 as you head up past Freedom Parkway. On I-85 northbound out at DeKalb in Gwinnett County, a little sluggish from 285 up to Indian Trail. And some brake lights in Sandy Springs, 400 northbound from Abernathy Road as you get past that North Springs MARTA station up to Northridge Road, exit 6. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies today, high 51, lows tonight in the low 30s.
52 in Lawrenceville, 50 in Smyrna, 52 in College Park. More news at 3 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Hello and welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. The phone number 877-973-7425. Delighted to have you guys with me. I have no comment on Lane Kiffin. Go Tigers. Let's go to the phones. John, welcome to the show. John, how are you?
Doing quite good. Good afternoon. Okay, I have an idea for a good presidential reset. What we need is either Clarence Thomas or Samuel Alito to announce their retirement, preferably late spring or early summer. And then Donald Trump can appoint a Hispanic woman or just a woman to the Supreme Court, and then we'll have hearings next summer. And I think that'd be a very good lead-in to the midterms and maybe get some of the Hispanics and the women back into the different perception of Donald Trump. So, Mr. Thomas or Alito, if you're listening, it might be time to take one for the team.
Listen, behold the healing power of and, John. Listen, they need to retire, and I say that lovingly. I have great respect for both men. Clarence Thomas has been there since Bush 41. It's time for them to retire. We don't need a Ruth Bader Ginsburg moment. It's time to take one for the team, and I believe we're going to get one or both of them. Let me see here. Just so we get... how old is Clarence Thomas? 77. Sam Alito is 75. We just don't want to get in a situation where these gentlemen get to a point where you got a Democrat in the White House or a Democrat-controlled Senate, and the Democrats said, "No, we're going to have an election before we're just going to leave the seat vacant." That'd be bad. That would be very bad. It is my expectation that Clarence Thomas will retire next year. I have no inside knowledge. I just know that Clarence Thomas cares deeply about the preservation of his legacy on the Supreme Court. And if he risks waiting, it could be bad. Maybe he'll run the calculation that the GOP is going to maintain the Senate and he'll push it off another year or two, which is possible. But if the Democrats take back the Senate, then Clarence Thomas steps aside. They're going to use the Merrick Garland precedent, and they're not going to confirm anyone. And I do think it's a great way for Trump to lead and have 4 or 5 members of the Supreme Court. Think about this. Potentially, Donald Trump could have the majority in a 5-4 Supreme Court, 5 of them be appointed by him. Now, I have some concerns in that the president has turned hostile towards the Federalist Society, and that's where the best picks come from. And there are a bunch of grifters around him who have convinced him, poisoned him on the idea of the Federalist Society, and I think that's a terrible idea. Leonard Leo actually is vastly, greatly committed to the long-term conservative bent of the Supreme Court, and where conservatism is not transactionally what Donald Trump wants, but actually conservatism. And we need a Supreme Court that is like that. Now, related to all of this, actually, there's a very interesting piece out from the Manhattan Institute. It's a survey of Americans overall and the Republican coalition. So just so you know where I am, I want to foundationally, because my presuppositions come into everything I talk about, and I think I'm right on this. This data suggests I'm right on this. I have had this thinking for a while. Donald Trump is a unique force in American politics. Those people come along every once in a while, and they themselves hold coalitions together. If you study populist movements anywhere on planet Earth, study a populist movement, and I'm gonna dive in here a little bit in ways some people would dispute, but just hear me out on this. I'm not talking about populist parties per se, but populist figures, and they can be among Democrats, they can be among Republicans, they can be among the Labor Party, the Tory Party, the Communist Party, the Nazi Party, the Fascist Party, the Green Party. It doesn't matter. Parties, you see populist movements rise, and most often what the populist does is he takes control of a existing party if he can't build his own. And what happens is the populist movement does not survive much past the life or legacy of that individual. So when that individual is term limited and steps aside, his coalition within the populist movement begins to fracture. If he is not term limited, he is term limited by God Almighty himself and dies, the movement begins to split. For those of you who are students of American politics, you might know Huey Long. He galvanized a populist movement in Louisiana in the 1930s, 40s. He was ultimately assassinated. The Democratic Party had a stronghold in Louisiana, and that stronghold began to collapse. You started getting Republicans elected statewide in Louisiana once you got through Huey Long. Now, Earl Long came along and tried to prop it up. Russell Long came along, the Long family. They tried to prop it up, but it began to fracture with the death of Huey Long. And within the Democratic Party, the coalition shifted, and you started getting people who were not nearly as charismatic or populist as Huey Long taking over the Democratic Party. In Georgia, you had Zell Miller. The Democrats in Georgia started getting sclerotic. They were out of ideas. They were socially conservative. A lot of them were becoming Republicans, and Zell Miller came along, the governor of Georgia, and was a great populist governor. He would pick 80-20, 85-15 issues. The Republicans actually liked him. Republican voters supported him. Zell Miller left, actually went to the U.S. Senate, and what happened? The Democratic Party collapsed. Roy Barnes, a good man. He actually is a good man, but he was more traditional Democrat. He couldn't hold together the populist coalition of Democrats that Zell Miller built, and next thing you know, Georgia becomes Republican. This happens historically, that the leader of the populist movement, once he goes away, the populist movement divides. Donald Trump is a uniquely charismatic populist figure. He's like a Huey Long. When he goes away, his movement is going to crack up. He is laying hands on J.D. Vance to continue it, and J.D. is a shrewd politician He's a smart guy, but he's not Donald Trump. And I think he'll have a coalition. I just don't think it'll be all of Trump's coalition. I say all of that as I get into this. A new national survey conducted by the Manhattan Institute examines today's Republican Party and the coalition assembled by Donald Trump in 2024. It is one of the most exhaustive studies to date of the emerging multi-ethnic working-class GOP. Nearly 3,000 voters, including large oversamples of black and Hispanic Republicans and or 2024 Trump voters, were asked about a wide range of policy issues as well as identity politics, populism, conspiracy theories, anti-Semitism, and other forms of racial bias. The findings point to a coalition that is divided into two broad segments. The majority segment, long-standing Republicans who have backed the party for many years, are consistently conservative on economic, foreign policy, and social ideas. They favor lower taxes, take a hawkish view on China, remain firmly pro-Israel, and are highly skeptical of progressive agendas on transgender and DEI issues. But a sizable minority, new entrants to the GOP coalition over the past two presidential cycles, look markedly different. Younger, more racially diverse, and more likely to have voted for Democratic candidates in the recent past, this group diverges sharply from the party's core. They're more likely, often substantially more likely, to hold progressive views across nearly every major policy domain. They're more supportive of left-leaning economic policies, more favorable towards China, more critical of Israel, and more liberal on issues ranging from migration to DEI initiatives. A significant share report openly racist or anti-Semitic views and express potential support for political violence, yet they overwhelmingly identify as Republican today. They voted for Donald Trump in 2024. The core Republicans, those of 2024 Trump voters, regardless of party registration, and all registered Republicans, including those who didn't vote for Trump, are kind of the current GOP. To understand the structure here of where we are now, you've got the core Republicans make up about 65% of the coalition. New entrants make up 29%. Now, this is something that I've been telling you guys since Donald Trump came on the scene in 2015, is a lot of the people who started voting for Donald Trump came into the party because of Donald Trump. I always get, it makes me laugh when people are like, you rhino, you're nothing but you're not even a conservative. You don't support Trump. I'm like, I was a conservative before Trump. I'll be a conservative after Trump. I was an elected Republican before Trump. I won't be an elected Republican after Trump. I never want to run for office again, but I'll still be around. And a lot of these people, they came in and they embraced the ideology and the ideas of being a conservative. Well, not the ideas, the labels, I guess I should say. They embraced the labels, but they defined it as, I support Donald Trump, therefore I am a conservative. And when Donald Trump goes, where will they go? I don't know, but I don't think they'll stay within a coalition of traditional Republicans. The survey's first major finding is that the overwhelming majority of the current Republican Party rejects racism, anti-Semitism, and conspiratorial thinking, but a meaningful minority, 17%, meets our definition of anti-Jewish Republicans. A respondent falls into this category if they self-identify as both racist and anti-Semitic and express Holocaust denial or describe Israel as a colonial state, or they do not self-identify that way but nevertheless hold both of those extreme views. Anti-Jewish Republicans are typically younger, disproportionately male, more likely to be college educated, and significantly more likely to be new entrants into the coalition. They are also more racially diverse. Consistent church attendance is one of the strongest predictors of rejecting these attitudes. Infrequent church attendance is, all else equal, one of the strongest predictors of falling into this segment. Crucially, these views are not unique to Republicans. You got that? That's an important component of this. The people within the Republican coalition who are least likely to be anti-Semitic and racist are the ones who attend church regularly. Among this pool of new entrants, only 56% said they definitely support a Republican in 2026. 70% of the core GOP does. It's a very interesting dynamic and a very interesting report. The picture that emerges is one of a Republican Party with a solid, cohesive core and a younger, ideologically unstable outer ring, a coalition that is broader than any Republican coalition in recent memory, but also more internally contradictory and harder to manage. Understanding which voters are likely to stay, which can be integrated into a durable coalition, and which may drift away will be central to the strategic future of the GOP. If you want to understand the decisions being made at places like the Heritage Foundation and other places, the position statements of people like J.D. Vance and others, it's about these new entrants. How do we bring them into the coalition? And I don't know. I don't want to be in a party filled with anti-Semites and racists. Who does, other than the anti-Semites and racists? It's going to be interesting to see how this needle is threaded by Republicans over time without Donald Trump on the scene. And that is an important closing point on this. Despite the fretting, fears, worries, and complaints of the left, Donald Trump is term limited. He will be going away. There have been a great many people who have poured a lot of energy into the idea that he wants to be a totalitarian tyrant who never goes away. The Constitution of the United States of America is stronger than any one man, including Donald Trump. Always has been. All the worries, fears, and anxieties of the people who insist he'll never leave office are going to have to grapple with life after Donald Trump. So many of them have been able to define themselves in opposition to him. What will they define themselves in opposition of next? There have been a lot of people within the Republican Party who define themselves as Trump voters, as MAGA, as only Trump. They're not Republicans. They'll have to find someone new to latch on to. The Republican Party itself will have to figure out how to proceed as this coalition begins to crack up. But the Democratic Party has also an equally unstable coalition. A lot of upper-income white people jumped into the Democratic Party because they didn't want to be in the party of Donald Trump. Where will they go? Because a lot of them, now they've got a lot of upper-income secular whites who don't go to church, who have fully embraced being woke and progressive values, but some of them haven't. We're in a political realignment. I've been telling you guys for a number of years we've been in a political realignment. We're watching it happen in real time. And it will reshape and reshuffle when Donald Trump exits the stage at the end of his presidency. All of this is to say, we got a lot of unstable territory right now. If you feel out of sorts, unstable, or maybe out of place, like you have no party, this is what's going on right now. You haven't lost your mind or your bearings. It's a politically unstable time. The one thing you can't lose during all of it is your soul and your faith in your country. We're going to get through it together. It's just fascinating dynamics watching these political currents shift.
You're at the intersection of politics, news, culture, and current events. It's the Erick Erickson Show.
250 Cool Day Carrier WSB Traffic Center. All lanes just blocked and reopened downtown. Crash moved all to the right. 7585 northbound at I-20 exit 247. Checking a new slow zone I'm seeing in Marietta. 75 southbound left lanes bunching up as you approach Delk Road exit 261. We'll see what's going on there. Traffic brought to you by Buckhead Life Restaurant Group. Get a 20% bonus this holiday season with the ultimate dining card from Buckhead Life. Enjoy meals at Chops Lobster Bar, Atlanta Fish Market, Bistro Nico, and more. Buy now at buckheadrestaurants.com. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
When the news matters to you.
The FAA says the flight crew was reporting possible smoke in the flight deck.
95.5 WSB has you covered.
Beef prices are going up.
Your 24/7 news source.
They had no ties to a gang, but they were killed by
when
them.
you need the story, all you need to do is listen. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's breaking news station.
Hey guys, are you striking out in the bedroom? Because pills like Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra just don't work anymore. Here's how Choice Men's Health is solving PE and ED issues. Meet Dr. Katz, the expert in men's health.
Hi, I'm Dr. Katz, Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Choice Men's Health offers safe, custom-blended medications designed to fit your needs. There is no pain or surgery. It doesn't matter how old you are or if you have diabetes, high blood pressure, or prostate issues. Not a problem. It's safe and affordable for everyone. You'll see results in 15 minutes guaranteed, or you don't pay anything. Solve the problem of ED and PE now.
For a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are free. Call now, 404-400-1170. That's 404-400-1170 to claim your initial consultation and first treatment for free. Call Choice Men's Health now, 404-400-1170.
It's my favorite time of year. I love spending time with family, enjoying delicious, nutritious food and bread. That's right, real bread, not the enriched stuff you see on the shelves. This is Sue from Bread Beckers in Woodstock with Sue's Healthy Minute. My family and I were blown away by the health benefits of making real bread from freshly milled whole grains. After more than 30 years in business, we have heard thousands of stories from satisfied customers who found improved health from eating real bread. We invite you to come check out the Bread Becker store in Woodstock this holiday season. We offer a complete line of grains, beans, sweeteners, and more. Our top-of-the-line kitchen equipment or infused oils and vinegars are sure to be the perfect gift for that special someone. Let us teach you how to make your own real bread to improve your family's health. Take that first step to a healthier life. Visit breadbeckers.com or our Bread Beckers store in Woodstock.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 10 million people. Without destroying your credit, they can reduce your interest rates, lower your total payments up to 50% to get you out of debt fast. For a free consultation, call Consolidated Credit now. The program works.
Call 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298.
Consolidated Credit Solutions Incorporated, 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Kansas CSO 0019051. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 892. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation Commission license number DC83. Service may adversely affect the individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action. Actual interest rates, length of program, and monthly payment reductions will vary by consumer and creditor. Yours could be higher or lower. Not a loan company. We do not lend money.
Your non-stop news source, 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. Get the podcast, live stream, email, and social media links by texting Eric to 33777 now.
I was scrolling the series of tubes known as the interwebs during commercial break, seeing the ratings from the Cowboys-Chiefs game and the Bengals game, and just massive, massive numbers. More Americans watch NFL games in a week than they watch anything else. And this has been regularly consistent. That game, the Cowboys-Chiefs on Thanksgiving, by the way, 57.2 million viewers on CBS, the highest ever viewership for a regular season NFL game. It's wild. I'm watching the Chiefs this year. I've always had a soft spot for the Chiefs. The issue is not the Chiefs or the Cowboys. It's the viewership, 57.2 million viewers on CBS. People are tired of politics. People are actually exhausted by politics right now in this country. They're tuning into football. Notice that the decline in the NBA as the NBA got more and more political and it became all about individuals and their ability to throw three-pointers and not play as a team. Tuned out. Baseball still gets largely good ratings, but college football and the NFL, for what, 4 or 5 months a year, Americans get to get around the TV on a few days a week and watch something where there is no political commentary, no political message. And in fact, the malcontents among us try to make it political. They try to scream about it. In the NFL and Roger Goodell, they put the little messages on the helmets and stuff. Nobody cares about that. They want to watch the game. They don't care about the political messaging. They don't get lectured about politics. It is people. It's not us versus them. It's Cowboys versus Chiefs. It's Eagles versus whoever. It's whatever team. And people get a break from politics. The ratings for the NFL, just they signal in my mind, people are exhausted by politics. They just want to enjoy something in life, a sporting activity, without getting lectured about politics. We should all keep that in mind. Now, if you want to get involved in politics in the country and you want to engage, join Americans for Prosperity. I'm on their board of advisors. Around the country, they advance common sense conservative reforms to advance freedom for families and small businesses. What you can do is go to afpvolunteer.com and sign up with Americans for Prosperity. They're a great organization. They make a difference in all 50 states, advancing free market legislation, common sense, conservative reforms like school choice, parental rights legislation, deregulation for small businesses, permitting reform for energy explorers. They help pass the president's tax and mobilize an army of activists to pressure people to vote for it. Americans for Prosperity can be found at afpvolunteer.com. You can sign up in your state, get involved down to the local level, advancing freedom in your community. afpvolunteer.com. Sign up with Americans for Prosperity today.
I'm Chris Chandler. When you join us Thursday at 5 for Atlanta's Morning News, Clark Howard at last to explain his obsession with warehouse stores and got an early look for you at the weekend forecast, too. Join us on 95.5 WSB.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
Okay, there's a weird thing I got to share with you. You know how when you pull a credit card out of your wallet, it'll have a number on it? Well, do you know that next time you get a renewal of your card, it may not have any numbers on it at all? And the reason is that credit card companies are trying to stamp out so much fraud. And there are now electronically embedded numbers inside a card, and that's enough. On your statement, stuff you have from your credit card company will have your actual number available to you. But more and more, you're going to find that the number you're going to be using will be tokenized, kind of like what happens if you use Apple Pay or Google Wallet, where it generates a randomized number every time you use that particular card. That's the system we're going to for all credit card transactions.
I'm Clark Howard.